It's the last day of Super Week, and with the 5 games today, we are looking to wrap up the regular season and send our top 6 teams into the playoffs. Anything can still happen today. None of the positions of these teams is yet set in stone, except for the top 2. So another 4 will be joining them later today as they move up into the standings. I'm your host, Ginny, and I'm joined with Laxing and Foxe to break everything down, starting off with what happened yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot to take through yesterday. I mean, we saw SSG be able to climb into that spot to make playoffs based off that Cloud9 matchup that happened earlier. And I mean, again, today, everything is on the line. There's still a lot of teams that still have the chance of making it and also falling below, depending what happens.
Yeah, the first game that we saw yesterday was Envy versus M80, where M80 absolutely walked them. That was a 7-0. Questionable map choice, but at the end of the day, M80 looking solid as ever.
Very questionable. Now, and this was a questionable game too, because I felt Wildcard had everything in their power to win this game, but it was little mistakes, one right after the other or a few rounds later, that was costing them this game, where DZ would then walk away. DZ still isn't looking too promising.
And we saw a great matchup of SR versus SSG, where SSG had some explosive clutch rounds, specifically Ashen to close it out with this 1v4. Great play from him, amazing from SSG so far.
That was a beautiful clutch. And then honestly, the Cruelty standby game, you know, I think we were all hoping it was going to go neck and neck. Unfortunately for Cruelty's side, they couldn't put up a performance, but on standbys, they definitely showed up. They clearly are still in the fight. Granted, nothing changes, and they closed it out beautifully.
Yeah, and Bino had an amazing matchup too. Was glad to see him turn up as the rookie IGL this stage. And then we finish it off with Cloud9 versus OXG. Cloud9, another attempt for them to make it into the top 6. Fell short by OXG's great play. I mean, ever since Playday 1, OXG has looked lights out, especially with their entry game, with how aggressive they were. It really was no stopping that OXG snowball.
Yeah, and that also impacted the standings. I mean, when we're looking at M80 and Oxygen, they are sitting very pretty in those top 2 slots. Don't think anyone's going to be able to dethrone them regardless, because the only one that's closest to them is SSG, and with 3 points added, that's not going to add up. Either way, what's really surprising to me is the fact that DZ is literally 1 point ahead from the team that's not going to be making it into playoffs.
Yeah, so many matches today have huge implications. Obviously, the top 2 can't move, and the bottom 2 can't move. Can't forget about those guys down there. But when it comes to the battle for top 6, it's still anybody's game. We have 4 or 5 teams that are able to compete. It's all going to depend on who's winning today. Even then, it might come down to round count.
Yeah, it's all going to come down as well to the schedule that we have today and the order in which the games are being played. Not that that matters specifically, but it does matter for the standings that are being up to date as we go live. First things first is we're going to be looking at DZ LFO, and this is, I mean, in my humble opinion, a classic 3-pointer for DZ. I don't really see it going any other way.
Honestly, Ginny, that could go the way of standby. That obviously is a shot in the dark, to say the least. Dark Zero, funny enough. But given their performance, I mean, Dark Zero clearly is still having a lot of issues. So this first game really can be a lot of fun to watch depending what happens.
Yeah, and then I also want to focus on the matchup between Envy and OXG, specifically OXG kind of being the gatekeeper, potentially preventing Envy from heading into that playoff spot.
Yeah, Envy definitely needs that game win to be able to solidify themselves into the top 6. But OXG, I mean, they have looked unstoppable, just as unstoppable as M80. That's going to be a really nice matchup at the end of the day. And then obviously Cloud9 Wildcard, whoever wins has that opportunity to get top 6. Whoever loses gets cut out of the top 6.
Yeah, it's actually crazy to look at it from the perspective where every single one of these games is just as important when it comes to the standings, and maybe not necessarily impacting your own standings by winning your game, but rather how everything else is connected, and if, you know, C9 wins or loses, whatever, like how it impacts everybody else. We'll get to that and we'll update you guys throughout the day as we go through those kind of things. But instead, we want to look at the first game that we have today, which is Dark Zero against Standby LFO. This is an interesting one because Standby LFO is at the bottom of the league. They have 3 points, which they collected yesterday against Cruelty, but there is some signs of life. Whereas from Dark Zero's side of things, yes, they were able to win that game yesterday, but honestly, it wasn't really that convincing, Lax.
Yeah, it wasn't. But for Standby, I mean, they're still in here to fight. They still want to show that they have to prove something. And honestly, more game day reps, especially going into a relegation match, is going to be important. And then for Dark Zero, they really need to find their stride here and fix their issues if they're going to be qualifying into playoffs. Because if they play like this, I can guarantee they're going to be out of playoffs very quickly.
That's a scary position to be in. That's like they're saying a world where we could be in where Dark Zero actually doesn't make it into playoffs after being the second seed.
Which would be
like
first
what?
spot.
Like what? It's
I don't
crazy.
want to see it.
But let's just cast our minds back to yesterday, because the game against Wildcard, I mean, this roster, again, we're saying it every single day at this point, but it's like last stage we were like, wow, they're so good. And now it's like, wow, what happened?
I mean, I think the strength of their power of stage 1 is obviously being the downfall of stage 2. It's around spirits. Essentially, his entry game, they've put so many resources around Dark Zero to find those entries, to be able to rely on spirits on that shield, to the point where if they do get the kill, late round, they don't have utility to go for these executes. And obviously, if they don't get the kill, they're falling flat. But obviously now, it seems like they're in a little bit of an identity crisis. Going back-to-back borders, even though they won yesterday against Wildcard, it didn't look that thrilling. They don't know if they want to play slow DZ. They don't know if they want to play fast DZ. It just looks like they're in their own heads, overcomplicated.
Yeah, and we're also talked a little bit yesterday about Pamba specifically in that matchup, but that's something that we further want to analyze today as well.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about who's getting hit the most on the team since bringing on Spirits, it's obviously been Pamba. He's no longer on the entry. He's going on a more flex supportive role. And obviously yesterday, he had a donut up until round 6. And against a team like Wildcard, that doesn't look too pretty. So he's definitely been struggling when it comes to being pulled off of that entry. And again, all the resources are going on to Spirits for it to fail. So Pamba is a player that is a very big mental player. So if he's not having those resources on his side, which he hasn't been, he's going to struggle. Which, that being said, he's still a third best player on his team. So even though he's struggling, I think that speaks to how DZ as a whole is struggling, that Pamba is still not doing terrible in comparison to the rest of his roster.
Yeah, but with that as well, it just kind of puts the pressure onto DZ even further, because we're looking at the standings and where they're currently sitting. If they win this game, they are moving up in 3 points, which pretty much like allows them to get at 15 points. They're going to be, you know, tied with SSG if SSG doesn't win their game again. But if they do lose to Cloud9, it's got to be crazy, because there's a world where C9, if they lose against Envy, there's a world where C9 or Wildcard take over.
Yeah, if they lose to LFO, there's 3 teams that could leapfrog over them. They just need 2 of those teams to pass them, which Envy's playing OXG. So, I mean, that depends completely on Envy and OXG. But then Wildcard play Cloud9, so one of those teams will guarantee jump frog over them because they're playing each other. So essentially, all it takes is for Envy to do the unthinkable and beat a powerhouse OXG, and DZ's out of it if they don't get a very secure win today, which they're playing standby. You'd hope so, but with how they've been looking, it's really anybody's game.
Really? I feel like, I mean, yes, we've seen like glimpses of life from Standby LFO. We've even had a chat yesterday with their coach saying like everything that's going on behind the scenes, but I don't know. Lax, what are we saying?
I mean, for LFO, again, fact of the matter is nothing will change for them getting a win here outside of keeping their pride, keeping the momentum going, and like I said, getting game day reps going into their relegation match. Fact of the matter is yesterday what we saw was a glimpse of what we can see from this team, and that's the important thing, and that's something that needs to be acknowledged.
Yeah, and something that was also very positive from the game that we saw yesterday was Bino individually really coming to life.
Yeah, you know, we talked about they're not down, they're not out of the fight just yet, and Bino in particular being this IGL, having this pop-off performance, it really speaks into, okay, they are still trying. They aren't just giving up. Granted, sure, you could write that off, that is cruelty, but still, the fact that Bino's showing up, leading his team to success, having a really good game. Fox highlighted him yesterday saying, you know, Bino was able to get an opportunity similar to Packer being an up-and-coming IGL, being able to have an opportunity of being able to work with players that are better than him, to mold, be shaped into a better player. Bino could find a lot of success. And again, I think that performance yesterday speaks into it. Yes, you might be in a dire situation. You're not in the brightest of lights, but you can make something out of that. And I think with his performance yesterday clearly shows he still wants it. He wants to make something out of himself. He wants to show that he deserves to be in the league. And I got to commend that. Sure, the stage hasn't looked great, but the important thing is taking with what you got and what's in front of you and still trying to make something of it, even if nothing changes. Fact of the matter is you can end on a note of saying at least you tried, at least you put in that effort. So again, I want to give credit to Bino where credit is due.
Exactly. Even though his team's struggling, he's having the best career of his pro league career. Obviously, it's not that long so far, but for him to continuously put up stats while IGLing a team that's struggling on teamwork, to individually do well, it takes a lot for you to focus on leading the team and individually slaying, and Bino obviously has shown up. So hopefully he does get that opportunity on a better team like some players like Packer. You know, hopefully Bino can make more of it than he currently did on LFO.
I mean, we're talking about LFO and how good they've been performing, then on the flip side, how for DZ this stage has been like a little bit more lackluster. And from the game that we've seen yesterday from both of these teams, heading into today, what is the likelihood of LFO actually being able to cause this upset.
I mean, LFO got their first win yesterday, so, you know, it could be a situation where they break it. Yeah, sometimes the mental game is the hardest factor to overcome when you lose so many games. So they get that first win under their belt. Now they have no pressure. They can just play what they want to be able to play. And at this point, if they take it to a ranked battle against DZ, DZ hasn't really looked that great.
Well, now that you mentioned mental, remember, we were talking to Froshi yesterday, and he was saying, you know, he felt that the mental thing wasn't really all there up until that point of when they lost to Envy. They knew they should have won that game, and that's really what chalked them. So, you know, when we're talking about a mental state, you have a rough season, you finally get this win underneath your belt that does fire up the momentum. So hopefully they can carry it into this game where, again, Dark Zero isn't looking super strong. So there is a world where Standby could win this matchup and gatekeep Dark Zero.
Yeah, and if we want to enter the timeline, it has to start specifically with the map veto, because so far, when it comes to the teams that are at the bottom of the leaderboard, the map veto has not necessarily been too favorable.
Interesting.
And we're going to Clubhouse.
Yeah,
Do you want to take this, or do you want me to take this?
Honestly, well, I mean, we could both do it.
You can hold hands.
I really like Clubhouse for Standby, just because when we talk about it, I can't even confidently say that Dark Zero player for player is currently better than Standby when we look at it. Dark Zero has been struggling. The one thing that sets them aside is their teamwork, how methodical they are, but we haven't really been seeing that. They haven't even been able to get those opening kills, and when they do, they can't close it out. And you're taking a team like Standby LFO, which if we're talking about them playing ranked, Clubhouse is the best map because you don't have to worry about teamwork. Everybody knows how to play it. Everybody knows the defaults. Standby is in the best position that they could be to be able to beat Dark Zero.
The only reason I even see Dark Zero going to a map like Clubhouse is really for themselves, because obviously they're struggling in whatever department that is because they're being secretive about it. So what really begs me then to be the question of why Clubhouse is they want to test those fundamentals. Are they really overstressing? Are they overdoing a lot of these mistakes just based in their own mental, or is it actually in their play? And Clubhouse will really exploit that. Are we clearly having issues? Because this is such a default map. No one should be confused. No one should be losing the plot or misunderstanding a call. So it really does beg to question, how bad is Dark Zero falling off? Because Clubhouse will truly be a testament of that if you can't do the bare minimum on such a simple-sided map, then clearly there's bigger issues going on. So in some areas, it does make sense.
We're not there yet. You can calm down.
But
it's
it doesn't leave me also in a great scenario to be like, yes, I am confident Dark Zero should be able to take this, because you're giving Standby a lot of comfort.
Hold on then. So both of you probably went for your prediction to go DZ, but now that we have Clubhouse,
give me Standby.
Any changers?
Give me Standby. I'm believing in Standby. They got the first win against Cruelty. The last time Dark Zero played Clubhouse was against Cruelty in this stage, and it looked pretty decent, but that's because Cruelty, they had so much position. Yeah, they were just giving stuff up for free. I don't think Standby's going to do it. If they got the confidence, no pressure on their shoulders, let's just go out there, play a little bit of rank, go for these individual gunfights. I don't think Dark Zero is going to be prepared for it at all. I think they're expecting it to be a very passive Standby just because of the mental battle of we're Dark Zero, you're Standby, you're not going to peek us. I'm hoping if Standby comes at it aggressive, I believe in them.
Listen, you make a compelling argument, but I think I still just have to stick with Dark Zero. Just when you look at the rosters on paper, like I don't want to slight Dark Zero. They are a good team. They're all phenomenal players. But if you are clearly struggling on a Clubhouse, that's not going to set your future up for success. So, but I am giving them the benefit of the doubt here. I do think they walked away with it.
The only player I'm believing in on Dark Zero right now is Citizens. I mean, to be honest, you put any one of them, you put either one of them up against one-to-one against Standby, I think I'm picking the Standby guys.
Okay, this is actually, I love that there's finally a little bit of disagreement on the desk so we can see whether or not it's going to play out and who is going to be taking away this first game. Remember, guys, playoffs is on the line for DZ, not for LFO, because they can just do the funniest thing. No pressure on their shoulder. But we're ready to head into Clubhouse with our casters for today. It's going to be Intero and Lynx. Guys, do your thing.
Thank you very much. It's nice to be reunited. When was the last time we casted together? Do you remember? Was
Montreal
it at a live
Finals,
event?
probably. I think Montreal Finals.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
It's too long. It's too long. So we do spend much time talking and being pals and friends. We now need to commentate two teams that are very far from friends, and there will be no friendship here as DZ looks to cling to their playoff spot, and the Standby team is on a winning streak. They look to keep their winning ways up.
Amen to that. I mean, technically speaking, nothing is wrong in what you just said. Lacking context, perhaps, but there's nothing wrong with what you just said. They are on a winning streak of one game. They got the win over Cruelty, which will probably not likely, well, I think actually does save them from, or at least like being the bottom ranked team, which is something. But the stakes here today are actually quite real for Dark Zero, who are still reeling from, despite being in 5th right now, still reeling from a very imperfect stage, as the desk mentioned. Later on today, in our second match, Wildcard and C9 are playing. C9's at 10, Wildcard's at 11, but a regulation win for either will put them over DZ. And then if Envy wins over OXG, Dark Zero, for the first time in a long time, might find themselves outside of the top 6 and therefore outside of playoff contention, which would be a dramatic falloff for any team. I think we can agree, Parker, but a particularly dramatic one for DZ.
Well, it was a stat that Jesse brought up on the broadcast 2 days ago. DZ, Jesse said, now take it with a grain of salt, because even though he's stats boy, Jesse is sometimes wrong.
They don't teach math in Edmonton.
Yeah, I mean, numbers are different in Alberta. But basically, his argument was DZ has never missed a playoff in any TO at any point in time. So this would be a big loss for them. For DZ fans, one thing that you can't really be particularly happy about is that DZ has yet to win 2 games in a row this stage. They started off with a victory over Cloud9, then they lost, then they won, then they lost, then they lost, then they won, then they lost, they won yesterday. So DZ, unable to win back-to-back games, irrespective of who their opponents are, is a little cause for concern, but they didn't have to go up against the team that's in second last place. And the only victory that Standby has is over the only team below them, which is Cruelty, in what was certainly a match yesterday. I don't know if you watched it.
Oh, I did.
You weren't casting it. That was all Jesse and Ollie, but it was one of the matches of all time. And of course,
you know what? Bino got a good game.
Bino had a great game. Bino had a very good game. It was not the most beautiful display of Siege, but I will say it at least showed that these two teams are somewhat well balanced in Cruelty and Standby. DZ on paper should be able to blindly walk their way through this matchup and secure a victory, but it's DZ we're talking about here, a team that has some struggles against weaker opponents historically.
And as the desk mentioned, has been investing a lot of resources in Spirits, which is somewhat ironic, not because, I don't think Spirits deserves those resources or is good enough, but we highlighted Spirits so much last stage when it wasn't really a thing. Now Spirits is kind of the main guy getting support on Dark Zero, the main guy, as you can see, hopping in on the entry, playing all these shields. And yet it's arguably one of, if not the weakest iteration of DZ we've seen in a stage. I mean, you see, obviously, NGR going down early, second highest rated player for Dark Zero at the moment. NGR is great. That should not be happening. Pamazoo is such a good online player for DZ domestically. Third highest rated. These things should not be happening for Dark Zero and have not happened when the team's been at its best. At the moment right now, losing the Capitao early is obviously going to pose issues for the Execute, especially since you don't have the Ying, despite her being up. You don't have the Grim because he's banned. Dark Zero losing a lot of important Execute utility early and struggling to counter a CCTV roam at the moment. And only Spirits right now with support, that is... Okay, that's just honestly, Fence had the mandate of heaven hopping over that. That's not even on Knave.
You've lost the second best rated player on the side of Dark Zero. You've lost the best rated player of Citizen. Knave is also gone. So much utility is in the ground. You've got 2 Fragging Ops still upright. Though Spirits is being watched from multiple angles, and Standby is a single kill away from a flawless start to this matchup. Still a minute to go. Still time for Pamazoo to make something work, but he makes his presence known inside a church. And Bino gets the final kill with a small look of joy on his face. 1 round of 7 needed to claim victory here, and Standby could absolutely pummel DZ's chances. Now, it is worth noting, as round 1 goes to Standby, that DZ is not eliminated from playoffs if they lose this. DZ started the day in 5th place. They are tied with Envy. They are 1 point ahead of Wildcard and 2 points back of Cloud9. Now, all of these teams are obviously in action today. Envy is going to be playing OXG. That's going to be a tough matchup for any team with OXG sitting in the top 2. Wildcard and Cloud9 play each other. So depending on where the scoreline goes there, it could guarantee DZ a spot irrespective of the results here. So there's lots of opportunities for Dark Zero to still make the playoffs. Right now, their likelihood is higher than what's the opposite of likelihood?
Ooh, what is the opposite of likelihood?
What is chat? What is the opposite of likelihood?
I mean,
Thank
I
you for
don't
your
know.
input.
Is there really an opposite of likelihood? Because likelihood is probability and
Unlikelihood.
potential. Oh. I guess, yeah. But that's not really
I
a
don't
word.
think that's a real word. I don't know if that's a real word, though.
No, it's also like, again, likelihood can be 0. So
You're
what
a
is
big AI fan. What do you think Grok thinks of unlikelihood? I could hear your brain running through a Rolodex of horrible things to say to me, realizing none of them can be said on the broadcast.
That's actually not even what it was. You just threw so many things at me, my brain couldn't decide which one to respond to first. Also, you mentioned that, well, you just mentioned Dark Zero getting pummeled by Standby, and frankly, if these Dark Zero attacks look like that, Fox changing his prediction to Standby is actually, like, not a bad decision whatsoever. For context, we had like a full roam on CCTV to the point where Pambazoo noticed that nobody was in sight. And maybe that was a mid-round thing, who knows? But if that was a standing condition for most of the round, Dark Zero, 1, didn't recognize that, and 2, decided to clear out the roam while also not providing enough support to Spirits to clear out the roam as Blackbeard. Dark Zero weren't even trying to have it both ways. They saw both ways and decided to have it neither. So not a great start to the round, obviously, especially because Standby acquiring that Flawless. A lot of time spent to accomplish very little and not commit to any of the options ahead of them. Now, as Dark Zero look to clear Gym Bedroom, we have a normal start. Taking a bit time at the moment, yes, but they're looking towards CCTV. There's a Red Stairs player they have to deal with, but honestly, with Dark Zero's coordination issues so far this stage, clearing out a Clash hold with a guy on Red Stairs, I don't know, could be tricky.
It struck first really early in that previous round. DZ will do just that to Standby, as Nafe has a powerful position playing an operator you don't hear all that often. Best rated player at DZ all stage has been Citizen. He is no more, and Standby will lose another Kickstro taken out of the hands of NJR. So Nafe and NJR, who are surprised by these Standby defenders, will have a laugh in the second round. Epic goes down, and now things falling by the wayside. Such dominant rounds back and forth here, Lynx. Bino exchanging a lot of HP for a single pick. No, won't be able to get it done. Pambazoo the final kill. DZ answers back. A much more dominant round and much more like the DZ we're used to seeing than round 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was obviously an answer back to round 1, both by getting a victory as opposed to a loss, but also a strategic and stylistic rebuttal to their own failures in round 1. This time we see another very, very ardent extension by Standby. We got 2 to 3 people all around construction the other side. So what does Nafe decide to do? Or Nafe and NGR and I believe Pambazoo on main stairs? They say, okay, we've only got 1 or 2 people inside of the site. That means if we just take these fights, it's a 3v2. Let's try and find this gap. And Nafe finds an opportunity on Jacuzzi wall, walks in, nobody spots him, takes a powerful position, and the 2 players on that side react off the back of it. So Dark Zero, as opposed to failing to recognize the opportunity in round 1, sees the very same thing on round 2, albeit on a different site, and it works out perfectly. Very, very good to see that recovery from round 1, and hopefully if Standby decide to go for another extension that's that concentrated, we'll see Dark Zero make the same reaction.
10 seconds left.
Oh, another upstairs defense now coming in.
Attackers are heading
DZ did
out
not
to
change a
defuse the
single
bomb.
operator. Am I crazy? Did I miss that?
In the repick?
Okay, yeah, it looked like they did not.
I mean, you know, you got a lot of the good stuff here. You got the Thermite. I'm not like the biggest Striker fan on the planet, but like brings a flexible utility. I'm never gonna be like you're trolling. But honestly, just like we've seen a lot of teams really get into like the Glass plus Smokes or Glass plus Capitao in the past like year or so. And at this point, throwing Smokes on Garage Door and having the Glass peek up in Raptors feels like a pretty standard way to clear it. So no real need to change it. You got everything you would want.
Ben's right now playing solo on Rafters, just sitting with those ADSs. Didn't look like he had any Kiba barriers giving him protection, though there's still plenty in pocket from Kicksrow to assist. I actually don't hate this idea. Keep them in pocket until you know where the execute's coming from and then put them up. You obviously can't take those barriers down once the kunais have been shot out or thrown out or whatever action you want to say. Bit of a roam that was spotted over by Bedroom. I'll knock Standby off of their position. It looked like they were heading closer to the bomb site. Now it's Kicksrow supporting down below. He's in a tricky spot here, Lynx. Punished on Lounge, you cannot support the Rafters player, and that'll significantly weaken Garage.
It will significantly weaken Garage, especially since obviously old news, but the Capitao change will allow them to burn if the clear with the Glass doesn't exactly work out. But if you're gonna place anybody here, it would be the Azami. Losing that Clash will be a problem though. Eddie, it seems like maybe putting a space where it doesn't belong and walking onto the plat wall breach. Based off that advantage, Dark Zero decide to pressure the lounge position quite heavily, while also putting a smoke on the door. This is going to cause Kixro to basically change his line of sight, lose focus on the garage position, and isolate Fens for the attack to actually clear. Dark Zero just trying to find what spot is weakest. Will it be lounge or will it be garage? At the moment, Kixro has a 1v1 but does not lose his life. Very good timing as he now reasserts the position inside a garage, but 2 kills go DZ's way, and it seems the round will fall soon after.
DZ just another round, emulating what they did on round number 2. Crushing this defense from standby. Raptors control completely theirs. It crumpled like a wet paper bag. Now it's Bino and Epic as the last 2 standing. DZ with all 5 upright. Spirits to be able to have the wherewithal to make that run suggests there's no active hold from Cash. It's forced standby back into an awkward spot, and Citizen saw the head of one. Manages to take down Epic, and Nave eliminates Bino, and we'll have our second flawless round in 3 rounds. First one committed by standby, DZ with one of their own, and DZ has the lead.
Round 1 more and more looking like a bit of a hiccup at the start, but not something that is going to turn into a trend. That time, we don't exactly have, a gap being found by Dark Zero, but it was really good communication, just like we saw in round 2. Dark Zero want to clear out the garage, the player on top of Rafters, and as Parker noted, and as many of you saw, the Azami was not playing Rafters. The Azami was playing in Lounge. So that means you don't have all of this utility stacked on Rafters, because if Dark Zero were just going to try to clear that with a Cappy Tower on a glass, if you got a guy bobbing behind the Kibas, it could be a bit more difficult. But because Kixro is in Lounge, and the Jaeger only has the Rafters to protect himself, you have this interesting position where if the glass puts that smoke down, Jaeger can't really challenge it or can't really move safely without being spotted. And so, since Kixro's position is also meant to support him, if you just start distracting him with utility and have a guy watching him, so Kixro has to do double duty, both watching garage and also making sure he doesn't get flanked, the Jaeger's by himself, trapped behind the Rafters with no cover, and if he peeks out above, he's getting shot by that glass. It was just a really well thought out strategy by Dark Zero, and while it took a lot of time to set up, it was the kind of plan that unless Kixro or the Jaeger hit a crazy shot, was going to work out in the long run, more likely than not, and it did.
So now you chase standby downstairs. Clubhouse has not really had the pick rate here in NA that we had come to expect. Just the other day on Wednesday, it had been played, I think 9 rounds was the number that I cited. It was an attacker-sided map. Well, by Jove, those numbers have actually held. It's obviously gone up since then. 29 rounds have been played in total, and 55% of those 29 rounds have been won by the attackers. This is in stark contrast to the other major regions where it is a defender-sided map. Again, though, 29 rounds is a pretty small sample size. That's anywhere from 2 to 3 plays, which, depending on the teams, depending on the starting sides, and depending on the bans, can really not tell us much. Wake me up when we get to 70, 80 rounds of Clubhouse, which I'm sure we'll hit in the playoffs. But still, if you consider those numbers and you think they're true, Easy's in a great spot.
Certainly, and if they can recover from their mistakes in round 1, DZ will be in a great spot and shouldn't need to worry too much about missing playoffs, assuming that their defenses aren't shockingly bad.
You disagree, though, by the way.
I disagree.
I could tell that you disagreed with me saying that if those numbers hold and DZ are in a great spot, you wanted to say, but we all know it's not an attacker-sided map.
Well, no. I mean, Clubhouse, I think, is a bit more 50-50. I mean, I think any map that gets found out typically trends to be attacker-sided just because you know how to pressure the defensive positions properly. But that's what, honestly, the new ban phase is great for, because one great tool to, like, pressure blue, for example, is Grim. You fire 2 canisters, and that blue guy is not moving anywhere without getting spotted. But Grim has obviously been banned for quite a while, and so Bino can play behind there with a lot more freedom. Obviously, Ying's up, but Dark Zero currently not running the Ying, surprisingly, despite Spirits and Pamba both being really good Ying players. But I also imagine, since there's a Warden been ran pretty much every time. Dark Zero are expecting that. Either way, I'm going on a tangent because it's been 2 minutes in and Dark Zero have not found a single kill so far. That's not because for lack of trying, it's just Standby have been going for a complete bunker hold. And what's going to become a problem is without that Ying on the board, the only utility have again is some nades and a firebolt and smoke bolt. A very key engagement. Fen's being put to 1 HP, stays alive, gets the shield. Standby in a good position to win their second baseman defense.
And now Nave goes down 2. This is the start that Standby wanted after round number 1. It obviously did not come to pass, but they will have what appears to be the last laugh. But hold on a second, old Ben. He finds the right time. Down goes Fens. More could be lined up. They have a read on Citizen, and that's Kixrow to clean him up. NJR, last man standing with 10 seconds left on the main floor. Nowhere near the diffuser. He's just going to go for kills for the sake of posterity here, Lynx, because the round is out of reach. 3 remaining players on standby, and there's no real attempt for NJR to get the diffuser down. He kills Eddie right as the time hits 0, so more good numbers for Siege GG. That's what we play for some rounds, right?
Amen.
Standby wins the downstairs on Clubhouse. Have tied the game.
Yeah, bit of a curious round overall because Standby doing a very, very hard roam in round 1, and this time, understandably so, just reverting to a site hold, right? But Fens gets 3 players on the exact same position, 2 of them from a prone angle. That seems like a pretty easy pre-fire, and either the guy who died second when Fens was prone didn't realize where he got shot from or didn't comment. Either way, very surprising that Fens isn't punished playing behind that position, especially once going prone. But either way, Dark Zero take a lot of time despite Standby not contesting much map control. Goes to show that, again, the communication issues for this team can be very real when things are complicated. When we have to do a bit more direct takes, for example, like Jim and CCTV, there's not as much map control you have to deal with. The positions are right in front of you, and those can be their own kind of complicated, but Dark Zero have at least proven so far that those aren't the things that they struggle with. And even if you lose basement twice, as long as Dark Zero can still repeat their wins on the other 2 sites, a 4-2 is absolutely good going into their defensive half.
I completely agree. Again, it looks like DZ is very happy with a similar lineup to what they've been bringing. I have been trying to keep an eye on operator flexibility when it comes to attack. I mean, when you've got a team like DZ, a shield being brought is near certain. A lot of teams will bring shields, of course, but in DZ, it's very firmly in the team's wheelhouse. I don't know how the lineup from Dark Zero matches what Standby is bringing. A relatively bunker-heavy lineup from Standby. You got the slow potential that comes with the Goyo canisters and the black mirrors. You're going to have to work through that first. You've brought some close range hard breaches. You can see the thermite of NJR getting the walls with pretty big safety. And then if you need any tricky spots, you've got the ace for backup. On the side of Standby, you'll be able to fall back and use your gadgetry to slow down this DZ advance. Not that DZ's been particularly quick through these 4 rounds, but DZ has the potential to get in and get a couple quick picks, and it'll snowball really hard against you. I think that's partially what Standby is worried about.
Ready for the breach.
Something they will actively have to be worried about. You can see that they've completely backed off from the red stairs hold. No deployable shield there. Instead, Epic just playing inside of CCTV. And I think Standby have the perfect idea here. Dark Zero have been very slow, and you don't need to stall them by committing that hard. Put up some full reinforcements on cache, make them clear it. A mute jammer behind it too will waste a lot of time clearing out that default angle. And look, half the round's already gone by the time that Spirits actually walks into cache and realizes it was clear. That is in large part because of Standby's setup, causing them some concern, denying them the ability to gather information. And now Dark Zero have to stare down logistics. That's still held by the defense. Jacuzzi wall, which in all likelihood is open, but also still needs to be cleared, and Nafe is not going to find a gap like he did last time, now that all 5 defenders are now back to the site. So as opposed to round 2, Dark Zero does not have a clear way in on either side of the site. A lot of this is likely going to come down to gunfights they can find, and again, with no Ying, because Standby running the Warden so much, they've only got a couple flashes and smokes to do it with.
Bamzu doesn't realize how close he just came to a pick, and he can't grab one onto Kixrow. Standby primed with 45 seconds left to win this round. Bamzu's been having an uncharacteristically rough game. He's had a bit of a slow stage, though. I don't know if you've noticed that as well. Kixrow was trapped between a rock and a hard place. The nade to follow up should be able to get him. The explosion radius just enough to take care of That is Ami. Now it's time for the advance into Launchy, but hold on, Epic and Fens doubling up on DZ, leaving NJR and Nafe. That's it. Nafe vaults in. He gets shredded by Bino. Every player on standby in on the action. Epic taken out by NJR, but it looks like it's going to be a repeat of the last round, Lynx, where NJR goes fishing, picks up so far 3 kills that have no impact whatsoever on the round. Standby end up catching NJR as he breaks through the construction door. A little bit of trash talk follows in all chat, and Standby grabs the lead.
You mentioned Pamazoo being one of the lowest rated players. He is currently 3rd inside of the NIL, but this is a player who usually has, if not topped the leaderboards for Dark Zero, been 2nd behind like maybe Citizen in past stages. But this is somebody who has always been one of the standout performers in the online stage of the NA, and also internationally, to be fair, but inside of NA, he's always been particularly impressive. And with the role change that's happened, Pamba's moving a bit more to flex support. As Fox mentioned on the desk, we're not saying that's the reason for their woes this stage, but that very big role change is very correlative to how Dark Zero have been doing. They make that change, they put Spirits a bit more on the front side, they put Pamazoo a bit more on the back, and now they're really struggling to find some of that momentum. Not saying that they win that round if Pamazoo is on the entry, but what's been happening when Dark Zero have been losing rounds? Standby are just wasting time without necessarily giving them a lot of gunfights, at least as a broader strategy. Sometimes people overswing, but that's a different thing.
Swing or be swung is a very valid tactic, okay?
Either way, the point I'm making is Standby have just been wasting time without getting too aggressive, and Dark Zero have struggled. If you have perhaps a more aggressive or efficient entry, maybe those things don't happen.
Outright you are. I don't want to reference those numbers again, but I'm going to do it. Because the attackers have been winning more in NA on this map than not, that puts Standby in an excellent position. Now, the counter argument to that, which I've already made, so I get to play both sides and then come out on top no matter what happens. It's great.
It's called being a lawyer.
Oh, would you know anything about that?
Your Honor, I didn't do it, but even if I did, it was justified.
Your Honor, how funny was it?
Your Honor, it was a bit.
Yeah. Your Honor, with all due respect, you weren't there, so... Standby, though, if you look at the historical data on Clubhouse, are doing what needs to be done, right? NA is the outlier when it comes to this map. So you look at the bomb sites that have been played, it's the 3 typical bomb sites. Bar stage is just unlikely to show up in a tense match between teams unless you feel really confident in it. I don't think Standby has reason to feel that confident. Maybe DZ will, but DZ will have their work cut out for them on this second half. If they can go 3-3, then it's both a win and a loss. Because historically, the defenders do well, but at this current point in time, in NA, attackers do very well. And speaking of attackers doing well, no HP expended. They took down Fens, they lose NJR at the hands of Kixro. Spirits is off to the races, blinding Bino. Down goes the smoke in the midst of the site. And now he's gonna isolate this final push that comes in. The last remaining players on standby being funneled into the waiting arms of DZ. They sweep through them, and it's 3 kills for a 3rd round. DZ tie things up. The first half in the books, and we are no closer to a conclusion.
Well, if there's one highlight I can take from that Dark Zero half is their gap spotting is really, really good. You can see them setting up for a Logi clear. Pamazoo throws one ROU projector just to bait out some utility. But then when Nafe gets a kill on the site, they realize that similar to basically every round Dark Zero won except the first CCTV defense or the first CCTV attack, hey, there's a gap. Let's all just rotate and immediately pummel the people on site by themselves, and we can take a 3v1, 4v1 fight. And that's exactly what they do. You can see the moment that kill comes through, immediately, Pamba and Spirits both whip their heads around, start sprinting towards Platwall, run in, get the kill. Round completely collapses for Standby after that. So when Standby have left openings, Dark Zero struggled. But when they didn't, when Standby left openings, Dark Zero didn't struggle. But when they did, wait, hold on, I keep messing that up. When Standby left gaps, Dark Zero didn't struggle. When they did, no, I keep messing it up. Wait. Can you tell I have to talk for a living?
You're doing a great job. I'm very proud of you.
The point I'm making is that when Standby
Here we
didn't
go.
leave gaps,
It's the 5th time's a charm. Let's get it.
when Standby didn't leave gaps, Dark Zero struggled. When they did, Dark Zero didn't. Sorry, there was like a tongue twisting there with Dark Zero didn't, and then did. My brain was getting mixed up.
So here's what you were trying to say. When Standby didn't play very well,
That's not what I'm saying. Because listen, plenty of teams
at
playing
this point,
well.
I don't even think you know what you're saying because you said it 8 different ways.
I knew exactly. Well, actually, that's the problem. I was saying it the same way, and I was saying it the wrong way. That's the issue. I'm very hot now after that. I don't know why I'm wearing a thick sweater in late summer. Actually, is it fall now? Is it technically fall?
Yes, September 22nd.
Early fall.
Do you exist today? You're having some trouble.
Hey, listen.
Is it because I'm not 6'9" and British?
Dude, he is very tall.
I could climb Ollie like a tree, and it would take me some time to get to the top. That man could be felled by a swift kick to his shins, and people would yell timber.
Ollie could Goomba stomp me just from standing level.
That is true. Ollie's very large.
By the way, as you can see, it seems that Standby might be setting up for a little bit of a quick play. Break open the CC window and hop in, question mark?
That's exactly what they do. And what did they hop into?
Guns.
They're deaf. Same thing, basically. Now it's Epic taken care of, and Dark Zero are not missing a step here. They'll flush the Clash of Citizen out of position as Kixrow is desperate for just about anything. Epic's been picked back up by Bino, who immediately dies for his trouble. And another flawless round will unfold. DZ's second and our third of the match, as DZ managed to take the lead back. Again, Dark Zero are currently in a playoff spot. If they lose to Standby, yes, it would be a little bit embarrassing, being only the second loss or the second victory for Standby on the side of DZ, but they would still be in okay position, I think, mentally, especially with what comes next. But if they lose this match, the ability to go to the playoffs is out of their hands, and all of the other teams surrounding them will be in action today and could easily push them out. Right now, though, if that round is any indication, DZ didn't really break much of a sweat as defenders, and it looks like it might be more like the usual clubhouse that we see where the defenders have a distinct advantage.
Well, that could be the case. I don't know if that round is necessarily evidence of it, only because... Okay, and I want to be real careful. Roticism came back very briefly in that sense. I want to be really careful here when I say this.
Woticism.
All right, that's mean. Obviously,
Your name is Winks.
Man.
Winks.
Casting Winks.
Casting
Anyway.
Winks. For what it's worth, I also had Roticism, and I went to a speech therapist.
Hey, now we do it. Hey, now we talk for a living. Funny how that works.
I used to say Pauco because I couldn't say Parker. Yeah, Pauco.
Pauco. Anyway.
And my mom was like, no.
So remember how like Dark Zero would gap spot and win rounds? That time, Standby just tried to directly run into the defense. And if it weren't like rough enough for that rush's potential success that like all 5 defenders were on the site, when you throw an Ash charge into a window, usually kind of an indicator that a team is probably going to try to like hop in soon after. So I think Standby won, not exactly making the best call there, and also kind of telegraphing that rush a little bit just by that abnormal behavior. That being said, Spirits is dead in the first 30 seconds. How? I don't really know. Seems Bino might have just been watching CC and Spirits try to get aggressive? Question mark. Not sure. Either way, Standby with a 5v4 with very little effort or utility spent. Nobody's going to complain about that.
We got some operators popping up on the side of Standby that we didn't really see get used elsewhere. One of which was a Rotero drone, or as you would call it, a Woto drone.
That was crazy from you. That was an assault.
What are you gonna do, sue me? Not yet. You're not a lawyer yet.
No, you didn't put me in an immediate apprehension of harm.
I'm using big words right now, and I don't understand them, so I'm gonna take that as a sign of disrespect.
Harm is 4 letters.
Apprehension is more than 4.
More than that.
Yeah, definitely more than that. But no, I mean, you've lost Spirits on the side of DZ. Standby have an opening. You know, I hear that when Standby gives openings to DZ, that DZ does really well, but when they don't, DZ struggles. I don't know if you've heard that.
No, I haven't.
Oh, Nate taken down by Fens. A much cleaner execute from Standby now, unfolding as DZ's players off-site have been isolated and punished very effectively by the attackers.
especially losing the Azami and the Clash so early. Now Dark Zero with only 3 players on the site. It would require a little bit of a throw by standby at this point. You can see the pace changing a little bit, but it's just a quick rotation over to Metalbound to open up an angle for Epic. And honestly, I think if the main pathway to victory is if standby take a little too long and Dark Zero able to get NGR into a position or Citizen into a position down below to use that C4. So if they can hold on just for a little bit longer, it'll come down to NGR. But right now, standby don't have anybody down below. There's potential for a C4 to deny the plant.
They need to blow something open here, because they've got 30 seconds left to ride out a 5v3 that favors standby. A flash will come out from construction door. They scamper off of this position. Pambazu down below, almost missing his engagement with Fens. Time for him to get up and watch Logi doors. It's allowed the Blackbeard to walk right into the bomb site. Relatively uncontested as Bino will now push into bathroom. NJR in rough spot. Nitro Cell goes out. Citizen with 1 kill. Eddie and Epic on the board. Pambazu now with 1 kill earlier in the round. Will have to save it. Bino attempting a plant. Pambazu looking for an opening, but great coverage from Eddie as they trade. But there's still players left on the side of standby. DZ bottle the round early. They are never able to recover, and standby plays the mid to late round so well. We have a tie game. Even if DZ emerges with points here, Lynx, safe to say, this is not a great look for Dark Zero at the moment.
No, looking in a position right now where even if they make it into playoffs, winning it or even making a deep run is anything but certain. Making some good moves, I don't think Pambazu dropping down is entirely a bad thing. You want to fight the player down below, but it does result in Logi being vacated, which is ultimately the way in which standby were able to push through. That being said, you're in a 3v5, just playing that position is probably going to be very difficult. I don't think Dark Zero really had a lot of good moves to make. The round was already kind of done when you have a cash CCTV construction hold based around an Azami and a Clash, and the Azami goes down in the first 30 seconds. Then the Clash is a little isolated from the team, not just for reasons entirely unrelated to her at all. And so if her only supports the guy in construction and you still want to have 2 people on the site, so standby don't rush in like you did on a gym bedroom attack, the Clash basically has to decide, do I try and fulfill the strat and waste more time, or do I fall back and give them CCTV early? Neither of which are good options, and they're both filled with uncertainty. Dark Zero losing Azami so early put them in a position where it was kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Fens is having a great game. It started off in round number 1 with, I guess, some haste setting or tone setting on the side of standby. Knocked Dark Zero off of their stride. As for DZ, look at that scoreline. 6 kills, 6 kills, 5 kills, 6 kills, 5 kills. DZ doesn't actually have a player that's going negative at the moment, Lynx. That is stunning based on the fact it's a tie game. Shows that even when DZ is, losing, you've either still got players alive or they're getting lots of kills and getting as close to the finish line as possible. Spirits hits a fadeaway on the Fens. That was the player we just talked about on standby. That is no more, and it's a devastating loss. Losing the buck, losing so much of your soft destruction. That's going to make attacking this bomb site way more challenging.
It's going to be a pretty decent issue, and Dark Zero can feel, whether they know it was the buck or not, they can feel confident rotating back to the site. And if they don't, you clearly see just the 5v4, or if they don't for that reason, you can see the 5v4 has made them feel good enough about just playing a bit more, playing a bit more conservatively on the site, only having 1 player on main stairs at the moment who could rotate up if they want to, but no, they've actually fallen back. Nate just droning a bit more with the yokai, spotting that there's nobody around the middle floor at the moment for standby. Could influence Citizen to maybe make some kind of a play, but standby are taking a long time just to even get close to kitchen. And based on the way the pace of this round is trending, while standby has some good utility, the bees, the trackers, and the blitz, I'm thinking the blitz and the bees specifically. Are we hot dropping?
Sure looks that way. Why not? Take no prisoners. That's exactly what Epic is hoping for. Down goes NJR. Spirits dies 2. Kixrow finds 2 from inside of blue. Suddenly, standby have the advantage. Citizen drops, and he trades with Epic. What is going on with the trades? But right now, it's DZ on their back foot. Pambazu and Nave to try to save this round, or standby takes the lead. Nave does have a yokai in position. Can he get it over to Bino in time? Yes. Unfortunately for you, Epic, they certainly
did.
did spectate it. We saw it in all of its glory. Second yokai now maneuvered over from blue stairs. Pambazoo taken down. It's all up to Nave, who was hiding inside a church. And, well, a prayer is needed for DZ at this moment. Both yokais still up. Are you kidding me? How is Standby not taking them out? A bit of a small issue, and this is a new one. We have lost all contact. May God be with us. Now we're up to Eddie inside a kitchen as Naif is scrambling to find an opening. Standby have managed to vacate the premises. Bino giving lots of calls from inside a dirt tunnel, but he's not an active gun. The shield will push forwards. It gets Naif off of his position. And Bino can continue to just waste time, knocking the Echo down and also squelching him in the process. Standby win 2 rounds in a row, and they take the lead again. What is going on in this match?
Honestly, you really have to give credit to the call made by Standby there. That was a risky play, but recognizing that that round was not trending towards a victory just by staying the course. Losing the buck early, plus spending as much time as they did just clearing out and getting progress on the middle floor. You're looking at attacking and hitting the site with maybe 15, 20 seconds left, in all honesty, if you really want to be normally thorough. And by rushing like they did, it's always going to include an element of risk. You are exchanging speed for time. But, as we know, there are a couple important things. One, Citizen was still playing on main stairs. What that indicates is, as confirmed by the Yokai, Dark Zero know that the attack is still roaming, and Citizen is trying to play a little aggressive, not necessarily get a kill, but if one presents it, he will, but deny information. But he's playing there because he doesn't think anybody else is nearby, which is important because the Grim walks in, and with Dark Zero in that posture, they are definitely not going to be ready for a sight hit, because if they thought one was incoming, Citizen would probably rotate back or be actively going for a flank. So Standby read the position perfectly, 1, based off the time that they were in, and 2, based off Dark Zero's positioning. I didn't expect it, but I think it's super cool that 1, they read it that well, and 2, fully committed as a team. You got to give them credit for that, and they're in the lead off the back of it.
It's also popped Dark Zero's timeout. That was what we were talking about, that ugliness from Citizen who dropped and got a little bit surprised. I do like the orange vision. It was very nice.
When we entered CRT mode.
It certainly did remind me of that. How do you even remember that? You're so young.
Oh, I don't remember it. I've never even seen a CRT TV, but I just know it exists.
We need to tell Epic to stop saying gulp.
Is that like a younger Gen Z thing that I'm not aware of?
Bro, it's as if Epic heard us.
My bad.
10 seconds
Dude,
left.
I'm already like I'm only 23 and I'm already like
5 seconds remaining.
we're just stealing SSG isms now.
Attacker's objective is to locate
Anyway.
a bomb.
Here's what I'll say. Standby have really not had a lot of opportunities to say these things in chat. Let them talk
that's
the
fair.
talk.
That's fair. You know what?
Let them talk the talk.
I'm gonna let it slide. I'm getting so like out of tune with like the younger generation. Like I was in a screening of The Long Walk and Mile 67 popped up on the screen. The entire theater burst out laughing, and I was very confused. And I needed someone to explain it to me after.
I don't understand it. Can you explain it to me?
6, 7. That's it. That's the joke.
Like 6, 7, 8, like 6, what?
Nah, it's just Fox is probably giggling right now. Fox is on social media. I'm not. Anyway.
Your life is better away from social media. But
And you know
Standby.
what?
Go ahead.
Your life is better when you're away from CCTV and cash, which is sadly where we are.
Yes, that is true. Standby has 24 rounds won. Oh my goodness. Kicks row. What? Kicks row.
We're spectating this.
We are. Down goes NJR. Oh my goodness, this could be very, very bad. Now Nafe will die as well from that same angle. Kicksrow persists. He has to be worried about the environmental destruction next to him as that pipe does go off. And he'll try a second time with this smoke. He'll see Citizen, but there won't really be that much there, as now Eddie's been felled by Pambazoo inside of construction. He is not able to secure. All 3 remaining defenders of DZ have now moved to the A bomb site with 90 seconds left. This is a very tricky bomb site to sit in when you are outnumbered. The only 2 ways out of this site are to either go through rafters and then rotate through garage, as that's what Spirits did, is now gonna head up main stairs, or to hop down red stairs, which still leads you to lounge and puts you in a very similar position. Standby can use this remaining time very effectively, and if they send somebody downstairs, Spirits will be in a world of hurt.
Yeah, but I was about to say the call is boom for when somebody walks over that C4, but unfortunately doesn't find anything. That was Dark Zero's primary and potentially only attempt to bring the man count back late, and Spirits dies in the process. Very real match point.
Oh my goodness, but they're gonna keep numbers close. Now it's all up to Citizen, but Eddie and Bino get the job done in the round. Bino trying to calm everybody down. Eddie very excited as we move to match point.
Oh no, wait, Dark Zero might actually lose this. Like, I was kind of just like...
Are you serious? We've been casting this game for 36 minutes, and you're just now starting to think, DZ might be in trouble.
We can, okay, listen, I rationally understood the possibility. Emotionally, I was still like, yeah, Dark Zero will win. But now it's kind of just like all hit at once. Like, wait a sec, we're at 6-4. This is like... Dark Zero might actually miss playoffs if Envy just get 1 point in their OXG game, which I believe is how that works, by the way, because if Dark Zero end up getting nothing from today, they'll be at 12. Cloud9 or C9, one of them is guaranteed to at least, at a minimum, tie Dark Zero at 12 3 ways. If Cloud9 win in overtime, if Wildcard lose an OT, Wildcard will get 1, be at 12, Cloud9 will be at 2, also be at 12. We'd have a 4-way tie at 12 points. But then obviously if Envy just gets 1 point, they'll be at 13 over that whole conundrum. And I think because it's...
Attackers are moving.
I'm always forgetting. Is it round diff? That's the first one? Because
round differential is the first tiebreaker, and then it goes head to head.
So if Cloud9 were to win in overtime, I'm not doing this right now. Either way, things get real tricky, and Dark Zero might actually miss playoffs.
Never do math on the broadcast. That's rule number 1.
I'm not doing it. But either way, the point I'm trying to make is things are real tricky for Dark Zero.
I will say, Standby are obviously motivated by their matchup against Cruelty yesterday. I talked about this 2 days ago on the show, and I said Standby is not this bad of a team. They finished 2 points out of the playoffs in Stage 1 with the exact same roster. They were ahead of Cruelty, they were ahead of Envy, they were 1 point back of Cloud9 for 7th place. This team has the bones to be a fine squad. Do I think they're a playoff caliber team? Not really, but there's a couple teams in this league that I feel are the same. I never felt the Standby team deserved the 0 points that they had earned up until yesterday's match. And I think finally we are starting to see them get themselves out of a rut, get their head into the game, and realize that, frankly, sometimes playing for comedic effect is more important than anything else.
Parker and I are big supporters of the bit generally. So any team that decides to play for it will always do well in our books.
Yeah, but how funny was it? Because whenever you're in trouble, yeah, but how funny was it? All right, you got me. It was funny.
We'll have to see if this ends up being funny. You can see a little bit of a rotation from Standby. Oh, are we doing another one? Are we doing another quick call, or is Eddie trying to stealthily get a tight angle on bedroom window and see if Pambazoo or anybody inside of the site decides to get aggressive? NGR, one of the smartest players in North America, if not the world, kind of recognizes what's happening, has the C4 ripped, and this will land right at Eddie's feet with little to no recourse available to the glass if that happens. Utility port into construction. Ooh, tries to throw to C4 to allow Pamba to recover, but unfortunately it's mistimed. Eddie gets it. Nafe with a big trade will stave off the bleeding for Dark Zero, but if one more kill goes Standby's way, the match might soon follow.
There's a lot of value that Eddie just got there. The location of 2 of the 4 remaining defenders, one of which is pinned down over by bathroom. You obviously have an idea that there's one by bathroom, but you never really know. Out goes that oil canister. Spirits' utility will slow down this Glaz, who's Eddie encroaches upon this position, pre-firing away. Doesn't see the rotate over towards Logi. Nafe is dusted off now too. It's the mayor, NJR, in a 1v3, clinging to a playoff spot. DZ's hopes rest on one man. What can NJR do? You called him one of the smartest players in NA, one of the smartest players in the world. Well, you're going to need some smarts to win a 1v3. He won't be able to do it, though. A stunning result as Standby steals the game away. They win 2 in a row to close out this stage. DZ still in the playoffs, but they are at the mercy of their opponents. It's up to Envy Wildcard, and Cloud9 to determine if DZ makes the top 6 or, for the first time in the team's history, they miss the NA playoffs. The faces say it all, Lynx. That is a stunning match for DZ.
A stunning match indeed, and now their fate is out of their hands, and I'm sure the desk, and particularly Fox, is going to have a lot of thoughts on this one.
So far,
I think
I gotta walking up. I'm sprinting gold. He's
gotta be bathroom.
mattress.
No!
Let's fucking go!
Let's go!
Oh my god, I finally beat
Oh
DC.
my
God.
God.
First time
Let's
beating
fucking
DC.
go!
Shit!
Why are we so
What the
bad?
actual... No, like, there's no
They
words
did it.
to describe what just happened. We're not even gonna sit here and talk about it. We're just gonna bring in Bino because this is ridiculous.
The GOAT!
Oh my God, congratulations. that win was incredible. 7-4 against no other team than DZ. You don't look too happy right now, man. Come on.
Yeah, unfortunately, the game might have had bigger meaning if we started off the stage how we started off last stage. But yeah, win's a win at the end of the day, even though we don't gain anything from it. But yeah.
I hope that you guys are at least very proud of yourselves here, because this was insane. I just want to talk about, how is this possible right now? Is it just the fact that there's no pressure on your shoulders? Has there been anything that you've done differently heading into this week? Like, what made you guys be able to be so dominant against DZ?
Probably a combination of both, to be honest. I think the pressure aspect was definitely something we addressed, because we did put a lot of pressure on ourselves to perform against, I guess, like Envy and the games in the past couple of weeks, and ultimately it kind of just ate us alive. So yeah, we went into the games, last game and then this one as well, with just no pressure on ourselves, just have fun, play for each other. Yeah, that's pretty much it, I guess.
Yeah, Bino, congratulations. Obviously, yeah, bittersweet moment. But on the desk, we've been praising you individually for obviously just coming into Pro League this year, attempting to IGL this team. And essentially, I wanted to know, have you noticed your own improvements throughout the stage? This is arguably your best stage in the NAL. And we were all also saying that we hope you get the Packer treatment and get called up to one of the big boy teams and have that chance to lead a roster full of amazing players. And so, yeah, how do you feel like you've grown throughout the stage so far?
Well, firstly, appreciate it a lot. Thank you. I think I've definitely improved from stage one. IGLing is something that I never did prior to this opportunity. So when I joined LG at the beginning of stage one, they needed someone to call, so I stepped up and filled the boots. I think ultimately last stage our performance was was okay. We had that game against Wildcard, the last game of the week that we ultimately lost, and that kind of was pretty unfortunate. But yeah, I think our trajectory as a team has been really hindered by just not having an org, to be honest, because I think our actual preparation in the off season, it was capped because we could only single scrim. I know I was working, everyone on the team has class work, so yeah, I think a big problem with this stage compared to last stage is we made some decisions leading into it, like map pool wise. We shortened our map pool a lot to kind of cater to the allocated time we had to practice. And yeah, I mean, if I could go back and change a couple things, I definitely would. But actually playing in the server and when we're not under all the pressure that we put on ourselves, we could play. I mean, it's unfortunate that we didn't do this when it mattered. But yeah.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you guys proved it by beating DZ today. And I just wanted to ask finally, when it comes to you as an individual, if you could join one team currently in the NAL right now to instantly take that IGL role, what team do you think needs a better IGL like yourself?
Gosh, I have no idea. I mean, I think
on the spot.
Man, who needs? I honestly I can't even say. I think everyone's got their own kind of unique vision going and culture. I guess maybe one of the teams that don't make playoffs for this stage, I guess. But I still got a lot to prove. You know, I mean, playing, getting 7-0 twice in the stage is definitely something we got to look at and get better at, especially on an individual level. So yeah, just looking to get better and improve with. Yeah.
Well, listen, I'll say this to Fox's question. Maybe not what IGL can you replace, but if you were to join any roster that you feel could mold you and shape you into even a better player than what you're progressing to be, what would that team look like?
I mean, I guess Dark Zero, I mean, I've always looked up to kind of that play style. The way they play the game, I think, is really good. Obviously, they're going through a little bit of a slump, but I think they have really great players. But if I could pick a team culture-wise, it would definitely be Dark Zero.
You know, I just want to say I care about my job, so I'm not going to use this word, but great blank job. I really want to commend you for your effort that you're putting in. I mean, I've been very critical. I'm sure maybe you've seen what I've said on Twitter and everything like that. I'm just happy to see, given the circumstances, given all the hurdles that you guys have to go through, talking, you know, schooling, jobs, still coming in every day, putting in that work, knowing that none of the implications here, you know, puts you in a playoff position, but still performing the way that you were, regardless if it was against Cruelty. You had a pop-off performance. Then even coming into this game versus Dark Zero, having the game that you did, leading the team to the success, and just, I know you said, you know, there isn't much to take from this, but there's a lot to take from this. You guys had a rough stage. You guys finished super strong. Sure, you're going to a relegation. Fact of the matter is, this is the team that you guys know you can be. This is the team that clearly is there if the communication is there, everyone's on the same page, everyone is working together. Like, this is the glimpse that we saw even in the beginning of this stage. So I wouldn't look at this game as like, sure, it doesn't matter. Fact of the matter, it does matter. You guys clearly are showing everything that you guys know in each other, in yourselves, that you can be this team. And I really just want to give you all the respect and all the praise that you deserve. And like Fox has said, I do hope you get an opportunity to really shine and grow as a player, because I think you have everything in your playing capabilities to be a good player. It's just sometimes, you know, you get the short end of the stick. But even with the short end, I think you are making miles above what other players in your position would be able to do. So again, congratulations on the win today, and congratulations on your performance in particular.
Thank you so much. Means a lot. Thank you, guys.
Aw, another pep talk for Uncle Axe. That's very sweet of you. But also, just from our end, congrats. It was a treat to see you guys in the last couple of days. Sorry that it, didn't necessarily go out the way that you guys planned it to, but I'm really confident, as you guys are all saying, that you're taking it as a learning opportunity and as a lesson to see more of you guys in the future. So take care of yourself.
Shit, I want to. I want to see more of their performance.
Yeah, of
Thank
course.
you, guys.
Don't we all? Bye. Take care of yourself.
Hopefully. Bye. Thank you.
See ya. Yeah. I mean, first off, you were wrong. You were right, though.
I was right. I believed in them. Give me standby. I don't know. Sometimes I just get like that intuition feel,
Give me the standings, because something that we touched up on earlier before we even came into this was the fact we had this graphic where it was like, okay, if DZ loses this game, then they're not going to be advancing in terms of points. They're sitting at 12 points. So now that we have Cloud9 going up against Wildcard, this has to go a very specific way for them to actually be able to remain in this position.
Yeah, so Dark Zero being stuck at 12, best case scenario for them, they just need Envy to lose, and they need either Wildcard or Cloud9 to win out in regulation. But if Envy wins, then all hopes and dreams are lost, because either Wildcard or Cloud9 will win and jump over them, and Envy will win and jump over them. So they need that Envy loss, but when it comes down to if Envy loses, all they have to hope is that they don't get a Cloud9 Wildcard overtime, where Cloud9 wins overtime, because now that would mean Cloud9 and Wildcard both tie in points, and they would beat Dark Zero in round count. There's so much talking. We'll see how the games go, but obviously they need Envy to lose. That's the first step.
That's crazy. I'm laughing. This is not funny. I don't know why I'm laughing. But your hopes of making playoffs, your hopes of going to an international is literally dependent on Wildcard, Envy, and C9.
I mean, fact of the matter is, it's because of your own stage. It's your own fault.
Yeah.
There's no one else to blame.
All right, that's absolutely right. But Wildcard is playing C9 next, which is the game that we have coming up after the break. So if you want to see how this plays out, which you definitely want to, make sure you stick around, because we'll be right back.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gimbo. They're back. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1. And they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today, they take their kingdom from Blackout!
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
contact.
Available now.
If last game wasn't exciting enough, don't you worry. We got another one coming up. C9 against Wildcard. And this one is not just important for the two teams that are playing, it is also important for DZ, who has just lost their game in terms of the standings. Welcome back, everybody, to the NAL, our final day of Super Week. And once again, our teams are fighting for the top 6 slots. But C9 Wildcard, I mean, both of these teams are the definition of, I want to say, inconsistent, because sometimes they're great, sometimes maybe shit.
I would say Cloud9 has looked a lot better in that regard, whereas Wildcard, yeah, you could go with what you're saying, very consistent in that regard. But both these teams are in an exact similar situation where if they can get a regulation win here, they will solidify themselves in a top 6, especially after watching how this first game shaped out. So a lot of pressure is on this match.
Yeah, starting off with the pressure on C9 specifically, because was to an extent at the start of this year, not just the stage, some expectations that we had from this roster competing under the C9 banner, but it didn't really come to fruition.
Yeah, no, I mean, there has been some improvements, obviously. Them being #1 in attacking, their IGL ability from Dream increased by so much. Another aspect was having players that can slay out. Giddy has been having an amazing stage. That fixes those issues, but I think in comparison to all the other teams in the top 6, they just don't have enough firepower like the rest of the rosters.
Yeah, and one thing that you've been really known for in the last couple of playdays is that you are a very much hater when it comes to hat.
Yeah, I mean, I don't wear hats, and Hat does not wear shirts, essentially. Obviously, in yesterday's matchup. Wow, he's got the armpits out, too.
He's actually looking good.
He is looking good. But when it comes down to Cloud9 yesterday, Hat did have a good game against OXG. He individually played his best game so far throughout the stage. It wasn't that great, obviously, 7-8. He did have a donut up until 6 rounds. But that being said, he did perform to expectations when Cloud9 needed him most. They're going to need him today. So if there's a game where Cloud9 needs Hat to step up, it will be today because they desperately need firepower. Because that's their biggest issue right now, is they just don't have enough players that are putting up the numbers on the board.
Yeah, not just because they need the firepower, but also because, again, this is the game that you're playing for playoffs. So, of course, it's your final chance to actually lock yourself in there. And it's the same thing for Wildcard, because when we're looking at Wildcard, this is, again, a roster that can do really well, and then they just have these rounds where you're like, there's no way they lose them, right? And then they just flush them down the toilet.
Yeah, I mean, it's little thing after little thing with this roster. You know, you can't hold on to them into some aspect, but when I'm talking about those little things that they can't hold on to is these rounds. You know, many of these rounds that I'm about to show you is they had everything. They had the win condition and they lose it. Spiker accidentally tries to go for a Toxic Babe. Even in round 5, you see here, watch the Solus gadget. If you miss it, record it, go back. You can see the Solus gadget is not being used to play for this diffuser, so all of Wildcard is sitting perfectly still, underutilizing very important utility where they have the win condition right in front of them. They lose this round. These are 2 rounds now where this could have been Wildcard's game. They could already be up 5-1 in this situation. Then we fast forward into round 7. Why are we fighting this, Spiker? You have such a key piece of the puzzle for this retake or for this push onto site with that Dokkaebi call. It ends up falling apart. Bay does try his damnedest to bring this round back that easily could have been in their favor if they stay alive, have that dope call to be able to push for site. And then we fast forward into the last round here where, again, they have everything set up. They have the post plant perfect. Spiker, that's an unfortunate gunfight to lose. That's a very important gunfight to win, rather of fact, than Dash losing out on the shield. No one is in great coverage to be able to play for this. Baby Shark is in an unwinnable situation here, having to watch his back, having to play for this window, having to see if someone's going for the diffuser, and then the late flank coming out here from Kansan. It just speaks all of these little rounds. They're doing everything right up until the very end, and it's the reason why now they're finding themselves in this situation where they have to fight for their lives here to try to qualify, similar to what it was last stage. But again, they're doing everything right up until the last part of these rounds. So these little things really do hemorrhage rounds and hemorrhage your opportunity at making playoffs. And honestly, if you don't make playoffs, given your not stage performance, what you did back in the major at Reload, roster changes has to be made.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also, again, love how you're talking about this roster, similar passion that you had for the Dark Zero earlier today, where you're just upset at how these things are going.
Yeah, I mean, all these players are good on paper. There's no reason why they should be having this kind of performance, whether that's for Dark Zero, whether that's for Wildcard, whether that's for Shopify Rebellion. Sure, the competition has gotten better in our region to some extent, but that doesn't mean that you now start to falter towards the very end. You want to have your problems in the beginning of the stage.
Yes.
You don't want to start having problems at the end of the stage where playoffs are potentially lost, or you go into playoffs still not finding a solution.
Yeah, and speaking of playoffs specifically, we're going to have a look at the standings, Foxay, because if we recall, literally nothing has changed besides the fact that LFO was able to get another 3-pointer from DZ. But DZ is currently on 5th with 12 points. Wildcard just 1 point behind.
Yeah, not only are DZ on 12 points, same amount, but their round count went down to 1. So best case scenario for both of these teams is an overtime win for Cloud9. Both teams would tie with 12, giving them better round counts to be able to both leapfrog over Dark Zero, knocking him out. If only one team wins in regulation, obviously that team knocks out DZ a little bit lower, but DZ still in contention up until the Envy game. So obviously for both teams, if they want to be able to both make it, they need an overtime win for Cloud9. One team just wants to make it, they just need to win out.
But that's just, at the end of the day, very realistic for either one of these rosters to be in playoffs. Like, coming into today, we were like, ooh, how's it going to look like? What's it going to look like? Because we were thinking ahead of like, okay, DZ is not going to lose this matchup. But now that DZ has done that, it's a complete different ball game, which makes it so much more exciting. But just to hold our horses and start things off with the map veto, just to see where we're heading to, and it will be Chalet.
Ooh, I mean, this is one of Wildcard's best maps. It always gets banned out, essentially, just so that Wildcard cannot play on it. But I will say that works when Wildcard is playing aggressively, and that has not looked like the case for Wildcard. They've had a very big issue when it comes down to their late game. They can get the entries down, but obviously, when it comes down to the teams, they just struggle when it comes to that late game. And against a team like Cloud9, Cloud9's not that aggressive recently. We talked about it. Their firepower is not matching up to standards of all the other teams that are competing for the top 6. So I like the situation a lot for Wildcard.
Some cases I do, some cases I don't. You know, again, this matchup happened last stage to kick off the stage. Cloud9 did win it 7-4 based off their attacks, how sloppy.
Packer was the reason.
I do agree. Packer did play a lot of his hand into that, just finding those gaps from Wildcard. But Wildcard is throwing away a lot of these rounds. So it's a question of, are they going to tidy up on these small things, and where Cloud9 can really punish all of Wildcard in terms of how their defenses have looked so far.
Our lovely producer also just let us know that this is the first Chalet of the stage so far, which kind of like brings the question is, what can we really expect here?
I mean, there's two things that happen to it. Obviously, because teams ban Chalet when it comes to a team like Wildcard, either they get worse on it because they don't get a chance to really play it in official matches, or it's still one of their great maps that constantly gets banned out, so you don't know what they're going to bring. So it could be a double-edged sword for Wildcard, but with the way that they're playing, I will say Cloud9, I believe it is the better mental team, strategy team currently. So when it comes down to that, if Wildcard can't get those opening picks, that'll be the biggest issue for Wildcard.
So then when we're looking at prediction side of things for either or both of you, it's, again, a little bit of a disagreement. I like that. I'll go for you, Lance.
I mean, I'm sticking with Cloud9, just like Fox said. You know, in terms of their strats and their overall prep and also being the #1 rated attacking team here, this is a very good map for Chalet for here. If they can end the half 3-3, 4-2, they should look very good going to their defensive side of things. And then also just punishing even in terms of bans, you know, getting rid of the Azamis, getting rid of comfort away from Wildcard to be able to hold these positions, force them out with the prep that they do. So, I mean, for Wildcard to be in a position, being in a position on a map like Chalet where it is very heavy fight, frag heavy, being able to trade off one another, where we aren't seeing that too much, I'm not too confident in them allowing Chalet to slip through.
Well, we'll see whether or not C9 is able to lock this one out. Which one of these teams is going to be heading into the playoffs as we're going to our first Chalet of the stage with our casters in Taro and Lynx.
A lot on the line here with all of these matchups, Lynx, and we get to ride by and see as it all unfolds in the most pivotal day of group stages. Now, a couple of these teams have locked in their spots, but this matchup has two teams that have yet to do so. If I asked you to join the desk and pick a favorite, Cloud9 or Wildcard, shirts or no shirts, which one are you taking?
Oh, that's a tough one, to be honest with you.
So the shirts part, right? Yeah, I felt that too. Tarps off.
I can't handle you. I can't handle you sometimes, man. In terms of shirts or no shirts, I'm definitely a shirts person. I can tell you that much.
I'm pro shirt.
I'm also pro shirt.
Okay.
All right. I feel like that was aggressive from the production.
We worked on this together. Look at that. His abs are so firm, you can grate cheese on them.
I'm sorry. Hat being shirtless and it cutting to Spiker, like breathing in deeply. He's like, Lord, please help me.
They're all meditating.
I've noticed this. This seems to be a trend for Wildcard.
You know what hold on a second. You know what the most confusing thing about that camera view is? Can we just go back to it for 1 second? Look on the right side of the screen above the headboard. Who puts an outlet there? Why is there an outlet halfway up the wall?
Who put an outlet there?
Who put an outlet there? Okay. What is that for?
Okay. Honestly, though, that's really convenient for, like, charging your phone. Because, like, you know, sometimes...
Are you an insane person?
Well, hold on. Like, sometimes, you know, you're laying in bed and you gotta charge your phone. And sometimes, like, for example, in my room, like, on the side I sleep on, the outlet's kind of far away. And then on the opposite side, it's covered by a closet. So, like, I don't really have a good spot to charge my phone. If I had an outlet, like, right next, like, right above my bed, like, my headboard,
okay,
that'd be kind of crazy. That'd be freezing.
This is a problem that was solved long time ago. They're called extension cords. And you get either a power bar or an extension cord that plugs into an outlet, and then it, get this, extends the outlet to wherever you are.
What is this millennial nonsense?
Yes, millennial nonsense. Why don't you ask your favorite grok when extension cords were invented?
Grok is not a millennial. Careful.
We reserve comments for our own private conversations, because there are things that should not. There are things that involve.
You know what? Listen. There are plenty of things that involve, and one thing that this game involves will be a big question. How is Chalet going to pan out? Because Chalet was one of our more played maps last stage, and it was the topic of conversation not between you and I on the broadcast, but there was a dialogue of sorts, a dialectic, if you will.
10 seconds to insertion.
And basically, Chalet was defender-sided last stage. That should not really be the case, but if you looked at kind of the actual numbers, it was clear that it was kind of because of some particular matchups and particular teams rather than something fundamentally changing about Chalet. But this is our first Chalet, Parker. Nobody knows anything. It should still be attacker-sided because that's kind of how the map works. You can contest a lot of control from outside the building. Maps like that usually tend to be attacker-sided. But at the same time, this is our first matchup, so who cares?
Back in NA League, Stage 1, Chalet was the third most played map in the region, and it was defender-sided. 58% of the 57 rounds played were won by the defenders.
What the?
Rough start for the defenders so far, as both Kobe Lax and Dream double up to eliminate Dash. Kansan vaporized as well, and narrowly a team kill. As Dream escapes from that position, a third body from Wildcard thrown at the problem by the double doorway, leading over towards Chimney. That's Bay posted up in that position. He's done a lot of damage to both Kobe and Dream, but that's really all he has to show for it. 1 minute in and a huge advantage from Cloud9.
I know they just mentioned that the firepower for C9 has been kind of lacking this stage, but where C9 were succeeding the most often in Stage 1 was when players like Kobe Lax were popping off consistently. That was when C9 were at their best, and if Kobe's able to, obviously it's only one round, but if Kobe's having a really good day today, Wildcard will be in for a rough spot, especially so
Down
far.
goes Baby Shark at the hands of the Glass. That's not Kobe Lax doing that work, but
no.
We saw Dream being a big reason why Kobe Lax was able to pick up those first 2 kills. Spiker outliving on borrowed time, potentially dumping as many bullets into the shield as possible, but a flawless start by C9 matches the flawless start that we saw out of Standby back in map number 1. It does not bode well for Wildcard, as, again, in Stage 1, this was a defender-sided map. You do raise a good point that this has historically been very good for the attackers, but still, if NA's playing it the way they are and the defenders have a leg up, you got to be better than that if you're Wildcard.
Especially since this is very much a win and you're in sort of situation. Not technically if you get down, obviously, into the nitty-gritty of it, but in the vast majority of situations, whoever wins this matchup will, in all likelihood, be in playoffs. Again, the vast majority of scenarios. But especially if Wildcard lose, things get very, very complicated. Well, actually, no, things don't get complicated, because if Wildcard lose, they will almost certainly be out. So if they are losing gunfights like that throughout the majority of this game, this not only will likely go C9's way, it will be a very quick one. Because if you just got a guy hopping in a window who's able to win not 1 but 2 kills, while, to be fair, actually playing around the shield, like, scarily well. And I don't mean that as in, like, the whole team is coordinating around them. I just don't really know how Kobe, playing like he didn't shoot Dream in the back of the head at any point in that entry. But he didn't. And I imagine C9, by and large, are very happy that that didn't occur. We'll see what the clear is like this time for C9, as we don't have Kobe on Ash. Instead, he'll be on Ace. So likely you have to see a little bit of utility usage before Kobe starts getting active.
Is your stream dead?
Dead? No.
It is
like
dead
slowly bleeding out.
It's down but not out.
Down but DBNO. I heard
DBNO.
The streets are saying.
That's many such people, many such examples.
Merriam-Webster, DBNO. That's the actual phrasing. Ooh, that's a good spot by Dream.
Down goes Silent at the hands of Bay. They knew exactly where Bay was, and yet Silent still wandered in. Silent's been having some better games over the last little while, as Cloud9's been leveling up in their end of this stage. They did get an opportunity to play up against the 3 teams that were below them in the standings, so Those points were ripe for the picking. The halfway point and a difference from round number 1. Cloud9 hadn't suffered a single casualty up until Silent bit the dust.
Ooh, now another one going down. The very player who droned in Silent spotted Bay earlier. Dream not really paying for anything as he was doing his job perfectly fine, but still dies in the process. It was a very good entry before, and now Wildcard is seeming to win a lot of these fights. Kobilax lurking in the mid-round. Will at least find Kansan, but that's a player who is simply roaming. The broader defensive setup is still intact. And for Wildcard, as long as they hold these positions and play their trades, they should be fine. Cloud9, aside from the Capitao, to be fair, don't have too many resources to clear out blue stairs or to break through any of these crossfires. The only thing they have are the fire bolts and the smoke bolts, which can do a lot of work. But if any of them get caught or misplaced, or if the team isn't perfectly coordinated, it really seems like Wildcard should close this.
And now a vault in from Hat as they look to close the distance with 40 seconds remaining. They've flushed out these defenders from upstairs, albeit a player on Library.
Oh.
Nice grab by Hat, flexing those muscles and those reflexes for our viewing pleasure. Down goes Baby Shark. Forget what I said, by the way. Bay has not been shaken off of this spot. This entire round has happened, and Bay has moved maybe about 3 feet. He's going to have his smartwatch going off saying it's time to exercise. Kobilax now looking to pad the 3 kills that he has. Maybe increase that number. Maybe not as he dances around explosives. Behead Spiker. But he's got no defuse kit. He's out of time. By the time he gets it, it'll be over. Wildcard win the round largely because Bay goes uncontested for so long upstairs. Cloud9 unable to solve that problem, and they lose the round because of it.
Bit of a strange start. You see Bay gets spotted behind. I think Silent maybe just like expecting Bay to sit down, but honestly, that maybe Silent was playing a little risky. But I think that's just one of those situations where, I mean, Bay hops up and sprays half of his mag in his general direction. Those engagements happen sometimes. I don't know if you can necessarily say, you know, did Silent do something wrong? Maybe. Was it still in the range of normal player behavior? Probably. So I'm not really going to focus on that too much. After that, Cloud9 never really get anything going, and with Wildcard getting 2 kills at the start, it's just one of those rounds where if you lose 2 bodies and don't get anything for them, unless the other team starts throwing, nothing's really going to go your way. Now, to be fair, 2 lurks work out. Kobe kind of moving down below finds one. Hat walking up top blue kills Baby Shark playing that position, which Baby Shark maybe should have fallen back a little bit, but at the same time, that was the only way that round was going to be won, as a Wildcard got 5 kills like that, and getting 2 is... That's going to happen sometimes. Cost of doing business.
It's a heavier price to pay than people think.
Well, I mean, you know, I suppose it's kind of defined by how the round turns out, right? It's a heavy price to pay, but if you lose, it doesn't really matter. But if you win, heavy price to, or I guess if you lose in your wild card, heavy price to pay.
All right, well, very different lineup for C9 being brought. The Blackbeard being a consistent force should be of no surprise. It allows Dream to call while leading the team in. Dream's been a big voice for this Cloud9 roster. I'd like to remind everybody who are unaware of the standings, the Cloud9 sit in a very precarious position. They are outside of the playoffs at the moment by 2 points. A victory here will vault them over Envy and Dark Zero firmly into 5th place. They will not fear Dark Zero as DZ's match is already done. At a pretty quick pace. Standby winning their 2nd in a row, stunning Dark Zero, and you saw some pretty sad tweets earlier by the DZ players. Bay and Silent will trade out. Shopify Rebellion have locked in their place in the playoffs as well because of that result. So there are only 2 spots remaining, and these 2 teams both in the hunt for them. The other team, whose name we will be saying is playing later today, and well, it's not been a very easy end of schedule for Envy. They've had to run the gauntlet. As we're talking about this, these 2 teams insist on coming to blows much earlier, Lynx, and oh my goodness, they just keep trading back and forth. A 2v2 with a little over a minute to go. Spiker reduces C9 to just Kobilax, who's yet to die. Even though that Cloud9 team lost the previous round, it was on time. So Kobe sits at 5-0, and he'll have to contend with Dash and Spiker. He's in the bomb site. He's got to line up through the soft wall. Kobe taking down Spiker. Dash with 0 kills. Kobe with 0 deaths. Oh my. How many things are they going to throw at Kobe here, Lynx? How many do you think?
We've still got 1 C4 to throw, so there could be that. A soft wall, too. About to say secondary utility goes out, lands right at the foot of Kobe. Could land a nice flick, could land a nice 3K. Look at how much he's looking back and forth. Unfortunate, though, it's a 1v1 for Wildcard, and based off the trends of that round, one that they were more favored to win. Why is that? Well, technically speaking, that's an inaccurate statement. Gunfights don't necessarily bear on each other and affect the probability. But Bay got the first kill. 5v4. And what that round seemed like, Cloud9 always seemed to have a general understanding of the situation directly in front of them. But how it worked into the overall defensive lineup seemed to be something they were only figuring out as they moved to the next step. It's like, okay, we know this guy's here. We hop in, get the kill, but we can trade it out. That's fine. But then there's like, oh my God, there's another defender. Now we got to take this fight here, but we can trade it out with this angle. And they do trade it out, but then they don't anticipate the third guy. And then they trade that, but then they don't anticipate the fourth guy. And it's like every time they made a step, they were never exactly sure where to plant their foot next. And as a result, you have Wildcard starting off with the lead and Cloud9 constantly running into these probably like 60-40, 70-30 engagements and angles being held by Wildcard since the beginning of the round. It's one of those reasons why a full clear of the top floor can always be difficult, especially if you're just going to do it. I think that was also a bathroom window hop in again, which it was for C9 before, but only because Kobe Lax got 2 kills straight off the bat. That round is basically what happens when Kobe doesn't do that.
Kobe go kill is not an invalid way of approaching,
but not a consistent one.
Correct. And that's the thing is we try not to bring these players down to earth because it's important that we hype them up when they do well. But at the same time, if you're relying solely on one player getting all the kills on your team, and that's basically where you're at, Kobe matches the kill total of the rest of his team. 6 kills for Kobe, 6 for the rest of them. Doesn't really bode well for your strategy, when, especially if Kobe's getting a lot of those kills at the tail end of the round, and it's not really influencing the result. You know, when you're a player like Kobe, you're gonna be dying a lot because you're always gonna be in harm's way. Well, if you're getting kills out of harm's way, and there's 2 or 3 people left, and then you die, your stats are going to look good, but it's not going to have a big impact on the overall result of the round. So you're going to need a bit more depth on the side of Cloud9. Wildcard's won 2 rounds compared to Cloud9's single round, and yet Wildcard called a timeout. Intriguing. Unless I'm off base.
I mean, I think this has been kind of a strange game so far and very, very gunfight centric. So I could see either team potentially hearing something in the comms that they don't really like, or Cloud9 being in the deficit and obviously not really liking that on a map that typically you should trend attacker sided. I wouldn't blame either team for taking a pause at this point, especially with the next 3 rounds to go. Ban phase also completed. Didn't talk about that much, but Warden ban obviously being quite interesting, especially since, well, Warden's banned and Cloud9 are not running Ying at all. They've run
very little Ying today, for the record.
Kind of strange to see the Warden ban and not playing the Ying off the back of it, but hey, who knows? Also, Monty Deimos ban, as you can see, on a site like Master Bedroom Office, for example. If you're able to deny the attack from taking control down below, could be very nice. If you don't want to deal with it, ban the Deimos. Again, I am really unclear with what the plan on these attacks are. Okay. So I really don't know what's going on. Like, how much of these attacks are just Dream hopping through a window or a door with a shield? How much, because that's been the plan for Kitchen Dining twice, and now Master Bedroom and Office. Is that just how we're clearing top floor? Because the only time it worked is when Kobe got 2 kills off the rip. Like,
I'm not sure.
Wildcard are clearly ready for it.
Yeah,
and
Go ahead.
Did we not pick up on that in round 3?
Attackers have located a bomb.
I'm reloading.
I don't know.
I'm at a loss for words. I mean, when you get into these group stage matches like this, when so much is on the line, teams are going to be doing different stuff. They're going to be a bit unpredictable. And there's also going to be nerves, let's be frank. I mean, both of these teams have experienced players. I think it's safe to say that the overall experience is likely higher on this wildcard team just based on the results that they've had at recent live events.
5 seconds to insertion.
But I do have to wonder if Nerves is maybe playing into this. Again, it's a map that is very good for wildcard. It was, you know, the desk talked about this a little bit about how it's usually banned against them because of how good they are. But no team has any reps on this map in months. So silly things can happen. Wildcard are, you know, feasted on Cloud9. These teams are, I think, quite evenly matched. So I expect this one to go quite deep. And I'm gotta say, it's been an exciting bout between the two of them.
Oh, it has definitely been fun. Like, listen, I can be a caveman, I can be a Neanderthal if you want. I like gunfights. I think it's fun. I think it's cool. If Kobe wants to continue getting kills, I'm not going to complain. Especially with basement sight, you're likely going to have some kind of roam presence and an opportunity for, say, Silent to walk around with that SMG-12 with Kobe to lock things down on Fireplace side. There's an opportunity for engagements all across the top and the middle floor, despite the site being present on neither of those. And as I'm looking through the map and trying to spot where these outlines are, I actually don't see that many players sitting offside for Wildcard at the moment.
This is Dream now clearing all by his lonesome upstairs. The Blackbeard experiment has ended, so a traditional shield will get brought out. One logic bomb remains in pocket for Silent. There's another that will now join it, as it was just on the timing that that second gadget comes online. As for Wildcard, most of these gadgets are persistent gadgets. Two exceptions to that are Bay Zoto canisters and the gas canisters on the side of Spiker. So you'll be able to slow down quite literally the advance of Cloud9 once they determine where they want to go. And they're setting up at this current point in time for a lobby execute, which would mean walking down the main lobby stairs towards the bomb site and then also dropping the hatch over towards Connector. There's 3 nitro cells though on the side of Wildcard, so Lynx, this can get quite scary for Cloud9.
I mean, get quite scary. Three C4s, 3 toxic canisters, like, with 45 seconds to go, Cloud9 or Wildcard have a surplus of stall, and we're getting to the point in time where the moment where you hear that blitz coming from, odds are that's going to telegraph the push, and these Zotos, also 3 Zotos? Oh no, this is going to be bad.
Silent now down for the count. Kansan trapped in the corner, but he can fight his way out of it, and you know Kansan's a great aimer, lighting up Giddy. Fire will surely take him down. He was hoping for something more, but he couldn't find it. Now it's Hat circling, looking through all the soft destruction that's been done inside of the lobby. C9 at a disadvantage. They're also losing out on the clock. They've lost Hat, Kobe, Lax, and Dream, the last 2 standing. A 4-1 for Wildcard looking exceptionally likely, and it will become definite. Wildcard looking much better since calling their timeout.
And I have to think a big reason is focusing more on just really playing passive and really playing these crossfires. Normally we see some kind of a basement roam on that site. Like 9 times out of 10, I'm not saying you're seeing like a crazy extension, but normally you see like 1 guy like moving around dining maybe. And maybe there was and I missed it. It's entirely possible, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. But there, I don't know if you could craft a better like bunker lineup than what, I mean, maybe you don't need the sentry, but like Cade, Tubarao, and Smoke, everyone hard bunkering. I think they've realized, quite rightly by the way, that Cloud9 are basing a lot of their attacking strategies on very quick rushes and very quick clears with a shield at the front. That's what they did on Kitchen, it's what they did on Master Bedroom and Office, and lo and behold, it's what they did for their clear on Basement. So if that is what they're doing, if they're trying to clear things really quickly and aggressively with the shield, they are looking for gunfights. They want you to find them. And Cloud9, if that's something they're doing, there's a chance that it might be a strategy to cover up a little weakness in the late round. And what do you see? Wildcard play passive. Cloud9 find no opportunities for a gunfight, spend 2.5 minutes failing to clear out anything on the site, And then Wildcard just play passive, win the fights, play the utility. It's the exact kind of thing you want to see them do at that point. Wildcard played it really, really well and had the right vision.
Both timeouts have now been taken, and we're not even at the halfway point of this match. Well, we actually could be halfway past it. If Wildcard wins the next 3 rounds, then we've cleared 50% of action. But by halfway point, I mean there's still one more round for Cloud9 on attack. Chalet might have skewed towards the defenders in stage 1, but it does have a distinction of being a very friendly attacker-sided map most of the time. Again, there's a lot of variables that go in. The teams that they're playing, the prep that they've done, the stage, the point in the stage that they've done. I was going to say the stage in the stage, but I guess that doesn't really make much sense. I guess it does, but kind of clumsy. Dream almost dies to a spawn peak, by the way. That's not ideal for Cloud9 after they just called that timeout, but you expect at least 2 rounds from the attackers on Chalet. Cloud9 are behind that. If they lose, they are out. That is how it works. They will finish in 8th place. They are at no risk of losing that 8th spot because standby is also done for the group stages, and frankly, standby is done, period. They will be relegated along with King Cruelty, as was discussed on our broadcast on Wednesday. Cloud9 will finish pretty firmly in 8th as the team above them is Wildcard, and that's who they're playing right now. Wildcard with a victory will tie Shopify Rebellion's tally of 14 points. I believe that will clinch their spot as the only team that could knock them down would be Envy, but that would still put Wildcard ahead of Dark Zero. That said, we were breaking the rule. Don't do math on the broadcast. Let the admins decide. But I'm reasonably certain all 3 points would lock in Wildcard for the playoffs, just as they locked it in stage 1.
I believe you are correct as well. It's also arguably the worst. Out of this matchup, it's arguably the worst situation for Dark Zero because that firmly puts somebody ahead of them, and then you're really, really worried about that Envy might power up, and even a loss in OT, Dark Zero are cooked if Wildcard win in regulation. So that's the headline. That's the summary. Finally seeing the Ying, by the way, mentioned her absence, and in round 6 at the 11th hour, coming out of the timeout, well, Hat decides to bring her, and unfortunately, it seems the round is going to end like basically everyone since the first has gone for Cloud9. Aside from the 1v1 in round 3, and I guess in round 2, with 3 people dying, it's been a flawless in round 4, 1 person dying in round 5, and now it seems potentially only 1 dying in round 6 as well for Wildcard. The back half of their defenses have been entirely uncontested. Credit to Dream. He's walked in, put the diffuser down, but it's all left up to Kobe, who has been the only one putting in work for Cloud9 up until this point. Kansan starting to take the defuse on low HP. So if Kobe lands the right shots through the wall, we'll find one. Now as he backs up onto blue stairs, Bay and Baby Shark need to communicate. Do not give him these individual 1v1s. They see him cross, and down he goes. Well played by Wildcard. And a 5-1 half. Parker, that is obviously dominant. We can both agree on that. But I have to say, I really think a 6-0 half could have been on the table. In hindsight, that Kobe double kill to start round 1 is really about the only the only high point for Cloud9 this half.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think when you look at numbers, sometimes you wonder how accurate they are. A 5-1 half doesn't always mean that a team has been so dominant for 5 of those 6 rounds. They could have been like 2 or 3 extremely scrappy rounds that, frankly, a kill or a PC utility going the other way could mean a 3-3 first half. But no, this was about as dominant as it looks. And to your point, I agree. It could have very easily been a 6-0 wildcard start, which would have been devastating for Cloud9. Kobe Lax has been sensational, but again, he's been getting a lot of kills that outside of round number 1 have really not had much of an influence on the result of the round. Kobe Lax finished the first half with 8 kills. The rest of his team also combined for 8 kills. So that stat that we brought up, I think it was in round 2 or 3, still stands. Kobe Lax matching the other 4 players onto the team. And a big part of that are Hat and Giddy just failing to get kills. Now, Cloud9 don't use them as outright fraggers, and that's fine, but Hat definitely has the potential to go up against the best of the best. Silent has also been very quiet, as his name would suggest, and he's living up to that billing when it comes to kills, but Wildcard is dominating you. They're dominating you from a strategic perspective, they're dominating you from a map control perspective, and they're dominating you from a kill perspective. There's very little that Cloud9 is doing well, or dare I say, doing better than Wildcard at this current point in time. Cloud9 also used their timeout in the first half. And granted, they used it when round 6 was about to begin, so maybe some of it was about turning your focus towards being on defense. But I'm not particularly excited to see what Cloud9 is able to do here. I don't have a huge faith in them for the remainder of this map. It's a good map for Wildcard. They looked a bit lethargic. They called their timeout, and they have been dominating ever since. There's very little to suggest that Wildcard will be slowed down.
And while it's always a different side, the fact that they were able to have that clarity of vision, realize what Cloud9 are doing, and react to it so well, that is the kind of skill that can translate across sides. Maybe, you know, things can and do get more complicated on the attack. We'll just have to see how these next couple rounds go, but the reality of a 5-1-half is, especially in a best-of-1, Cloud9 don't, or Wildcard, excuse me, don't need to have a clear vision. If they just get lucky 1 round or 2 rounds, might be a close game, but still one that they could very well win. Look at this drone right here, spotting the player sitting over, I believe that's on mezzanine. And that will signify to them, hey, if there's a Jaeger stacked with ADSs on Mez, that means Solar Stairs itself is clear. Not to say it's free for the taking. You see Giddy around the corner with the C4. He's concerned about the window, but this C4 is meant for Solar. And actually, you see Giddy, or excuse me, Kobe, rotate all the way back to site. So the Mez position given up early is, I think, Cloud9 realizing that Wildcard are going for a Solar take.
Giddy's still searching for that first kill. Out will go a Nitro Cell. Dash survives. It gets pulled a bit too early, and it could have claimed Kansan if they'd let it go a little bit longer. But of course, no knowledge for them to play off of. Halfway point of the round, and C9 has made it very challenging for Wildcard to get in the building. Wildcard still droning, still trying to figure out the next step. They want this upstairs control over top of kitchen. They'll make the jump into trophy a little bit easier as now they've gotten rid of that barbed wire, but is there a set of eyes from Cloud9 looking in that direction? Can't be certain. Where is Baby Shark? Oh my goodness.
Oh my.
Down goes Dream, Kansan and Baby Shark together as there's still one EED in pocket. That Solarium hold. An upstairs hold by Giddy might be tenuous at best, as he and Silent are doubled up in similar positions. Over top of the bomb site, Wildcard with a numbers advantage can easily dispatch players to deal with the top floor hold.
Can easily dispatch players to deal with the top floor, but also the vertical holes are extremely limited. Just a couple bailiff shots through the floor, nothing that gives you a very wide angle on a lot of these positions. Really great gap spotting by Wildcard to get the advantage off the back of it and back out. And now that Cloud9 are stuck on this top floor, the whole attack can just back up on the middle and hold down the plant from there.
Nothing going right for Cloud9, and with it, we are slowly watching the window for playoffs on this C9 team close. Wildcard want to avenge their results back in stage 1, where they screamed their way into the playoffs. They're 1 round away from securing their spot as Baby Shark sweeps away the last 2 players on Cloud9 into the bin. And only a single round for Cloud9. It's been Wildcard all the rest of the way.
Really taking their time with that one, and you can see a big reason why that was. And honestly, we don't often get to see it from the observers, not because, like, it's just, like, picking up drone work is usually really hard because, let's be honest, if you watch drones, a lot of the time what happens isn't all that interesting. But we really got to see Wildcard's drone setup there, and they had unspotted drones in super important positions. On top of mezzanine, on top of solar, and it caught the Jaeger being on mez early and the Jaeger rotating there late. So when they see everyone rotating to the opposite side, sure, of course, that indicates that, hey, nobody's playing on mezzanine. But what that means is Cloud9 think that Wildcard are going for a solar take. And that is where their attention is going to be placed, is waiting for that take to happen. So Wildcard know that they could, of course, push Mez, but if their attention is focused solar side, that also means their attention might not be focused on fireplace or short, and you could walk in and find a gap there. Because if so many of the resources are placed on second floor and they're focused on the solar windows, the guy on the site might, 1, be by himself, and 2, the defense might not be prepared to help him. That was a really smart read by Wildcard, which is commendable anyway, but it was backed up by really, really good intel gathering.
Do or die for Cloud9. Group stages about to close at the end of today, and Cloud9 are a little bit late for their appointment with one of the 6 spots. Wildcard have guaranteed themselves a single point, which ties them with both Envy and Dark Zero, but has now pushed Envy out of the playoff spot because of the round differential. So at this current point in time, it's DZ and Wildcard as those last two teams. DZ still in jeopardy of losing that spot. If Wildcard wins here and then Envy beats OXG later, then DZ is out, Envy is in. Right now, Wildcard in a great place. Because it's pushed Envy out, I believe Wildcard has locked in their spot because of the round differential, but that could come to a close. Wildcard started the day with a +6 differential. If they lose 8-6, which is the only way that they could lose, unless it's an 8-7, the round differential would drop to a +4, which is still ahead of DZ, which gives them the tiebreaker. Even if Envy wins later, it would be Envy and Wildcard with the spot. So by my numbers, Lynx, they've clinched the playoffs.
Do you remember when we said we shouldn't do math on broadcast and then we keep doing math?
Remember when you spent a minute and 30 seconds trying to say the same thing that you said five times?
Whoa, let's chill out, let's not go for the low blow, okay?
Yeah.
Oh no! Giddy caught rotating in front of
reaping. Oh, hell yeah. Me sowing.
What the hell? What the hell? Which, by the way,
reaping is way more fun than sowing.
Which speaking of, unfortunately, Giddy sowing and none of it really coming up good. We got a Dokkaebi and a Blitz remaining for a wild card. The Sites Master had him in office. Lacking a little bit of hard breach, I will say. So pushing Piano is not going to be the easiest thing in the world, but you have the man advantage and the utility to push these remaining roamers or these remaining site players. Wildcard should close this out if they can continue with this advantage.
Oh, now they'll lose the shield to Kansan, though. Hold on a second here, Lynx. Dream going huge. Baby Shark in the ground as well. Dash and Spiker hanging on for dear life. No utility for either of them with very limited time remaining. Coming to blows over by the door. Spiker down for the count. It's all up to Dash as he's finished off by Dream. What a huge round by Dream. It is a dream for Cloud9 to make the playoffs, and the man named after it is doing everything he can to drag the rest of his team across the line. 4 rounds to go for OT on the side of C9. It's the only way they get out of this match without a loss. It's a long road to walk, but you got to start somewhere.
And also, while it makes things way more complicated for us, it will at least make things a little more secure for DZ, guaranteeing that no team will actually leapfrog them in the process if Cloud9 are able to make the comeback in overtime. That is still a big if, though, because I mentioned that this should be a easy round for Wildcard to close out if they keep the man advantage. And they did not do that. The Blitz runs right into Dream. Those engagements wherever, you know, you're trying to melee the guy on the floor, but then the guy's trying to melee you, and you start entering that literal, like, brawl. Whenever there's an engagement between somebody with a shield and without, can always get out of hand really quickly, and then Dream just able to get the better of it. Not only gets that kill, but that's the guy who's supposed to make space. Now it's just a 3v3 with Cloud9 playing the positions they have been the whole time. It's Wildcard who are stepping into uncertainty. And so once Dream gets that second kill, I mean, at that point, things changed hands extremely fast. Now on Basement, we saw Wildcard run a very, 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 very hard turtle setup. And it does not seem that Cloud9 will be repeating it, even though a Cade 2-Brow is in play. Seems like we might have, I was going to say, some combination of Silent or Giddy or Kobe moving around.
Giddy's fishing after he got his first kill, looking for an opportunity to do a little more. No damage done on either side, so nothing lost, nothing gained here.
Nice.
Hold on a second. Dash eliminating Silent. It's Dash who was actually Silent there. That's a big opening pick.
Ooh. You hear the drone moving around as well. Wildcard trying to hunt down a potential second player on that roam, which was Giddy. But now Kobe. Ooh. He misses opportunity, but he fires some shots out of office. Did Kansan hear that? But Dash finds Giddy anyway. If Wildcard are just good with their info, this is a 5v2 on site.
Oh, goodness. Wildcard boxing them out. Kobe trades out Bay. He's down, secured by Kansan. Wildcard 2 kills away from for sure locking in their spot, and Dash is going massive in a very important round. 3 kills, he started things off. The man who saved the previous round and kept Cloud9 hanging by a thread will have to fight a little bit harder. 7 kills for Dream as he gets droned out down below in Wine. Watching main stairs, looking over towards Trench, that Wine door. There are so many ways for Wildcard to punish him, not to mention from above, and there we go. Boogie drones from Kansan stripping away at some of the coverage for Dream as he repositions towards blue. Drones aplenty still being thrown his way. Zono canister to slow down the advance of these 4 Wildcard players. But Dream will have so many angles to cover. As that diffuser in the hands of Spiker, shepherded down, and Spiker does the job himself. Wildcard pick up all 3 points and lock in playoffs.
An excellent milestone for this team, a team that has been trying to break into the top 6 for a while, made it to playoffs last stage, and them continuing to just maintain that level, even if I think we are all still hoping for a little bit more from this wildcard roster. Generally, it's good to see them here. It's good to see them in the conversation. But now this is really nightmare scenario for DZ. A 5th team is locked in their spot, and their name is not Dark Zero. The Envy game is not next, but it's the one after that. And Parker, I have to say, we'll talk about this game. We'll talk about Cruelty after that. But Dark Zero are going to be feeling really, really bad. And we'll talk about that right after this.
Okay.
Turn.
Just plant some.
No
Just
info.
plant some.
Probably move. He moved probably.
Okay.
Oh, match is hard, by the way.
Just
He's
go to the
definitely
fence,
won.
right?
Yeah, I'm walking now.
Nice, boys.
Let's go, boys!
No.
Good job, guys. Good job. Good job. Let's go. Let's fucking go!
Good round, Shao.
Finishing the regular stage with a bang. 7-2 coming out from the side of Wildcard. And with that, they get themselves 3 points to move up on the standings. We'll get to that just in a bit because first of all, Kenton, get over here. Congratulations, my guy. You got playoffs. How are you feeling right now? The fact that it's locked in. You guys have done it. You can finally just have a sigh of relief.
Yeah, you know, I'm definitely sick of it coming down to the last day for us making playoffs. My goal was for that to not happen this stage. It didn't work out, but hopefully next stage. But you know, we're used to the last day mattering a ton for us, so we're used to the pressure. And honestly, I think it played into our favor today.
Congratulations. I believe that secures you guys for top 6. That being said, were you surprised that they let Chalet go all the way through and that you finally have a chance to play it? I know it's one of your best maps.
We were surprised just because even in scrims when we played them on them, it's always gone in our favor. So that was definitely a little bit surprising. I think we definitely won that game in the ban phase, in my opinion. Like, I think we outplayed them in it. And so, I mean, yes, I was surprised at the end of the day, I guess, yeah.
What do you mean by that, by you won in the ban phase? I mean, I know, but maybe explain it for the viewers.
I mean, we kind of, like, with our ban order, like, they maybe took some bans for us. We were gonna ban, we didn't play on the map, and we took some bans for them, maybe, I don't know, but like we were able to just position the bans in a way that forced them into playing a very strong map for us, either Consulate or Chalet, and so we just, you know, forced them into it, basically.
Spiker. Congratulations on making playoffs. I mean, we finally did it. You guys finally did it. You made it very hectic for your fans watching you guys throughout this stage. Obviously, you did get it done in the end. Now I want to talk about looking forward into playoffs. What are you guys going to do different from this regular stage? Obviously, I know it wasn't the prettiest, you guys, but still made it. And then how are you going to correct the mistakes from this current stage? And then also looking back at what happened in last stage's playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I think we definitely got some work to do. I think, like, we got some maps that we got to shape up a little bit. And we got some stuff we got to change on the maps we played the hell out of. Put a lot of labs, played a lot of border, and I think, I mean, I don't think DZ like full countered us yesterday, but I think like we kind of,
you guys,
maps just like a little stale for us.
I was gonna say you guys blundered a lot of rounds that were in your favor. If you want to go back and watch the clip that I talked about that, you'll see what I'm talking about.
I already watched the game back. I don't need to watch anything else.
He was there.
So yeah, I was in the game. I felt it. Don't you worry. So yeah, we got some work to do on some maps, and you know, we got like a week and a half, 2 weeks to do it. So we'll just put in the grind, play a lot of maps, fix what we need to, and hopefully have a strong map while going into playoffs.
Looking forward to it.
You guys also with this win locked the final slot for the team for regional finals, so that must be really cool as well. There was something that JJ said earlier this stage where he was like, you know, Spiker, I made that man the person he is today. They wouldn't have gone to Reload or an international if it wasn't because of the fact that they are a partner team, you know, but now you're in the top 6, you're going to playoffs. Munich is realistic, he's still playing OXG later today. Any words of encouragement?
No, I got nothing for him. You know, behind doors, me and JJ are friendly, but you know, after what he said to me, I can't wish him any luck. You know, if he's in playoffs, hopefully we'll play him. If he's not, it's too bad.
All right, well, thank you so much for that, and once again, congratulations on your win today and a successful end to the regular stage. We'll see you in playoffs.
Yeah. All right, thanks.
Bye. Nothing to say. Legit, love that. But either way, I mean, I also love the fact that Wildcard just came out swinging today. Predictions, I remember one of you went for Wildcard, don't know which one. You guys are basically the same person, so congratulations.
You swapped it to Cloud9. To be fair, I was gonna swap it too, but we wrapped it up so fast.
Oh
that
yeah,
I couldn't,
you were
thankfully,
upset that I cut you off, and you're like, I was gonna swap it.
Yeah, I was gonna swap. I was, and thankfully I didn't. The universe is on my side, just like it was on Wildcard's side today. And wow, what a devastating, dominating game from them. They looked really in sync, and it goes to show why Chalet is one of their best maps, why it keeps getting continuously banned from them. The way that they're able to maneuver around the map so quickly on a map so small, just taking position, knowing that the teammates are gonna be there for the trade. It was a valiant effort from Cloud9. I don't think they necessarily, again, they lost it out in the gunfight portion of the game, in my opinion. The Chalet really comes down to those gunfights. There was very few moments where I felt like C9 was able to get those opening kills, able to get some type of position off of just raw, pure aggression, despite Kobe trying his darndest.
I think, honestly, Cloud9 just lost the plot in this matchup. I mean, Link said it best, especially in that round 4 where we see that rush going into Master. I mean, I really couldn't tell you the thought process of what Cloud9 was trying to achieve in that round in particular, and then to follow through. I mean, the one saving grace was Kobe getting 2 big picks in that first round to get them on the board, but everything else just was flat out just devastating, to say the least. And then for Wildcard, I mean, that's important. A huge bounce back from their matchup versus DZ. We heard Spiker himself say he was in the game, he rewatched what happened, he wanted to make amends to it, and clearly going to Chalet was not in the best favor of Cloud9, given how well Wildcard picked them apart.
Yeah, and it's also for Cloud9, unfortunately, their story is going to end here. They're not going to have a chance to prove themselves and show us the improvement, because at the end of the day, the NAL is a very short-lived stage that we get, and with that, the standings once again have been changing. Wildcard is now sitting at 4th with 14 points, but just keep in mind SR, SSG, OXG, and M80 have not played yet today, so those points are only gonna rack up most likely. But if I'm DZ right now,
sweating.
Yo, that's a mild way of putting it.
I mean, thankfully, they avoided the Cloud9 Wildcard overtime win for C9, because that would have pushed DZ out. So thankfully for that, one team has been avoided, but Envy still has the potential to upset OXG. And if you're OXG in this situation, you could be the gatekeepers. You could, you know, switch up the bracket, let Envy get up there, you know, have their first chance at the playoffs. Who knows what's going to happen?
But first, we have SR against Cruelty, and SR looks like they're, I don't know, stumbling a little bit, crawling towards playoffs rather than, you know, the running that we saw.
At least on their attacks.
Yeah, it do be like that sometimes. But Cruelty, you know, they're still sitting on 0 points. Is that actually how they're going to be ending the stage? I don't know. Are they going to do something funny? I also don't know. But if you do want to know, then make sure that you stick around, because we have Cruelty against SR coming up after the break.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and give Road their first. There's only 4 seconds left.
There's no way. Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
But give him a 1v1. And they've given him both downs.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom of Blacktown.
Hey, get your binoculars. I see you looking. Who they wanna be? You can see it in their eyes. When you turn it to the king, then it comes with a prize. We did it again, we did it again, we did it again and again and again. We did it again, we did it again, we did it again and again and again.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NAL, our last day of regular stage, while Cruelty is still sitting at a grand total of 0 points, going up against SR, who has had a little bit of a stumble and is crawling their way into playoffs. Ginny joined with Foxy and Lax, and honestly, this matchup, I guess two opposite sides of the coins. Cruelty struggling, but also like low-key SR too.
Yeah, I mean, we have one side, we have a struggling team down in the dumps, and then we have Cruelty. No, obviously, I mean, Cruelty is on an island of their own when it comes to bad performance. You know, questions are, should they even be in the league? But, you know, if they can get a win against Shopify Rebellion, that would add to their resume of worth.
Yeah. Lax is looking convinced.
Hope.
You'd hope so. But let's dive into Cruelty, because at this point, genuinely, I don't even know what to say. It's cruel, as everyone's saying at this point, to just like, it is literally what. You got issues.
All right, let's be serious.
Watching them play, I cannot be serious when it comes to this roster, because, like, yes, they're putting the tweets out there that are putting in the work. Yes, they're showing up every single day to play the games. Yes, they've had an unfortunate event where one of their players was disconnected and had to play a 4v5, but what is going on?
Yeah, they're definitely tugging at the heartstrings in terms of you want to see something from this team, but through and through, every single game, we just keep seeing that decline. Even in their game versus Standby, I was hoping that, you know, that was going to be the game for both of those teams to go neck and neck to see who was going to walk away, and Standby literally ran away with that win, where again, Cruelty didn't really show up. Still a lot of the mistakes that we're seeing, and it's unfortunate because you've had an entire stage to make things work. You've had a roster change to try to make things work, and you progressively have gotten worse. You have made the league as a whole not look that great if someone's tuning in for their first time, even us watching here. I mean, it's not a fun situation to be in, I'm sure not only for the players, but even for us, because I don't want to be up here to keep roasting a team and saying all these things. I want to see improvement, and today is their one and final day where they can do that.
And to make it even better, when you're looking how they have been performing in their rounds, and you're just looking at the record for loss to wins, it is beautiful.
No, I mean, it clearly paints the picture of everything that we've talked about throughout this entire stage. I mean, you cannot be a competitive team in a pro league scene if you are negative 41 in your differentials, not finding a single win underneath your belt. I mean, you're doing your disservice to the league, to your colleagues in the league, the teams. You aren't a great representation of what our pro league should look like. So today, I hope we see something, because I don't always want to be negative towards these guys. I believe they have it in their heart to be better, but fact of the matter is, it hasn't been there.
I ain't gonna lie, if I was tuning in for the first time into the NAL and I saw negative 41, I'd be like, oh,
it's
that
brutal.
Must have been a mistake. Someone made a mistake on the graphic. No, that is dead ass. That's literally what we're looking at. But they're going against Shopify. And when we're looking at Shopify, we've sung their praises at the start of the stage, and then they go against Playday 5. It's M80, you're 6-1 up, and you just... I don't know what happened. You just lose?
Yeah, I mean, since that loss to M80, it's really shook them mentally. It's disconnected their entry game compared to the rest of the background characters, and it's not a situation that you want to find yourself in. Obviously, the way Shopify has been playing, it's very dire, because Spoit and Ambi should be your best entries in the league. They should be farming all your kills, but they've been getting shut down, and the trades are not there fast enough.
Yeah, let's also have a look at the individual stats specifically for every single one of the players on this roster, specifically when it comes to that game against SSG yesterday, where they went 3-7.
Whoa, Canadian top frag? The old dog can still do it. No, but this obviously raises red flags if you are a Shopify watcher, just because if you're two supports, I mean, we've already highlighted that Surf's been having an amazing stage, and Canadian's top fragging in the game. That's an issue, because you have Ambi and Spoit that are getting shut down on the entry, and it's left up to the supportive cast to have to bring these rounds back, to have to clutch up. And we've already highlighted a bunch that if Canadian's one of the last players alive in the clutch, it's not a good situation. You want to put one of the better players, individually skilled players, in that situation so that Canadian can IGL his team to victory. And this is a situation where if your front line's just getting shut down, Canadian can't play those shields to support them. They're just put off on an island of their own, and it's too much disconnect. We need to find a way to be able to connect the two gaps, maybe have Canadian on that front line in the shield, maybe put Canadian on Ash, who knows? But we need to see Ambi and Spoit alive way later into the rounds because those are going to be the players that are clutching up, that are carrying those games.
Yeah, if anything, this really is the game where you can just like mess around and find out, because it is at the end of the day Cruelty. But I also kind of want to touch up on that point specifically because SR, you know, is obviously not the SR that we're used to seeing. They're not currently in their prime. So for me, Lax, the question then remains, how much realistically can Cruelty take advantage of this, considering we're going to Consulate?
Well, to your point, just like testing things around, I mean, Consulate coming out for the side of Shopify Rebellion, we haven't seen this map in over a year from them. This is their permaban. So they're clearly throwing anything out here in terms of just to be able to test the waters, to maybe show this off in playoffs, to have a dominant performance against Cruelty, so other teams can look at this and ban it for them instead of them having to ban it for themselves. And then on the to your question of what you're saying, can Cruelty somehow manage to slip a win by? I really don't think so. As much as we talk about Shopify Rebellion is having a fall off, it's really on their attacks. And like Box has said, I've said on the desk, it's their entry. They need to connect those dots. They need to be able to find those pieces and put them together because that's really where they're lacking. Their defenses have been fine. Where they struggle the most has been on their attacks, which to say, starting on attack here, we will see that right out the gate if they are fixing things.
And looking at the rankings, this game doesn't matter as much.
It doesn't.
Even if Shopify Rebellion loses, it doesn't change anything. It will change Shopify Rebellion seeding a little bit, which at the end of the day in playoffs, if you're the best team, you're going to have to beat every team regardless. So of course, going to an auto ban for Shopify, you're never going to see Consulate again into playoffs. So it's a good map for them to just be able to mess around. Hopefully we can see Spoit and Ambi get back the confidence that they've lost since that M80 game, feel a little bit more confident, and lead them into playoffs.
Which I think that's important.
But isn't them messing around maybe like gonna give Cruelty the chance to get a couple of rounds under their belts as well?
I don't think they're messing around in terms of they're just coming into here and not trying anything. But to Fox's point, you haven't been having the best performance, whether you're Sport or Ambi. And if you can beat up on a weaker team and just get that mental confidence that I am this kind of player, I can shut down any opponent that's in front of me, that does do a lot for your mental to carry that momentum, especially going into playoffs that they do desperately need. And granted, every team wants to make playoffs because it's the best of three. You can shake off one map and see what you can do in the second to third. So I definitely assume this is more of a mental thing for Shopify Rebellion, allowing Consulate to go through, play against Cruelty, beat up on them, just to boost everyone's morale and be like, we are these players.
All right, that's a 5-head strat. I also want to look at the predictions once again for both of you. Obviously, both going for Shopify. Sure, nobody wants to change.
Gimme! Nah, I'm kidding. No, we'll keep it. We'll keep it the Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, I would ask why, but I feel like if we just pull up the standings on its own,
pick Cruelty?
I would not.
All right.
Pick Cruelty. I mean, at the end of the day, what's going right for Cruelty? Just give me one thing.
At the end of the day, it's nice. At least if you're Cruelty after this game, you know.
But then you have
to worry about
relegation,
playing C.
so that's technically what you also have to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, they'll definitely have to cross that bridge when they get there. But as of now, you know, the embarrassment of them playing the regular stage will be done after this day. So that's one positive to look forward to if you're
Let's just see if there's a positive that we can take away from this.
Yeah, you know what? Instead, let's
6-7.
Let's just go into the game. We're ready to head into our third game of today. That's going to be Cruelty against SR. Good luck to both these teams because, again, playoffs, not really on the line. No real stakes here, just to see whether or not Shopify still got that fire in them. So, guys, take it away.
I think Shopify does have an opportunity to go back up to third place overall, which would give them a more preferable matchup against whoever finishes in sixth place. As for Team Cruelty, I guess... Yeah, anyway, so, like, I don't know if you've got anything to add about it, but...
Oh, was that the end of that sentence?
Team Cruelty has 15 rounds across 8 games. That's less than 2 rounds a game. They've been 7-0'd like 3 times.
Have they actually been 7-0 3 times? I don't have the exact number off the top of my head.
Like, I don't.
2. No, they've only been 7-0 twice.
Okay.
They've been 7-1 as well. They've been, what, 7-0'd twice, 7-1 once, 7-2'd once.
7-2 twice.
7-2 twice.
They got 5 rounds against OXG, which is a third of their total rounds. I want to know the 9% of people who are like, yeah, Cruelty's got this in the bag.
I'm just like, not even to be mean, but it's like, we know those people weren't serious.
Or they think that after watching the very first match today, that there is a possibility, and I mean there is. It's funny because one thing that DZ and any team that Troy plays on have in common is they always tend to struggle with teams that aren't the best. I think it's fair to say that Team Cruelty is not the best team in North America. So it's a hot take. I know, it's a hot take.
I actually have a theory on the 9%. I think if you like showed like a Norman, like a person on the street who's never not only not heard of Rainbow Six, but hasn't even heard of like video games generally, I think if you ask them, hey, 2 teams are competing. One is called Shopify Rebellion, and the other is called Team Cruelty. Who do you think's gonna win? They'd probably pick Team Cruelty.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
Just because, like,
used by attackers.
You know, it sounds...
You think that's the case?
It's the kind of team name that's like, it's really evocative, you know? It kind of like strikes fear in your heart if you don't know anything about the actual team.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's something to be said there. Maybe, have you also considered that you're just insane?
What? I mean, 9% of the people pick them. That's what, like, that's a fact. I said it's possible that those 9 people weren't serious, but now I'm trying, let's assume that they were serious. Let's investigate. Let's figure it out. What else are we gonna do? The standings won't change for this matchup, but as the desk did mention, actually, one worthwhile thing that you should take away from this, or should look, is Shopify are going into playoffs. That's just a fact. They are going into playoffs. However, as the desk also mentioned, that the frontline superstar players of Shopify have not been having the best stage. Spoit's been doing fine. Ambi's been doing all right. But those are kinds of players that shouldn't be just doing all right. Ambi was a standout player from last stage. Spoit has arguably been one of the best players in the world for the past few years. And when I say arguably, only as an equivocation, in case somebody disagrees, but I don't think anybody would. And reputationally, I don't think anybody would disagree. However, these people should be dominating. This is a good time to not only get those numbers up, but also just to get some more confidence going into the playoffs, start feeling really good, because I love Surf. Surf's great. Surf shouldn't be the #1 rated player. However, I do think he should be a little higher than you would otherwise think. The desk thought that we were going to get silly with it, and boy, are we. Amaru goes in, and the Surf on glass repels into the building as well. I love this.
It's very, very silly, isn't it? Caden with a kill on Rexen. That's all they have to show for it. Pyrox is on another map entirely, as he now needs to spend the next 30 seconds to get to the bomb site. Heralded on in by the death mark. He beheads Ambi, easily controlling that Scorpion, but finished off by Surf, and they are all smiles, all laughs. Shopify Rebellion have not had the same level of dominance in Stage 2 as they did in Stage 1. They are locked out of the top 2. M80 and OXG, both teams that have yet to play today, can further their lead over everybody else as they are guaranteed first and second, but where they finish in the top 2 is still up for grabs. So I think going up against a team like Cruelty, the floor is under the ground at this point for Shopify Rebellion. You know, a 7-0 is entirely possible. A 7-1 is also possible. You just want to go in, maybe work on some of the things that are ailing you and get the team in good spirits. Surf sits as the 3rd highest rated player in the region. It is quite a fall off to get to Spoit. In between Surf and Spoit is basically the entire M80 roster, a whole bunch of players from OXG and SSG, 2 players from Wildcard, a DZ player, and one player from Envy, who happens to be Snake, who's had a very good stage so far. Rexen's not far removed, then it's Ambi, and Canadian is nowhere near the bottom. He's outside of the bottom 10, which compared to Stage 1 is pretty decent. So
that's his greatest stage ever.
He's doing very, very well. And as many have said, and we have said on the broadcast, if Canadian is playing well, that does not necessarily mean good things for Shopify Rebellion, because you don't want Canadian playing well. You want all of the kills being hoovered up by Ambi, by Rexen, by Surf, maybe even by Spoit, who's had a different role and has been playing more utility, less fragging, and it allows the 3 other players to do quite well. SR is going to be off to the races yet again. Lynx, Canadian bursting through, heading towards Piano. Rovi smacking down Rexen. So the first kill goes to Cruelty. Canadian takes out Rovi, who was completely blind. Blair Witched in the corner. Now it's the Bandit of Fatal, who's being watched. Surf holds the defuse kit.
Reloading.
There's a brief bit of action, and now a bit of a pause as there go the Logic Bombs. A death mark, Ambi takes down Fatal, and now Cruelty will trail in numbers.
2 people on the top floor, by the way. I was about to say, I imagine Shopify will have realized that there's only 1 guy on the site and will flood in. That's exactly what occurs. And it looks like it'll be 2-0 for Shopify. Not unless Canadian decides to do something about it. That guy was blinded for a really long time. Feel bad for Pyrox there. Diffuser goes down again. Shopify can back off to their post-plant positions as Caden is, I don't know, chasing ghosts through the wall at the moment. Okay, solid 2v2, actually. Let's take this seriously, because there is an opportunity for Pyrox and Caden to fight back. Not a high one. I was about to say, Pyrox loses this 1v1. We're back into Shopify territory, because with that teammate falling, Caden will not be able to either use somebody as a distraction or set up some kind of play with the Ella down below. And there we go. That's the second round done and dusted. 2 rounds in a row, we've had a rush on 2 different sites. If you don't know what kind of game we're getting, I would just turn off the stream.
It's gonna be gritty stuff, isn't it?
Crack one open. By crack one open,
I
mean a
crack
water
it
bottle.
over the cold boys. Crack a cold
water bottle.
Crack open a cold one with the boys.
Cause hey, if you don't want to drink any alcohol, that's fine. Okay, record low alcohol consumption amongst Gen Z. Okay, you don't have to drink to have fun. You can do whatever you want. Drink a LaCroix. Drink a water. I drink a lot. I'm drinking water right now. My water bottle's empty.
So you're not drinking water right now?
I'm not drinking any water right now.
I'm making money right now.
Right now, I'm drinking water. Go get in the back.
Cruelty immediately calling their timeout after 2 unsuccessful defenses in which Shopify Rebellion really seemed to show no regard for life or sanity whatsoever. There is obviously more structure to those pushes. It's not just 5 guys running into the building. There's a methodology behind it. The first one, obviously, with the Amaru being the main focus point, as then you saw the defuse kit get planted by Surf, who got in and found an opening. Surf will collect his 5th kill as, once again, he shepherded that diffuser in. It was a rush on the middle floor just to chase away those defenders, trying to exploit what might be bad comms or a lack of coordination on the side of Cruelty. But either way, there's more strategy than we're giving them credit for. It gets said a lot when a team that's higher in the standings goes up against a team that really doesn't have a lot of hope. And I think it's fair to say Cruelty doesn't really have a lot of hope here. They've been relegated. They will no longer be in the NA League as of next season, unless, of course, they fight their way back in at some point. But if you're a team like Shopify Rebellion, why bother sweating out some of your strats against a team that you know is not going to be able to counter it when all you're doing is just showing the other teams that you'll have to play later on, as Shopify Rebellion is guaranteed their spot in the playoffs, so they will still continue on. Oh my.
Oh!
Nice run out by Rovi, empties the clip into Spoit just for added measure, just to send a message. And down goes Spoit. So Shopify Rebellion will show us probably a glimpse of a couple things, but I don't expect a very serious match from them unless things go sideways.
Well, as I think Fox mentioned on the desk, this is their permaban as well, so odds are that a lot of the things we're seeing aren't even necessarily indicative of, like, their actual game plan on console, if there is one. That's crazy that if you want to know how non-seriously Shopify are taking this game, Ambi got shot from that exact angle. What the? Okay. Ambi got shot from that exact angle, and then him and Rexen double hopped into the window after it. We're so far beyond trying. You don't even know the depths we can go to in this game, let me tell you. There's a long way to slide.
Rexen and Surf now the last 2 standing. Rexen immediately dispatched by Pyrox, and Surf with 6 kills and 0 deaths could potentially wait out the next 1 minute and 45 seconds, but he's got utility. He can make his own way in, and he'll do just that. find his entryway to server block now as he goes for a drop. A precarious position to be in, especially given he has no real info to play off of. Takes down Rovi.
Oh, this is winnable.
It's very winnable.
Oh.
It's not winnable.
All right. Well,
Let's issue a correction. In no way do you gotta say it's winnable. So
in no way do you have to hand it to him.
No way do you have to hand it to them. Cruelty wins the round after their timeout, and I expect a tighter round from Shopify Rebellion this time.
Okay, to be fair, when I said it was winnable, I didn't expect him to walk. I didn't expect him to swing the angle un-ADS'd. I, in all fairness, did not have to hand it to him.
An incredible drill tweet, by the way. And just, I so miss. One of the things about social media that bums me out is whoever runs that drill Twitter account. It's phenomenal stuff.
You know that thought experiment that's like if you give like a bunch of monkeys a keyboard, eventually they'll write Shakespeare?
Yeah.
Those monkeys run the drill account.
It wouldn't surprise me. The walk backwards towards hell is another good one. And then, well, actually, come to think, there's a lot of them that can't be said on broadcast. So let's just stop the conversation there. But incredible account. I don't think he tweets anymore because if you remember, he kept getting like when Elon Musk took over the platform, he kept getting the check mark because Elon gave like the check mark to a bunch of high-profile accounts to like legitimize it, and Drill realized that if he changed his name, you could get rid of the check mark. So he started changing his name to like insulting Elon Musk. So he had to keep getting the check mark given back to him.
Sorry.
Genuinely incredible.
I started looking up drill tweets. It's like, so long, suckers. I rev up my motorcycle and create a huge cloud of smoke. When the cloud dissipates, I'm lying dead on the pavement.
Oh.
Ah, what a guy. What an account. What an account.
Stellar account. Still active on Threads, by the way, another social media platform that is...
Yeah, that thing I'm definitely getting on.
Threads is dreadful. So, I mean, yeah, they're...
Which, you know, the internet can give us a lot of slop, but honestly, the internet also is, in many ways, a wonderful thing that gives us some things we wouldn't have otherwise. Speaking of...
The internet is a series of tubes, and the internet also gives us esports, and that's what we're watching right now. As very little has happened, Shopify Rebellion actually playing this like a proper round.
You wouldn't want to put it in a tube.
You wouldn't want to put it in a tube.
No,
Andy is in, off to the races. There goes the E1Ds. All of the nuisance gadgetry being used. Fire spreading, Canadian enduring. Ambi taking some damage. Fatal and Caden drop. Canadian dies shortly thereafter at the hands of Pyrox. Pyrox with 6 kills, by the way, farming this Shopify Rebellion team.
They planted there?
Yeah, everybody thought they planted default. No, they just walked into projector, or they walked in and they planted by the bomb chassis, ignoring projector, not default spot. Down on the defuse, Surf and Sploit will collect the final 2 kills, and that is Shopify Rebellion showing what they can do when they actually try. 1 round for Cruelty so far, 3 for the Rebellion.
I'm sorry, that's a crazy plant spot. You're planting in front of the double door? Somebody had to pay him off to do that. That's insane work from Shopify. And honestly, like, kind of crazy they pulled it off. I want to see the exact setup again, because obviously there were a ton of smokes. And also Canadian, I mean, that one of the reasons Canadian pushes deep, not only for the meme, is also just because if you don't push that deep and have somebody like actually contesting that doorway directly with a gun, somebody can just walk up and start shooting through the smoke and kill that plant spot. Like that, just to be clear, that's not a good plant spot, all things considered. That is entirely trying to like win off surprise factor and hoping that nobody shoots you. But that is actually, at least in making, it's like, okay, if you're gonna make it work, how would you do it? That is a good example of it, because you need Canadian to push deep with that shotgun, which is why he committed through fire through the smoke to make sure that nobody could actually smoke bang the player planting in that position. So interesting by Shopify, to say the least. Do I think we will ever see that again? Probably not, but I'm glad we saw it.
We didn't get to see much of it because of the smoke, by the way. Like they went in and then there was just like a bunch of smokes thrown out and then there was some fire and we didn't really actually get to see like what happened. But I understand the spirit of what you're saying and I'm going to engage with the spirit of what you're saying instead of ignoring it.
Yeah, not a very visually like friendly execute for the viewer or for actually anybody involved, including them.
If nobody can see, if I can't see, then nobody can see. If they don't know if I don't know what I'm doing, nobody knows what I'm doing. That's how I felt about the first 2 rounds. But they have turned the ship around after a loss in round number 3. Pyrox has been standing up quite well to these players, but I don't know how much of this is what is going on here.
This is a brand new. In every chess game, they reach a new position. This is a new position. Wow, that.
Have a good look.
Like you just didn't.
I said, let's even the odds. My buddy throws me down a Mossberg pump, put one through his chest. Game over.
Like, I'm sorry, man. You know he's trapped there. You don't need to swing him. You know he's there.
I don't know if this is something that has occurred to you, but I don't know if they're taking this very seriously.
Oh my god. That's crazy. Please tell me there's another bottom yellow. No, don't drone. What are you doing? Get off that drone.
Okay, but if he'd killed Ambi there, maximum hilarity. If he'd just been bamboozled by Ambi in that position, very funny.
Roby's not getting out of this one. Yeah, goodbye.
No. Yeah, Ambi kills him. That's a triple for Ambi, which, by the way, is wrong.
Yeah, just to be clear, that's wrong.
Since it was Spoit who got those, I think, got the first 2 kills. But the way that this game works, for those that don't know, is that if you get the down and then somebody else collects it, it's credited towards the other person. Pyrox still farming. Down goes Spoit. And he's on the run back towards the bomb site. His position revealed not just by the killing he's done, but also the logic bomb. 50 seconds remaining. Shopify Rebellion have used most of their utility. Only the Hibana remains with Hard Breach in back pocket. And Pyrox, who's been great at aiming, finds 2, and it suddenly becomes winnable. 9 kills, hits the deck, but Rexon with his sidearm out prevents a potential comeback. Pyrox is the only player on Cruelty that looks like he has spawned into this match. And boy, oh boy, is he doing everything to try to drag his team forward. Unfortunately, it's just a bit too much weight at the moment. Shopify Rebellion sit in a 4-1 lead with 1 round remaining in the first half.
It's just so funny. Like, you just don't have to keep that. I know they're not taking it seriously. But, like, you know, I like intentionality. I like taking things seriously, which I know might shock some people. But I do.
It shocked me.
All right. Pyrox has 9 kills, by the way. Shout out.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I had a cold like 2 weeks ago, and I literally cannot, like, I have like, every now and then my chest is like, what if we got recongested for about 5 seconds? It's super cool.
10 seconds
That doesn't
left.
relate to anything I was about to say, but you know, I just like to complain.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Do you think,
I have a lot to say about that, but I won't.
About chest congestion?
Yeah, just don't take Tylenol.
I actually, oh my god, I've been so delayed moving in. I've been like lacking a lot of the essentials up until recently. It's been a very busy time for me. Which, by the way, to talk about like, nothing about, I had no segue there. It's kind of an interesting lineup. Vigil, Mozzie, Pulse, and Solus. This is, we
don't know and we need to know the operator lineup. That's like we don't have intel, but we need it. So let's do it.
It's like mixing 2019 Siege or 2020 Siege with like 2023 Siege. And then also there's a Malusi.
Production apparently liked our little joke about health. I was going to go farther, but I don't want to get executed, so.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's like, reload. It's very, 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 very unhealthy to run this many roaming ops when you don't need to now.
Oh, I was wondering how you were going to get to your point. Ambi guns down Matumbo, by the way. Matumbo's been on the roam so much, same with Fatal, and they have very little to show for it. The deep roam that we've seen from Pyrox has been what's gotten under the skin of Shopify Rebellion. Is now down goes Fatal, as Spoit has the super shorty out. Not the parrot, no, the super shorty. That thing does a lot more damage than you'd think. Pyrox, the only person getting... He's dead. The round's over. Okay, great. So Cruelty has 2 players remaining, and Shopify should be able to get this. But Rovi here on the flank, not to throw disrespect on his name. He's dead. Round's over. Okay, great. So 5-1 first half by Shopify Rebellion. They look very excited.
Hey, Spoit does look excited.
Spoit laughed. Spoit giggled, then looked over at Troy because they are in Toronto staring.
Why does Surf have like blackout curtains and not on the window? Like, what is Surf's background?
He's from Chicago.
Yeah, but like, you couldn't tell that from his room.
Well, yeah, so his background was.
I don't want to. Let's just get me off the broadcast.
I don't want to be around anymore.
I don't want to be around anymore. There we go. I was about to say, can we please? So yeah, like, what is that? What is he? What is covered up? What is there a tarp over?
So there isn't a tarp. So he's got normal curtains on his left, unless it's a window that wraps around. But I mean, he's got a pretty normal curtain rod on the left with that.
I'm not talking about that. What's behind him?
I can tell you. I dropped out of curtainology actually at university, so I don't.
You know, it's funny. I was doing all right, but I had a really bad curtainology professor.
The class was at 8 a.m. on a Thursday. That was too early. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, exactly. And there was just like there was no daylight between him and my other courses.
No daylight whatsoever.
No.
You know, when you start to get towards the end of curtainology, the history gets pretty dark.
And then, oh my God.
10 seconds to go.
But then there is just like this one unit right at the end where some light starts peeking through and you're like, oh, it's getting real good. Then it gets dark again. It's like this constant, that's the thing about curtains, is like, it's either light or dark, light or dark, light or dark. It's always a cycle.
You know,
you wouldn't want to put it into 2.
My courses, my degree was really, really long, and right as I was about to get to the light at the end of the tunnel, there was a curtain in the way.
It's got crap curtains. Kick it.
Cheap, cheap, cheap. People who are unfamiliar with you and I will think that we have just gone insane. But in all reality, this is...
There's about 5 people who are really into this conversation.
They're loving it. Anybody who watches Tim and Eric is like, oh, I recognize that one. Oh my God. Okay, hold on.
Actually, really good info gathering. I mean, Caden's thrown himself in. That was a one-man show on this point. Give him credit for that.
Swapping knives.
Okay. Wait, actually, this is kind of an interesting setup right now because you have, or this interesting situation. Because when you have nobody from Shopify playing directly on vending and the guy playing in long, or like around main desk has gone down early, Cruelty can walk up past vending and start... Oh, Rexon has now retaken the position. But he has no shield, and the Ella set up a crossfire. So it's like, they could clear Rexon, but that is kind of a big play, but also kind of risky that Rexon is now holding that by himself. And Ella can't play there directly without the shield. Yeah, I was about to say, Repair drone in the corner. How... Whoa. That is a crazy sequence of events.
That was a nutty shot.
Rexon gets Pyrox, walks into an air. Ambi's also here. If Ambi gets a kill here, we just need to finish the game. Yeah, I was about to say.
It is tough to control that recoil. I will give you that much. This is a good execute from Cruelty. I'm enjoying seeing this. Shopify is on the run because of it. Ambi's on a single point of HP as well. It's just Canadian in a 1v4, and he tears through them. He's been having a good stage. Again, you don't necessarily want him to, and he's about to walk into a shotgun and die. Well, actually, no, it was just a regular AR. Big round from Cruelty. They got that leadoff pick on Spoit, and it threw the rest of the team into chaos, and nobody on the side of Rebellion could recover.
And there are actually some interesting, just like strategic points to talk about there. Not necessarily in terms of like what either team was intending to do, but just like some, some fun little positional analysis. So let's just everyone chat and talk. So the long desk player goes down early, right? Which you will see right here. 3, 2, 1, dead. And so what that means is with nobody in vending and nobody directly in the desk, Cruelty can start not filling up a ton of space, but they can actually move past vending very quickly into the round, where normally a lot of time will be spent on clearing out that player either inside of the desk or around the vending machines. And so Shopify decided to make a gambit. They decided to retake vending. But that's a very risky strategy, because once that shield gets destroyed, nobody can really support the Warden. There's somebody holding an angle from the skylight, so nobody can walk back up long desk and support Rexen from that way. And then the Ella can't play safely inside of the connector hallway because the shield is gone. So by Rexen walking up and taking that position, given what happened afterwards, he's now by himself on an island and a freebie for Cruelty.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Shopify still in an excellent position. Doing setup work up top. Spoit cannot die early. That was the big issue with the previous round. And replace Spoit. But again, there's also something to be said for the amount of effort that Shopify Rebellion is putting in.
Drone's ready.
We've seen streaks here and there of them actually trying their hardest, but I mean, was it Citizen yesterday who said something along the lines of like, we weren't going to be putting in as much prep for standby as we should? I think this is unfortunately a common sentiment among certain teams, where they see standby and Cruelty at the very bottom with, well, up until yesterday, 0 points, and think, okay, we don't really need to try. It's a difference between a team in dead last place and a team that has less than 2 rounds average per game, which is where Cruelty is at right now. Cruelty, by having 2 rounds right now, is actually ahead of the average rounds they get in any given game in stage 1 or in stage 2. Not particularly great. They lose Fatal now, so Shopify Rebellion looking to go up 6-2. They've got 4 more players on the side of Cruelty to deal with. Wait, in a similar spot to where he got picked off last time. Matumbo taking quite a beating. And now it looks like Ambi on the flank. Matumbo could be the one in his crosshairs. Logic bombs will go off. The jig is up. Pyrox eliminating Ambi. Pyrox, again, has been excellent. He's been a very good player for Cruelty. All stage collecting kills against tough opponents, but it has not been enough to escape relegations for the team that joined us from Mexico.
So they have vertical control. Matumbo obviously was spending some time upstairs, and there is still Spoit on the roam. By Spoit playing this passive and keeping the flank as an option for the late game, sure, he's shortchanging the defense on the site, but Cruelty have not taken advantage of that. They've not chanced the 4v3, which, to be fair, would still be kind of difficult with C4s and the general setup, like the Black Mirror is still in play up until very recently, as you just heard 5 seconds ago, one of them got shot. But by Spoit staying alive, once Cruelty go in for this execute, Spoit will likely hit this flank, contest the vertical players, and that's when things will get really tricky for Cruelty. Oh, we're just rotating off because we couldn't open it.
So, there is no breach to be had. They'll funnel in through that yellow doorway. Smokes will go out, and it's Pyrox army crawling his way through the door. Oh my god, they're all army crawling.
Oh my, you gotta take this one, I'm not looking.
It's Pyrox eliminates Servant. Hold on a second here, but Cruelty's running out of time in the process. Spoit from above to try and shut this down. Matumbo's gone unseen, though. And Spoit drops him, but not in time. Spoit will now need to recover the round. He was about a half second off and will retake from the position that Cruelty wandered in from. Rovi and Cadent watching this spot, holding for it as Spoit is isolated, needing to retake the site that his team had held for so long, playing around that yellow doorway. Hear him firing away, not connecting. He'll have to try yet again, losing most of his HP in the process. Still hear the gunfire. My stream is completely frozen, but Caden gets the final kill. And just like that, Cruelty have narrowed the lead down significantly.
So, all right. Cruelty. Army, like, oh, I'm just gonna wait for the highlights to get to the part I'm gonna start talking about. It's like I really need a visual. Well, also that free fire is crazy. I just want a visual. No, we don't see it. Oh, well, this shot's crazy. Bam, that could have been the round right there. But like, we started with 2 players army crawling through yellow door. Like, that's literally like a bikini body highlight. Like, that's the kind of stuff you were seeing, like, in 2015, 2016 era Rainbow Six YouTube.
Attackers have located a bomb.
And then Cruelty go on and get both the kills entering the site, which I, like, can't really believe. And then Spoit does hit the flank, and it is very impactful. But, you know, I'm just glad we all get to spend some time together.
There is a very real concern that if Shopify Rebellion are not taking this one very seriously, that they could lose the handle on this game. Like, there's no argument to be made here that Cruelty is not a very good team. Let's just, you know,
well, we don't have to be mean.
No, I mean, being very honest, in comparison to the rest of the NA League teams, they are not a very good team. They're a great team. I mean, they're one of the best, statistically, they're one of the best in the world. That's why they're here. What? I'd like to issue a correction. There's no...
I think we have an ace. I'm calling it right now.
There's no way I just... All right.
Ambi, come on. Don't whiff
Ambi
like
is
that.
prone under a window and knifes 2 players on Cruelty.
Then he gets the 3rd kill.
He got a 3rd kill with his gun, though, but, like...
Dude, he melee. There's been a lot. Parker, I don't know if you noticed this. Have there been a lot of knife kills this stage?
I haven't noticed as many knife kills, but I have noticed a lot of trades. Like, I don't know if it's because of CJX. I don't know if it's because of hit reg. I couldn't even begin to tell you what the reason is for it. But it honestly feels like every play day, there's anywhere from 2 to 3 trades. And I do not remember it happening that often back in Siege Not X. So... It looks like Pyrox is going to take a timeout with 1:30 to go as all of his team has died. 3 of them died in the first 20 seconds as they tried to push their way through Art Room and were slapped apart by Ambi. My point, by the way, was that while in comparison to the rest of the region, Team Cruelty has not looked like a very good team, that they are still a team that if the other opponent stops trying, they can win. It was actually, in a roundabout way, a compliment, which is that Cruelty are not so bad that I could clone me 5 times and I beat them. No, that's not what I was trying to say. If Shopify takes their foot off the gas and thinks that they can just kind of fart around between rounds, and Cruelty decides to play as hard as they can, there is potential for Cruelty to win. Admittedly, this stage, we haven't seen a lot of it, but if you're a team like Shopify Rebellion, you need to make sure you close out this game because you don't want to lose. You don't want to get embarrassed. You don't want to give too much away. So we're just playing the waiting game right now because Pyrox is not really interested in getting into the building. I don't blame him at all. The round is over. Shopify Rebellion will move to match point unless we see one of the worst throws in the history of this league on the side of Shopify Rebellion.
I don't think we're going to see that.
You can't say this is a serious match when like 3 players from Shopify Rebellion are just outside trying to get the final kill.
Yeah, but like that's the fun part.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm having a lot of fun.
See, look at that. I love that from Troy. Get active. Get everybody smiling. Get everybody having a good time. I'm down with it. I can tell you, while I've been stun-locked a couple times, I've been having a good time this game. I appreciate it.
You've been stun-locked most of today.
Not most of today.
It's been a number of times.
I don't know. Like stun-locked is a very particular thing. It's like my brain gets locked and I don't know what to do. I've like messed up my words a couple times, but I wouldn't call that being stun-locked. I don't know. That's just my opinion. That was a very funny round, though. Obviously, if you, I don't know, are watching too much short-form content and don't have the attention span to remember, Ambi meleeed 2 people at the start of the round, then immediately flicked outside of the art door and got a 3rd. Actually, we're just going to watch it. Check this out. Look at that. How about the 3rd? Look at it. That was about the only thing that happened in that round of note.
Those are 2 shield ops that he killed, by the way.
What was the first one, a shield op?
I think it was Blackbeard and then it was the Blitz.
I actually didn't even realize what the first one was.
The first one, so the shield vaulted through the art window.
You're correct, by the way. You are correct. It was 2 shields.
Yeah, I just...
Time to redecorate.
I do. I mean, I do feel for Cruelty. I do feel for any team that gets to this point, and you know, we've kind of given a peek under the hood.
Yeah.
All casters have on social media about how it can be challenging to talk about a team that is very clearly not on the same level as the other teams. I think it becomes a bit of a challenge because there's only so many 7-1s you can cast before you. When does just, you know, brutal honesty kick in?
Yeah, but I mean, sometimes I view it from the perspective of like, you know, nobody's under any illusions as to, you know, what's going on, right? Nobody's sitting here like that needing to have the point made that Cruelty like are not on the level of everybody else. Which, by the way, hold on, let's check this out. Pyrox's still doing quite well inside of this game so far.
Pyrox has been excellent. He's been a bright spot for the team. You know, obviously Cruelty had some issues in the background between stages that I feel have hindered their performance more than anything. You know, losing 2 of their best players obviously doesn't help. The drama that engulfed the team involving the coach as well on social media with, I can't remember if it was Skimsy or Ivan who was being very, very vocal on Twitter about the issues that the team and the roster had. You know, Rovi and Fatal or Caden being brought in. Obviously, it's been rough for them. Spoit is just playing with his food at this point.
Ooh, C4 still outside.
Okay.
How about the second? Well, it's looking like that one's it.
Rovi in a 1v3. Cruelty might be giving us the last look that we see from them here in the NA League. They were relegated some days ago and will have to fight for a spot to return. Stage 1 went an awful lot better for them than Stage 2. But it sure seems like this team will end their tenure in this league without a single point. It's been a tough go of it for the players and for the staff.
It has, but with the time we have remaining, I do want to say this. It's not like anybody, including Cruelty, thinks that this has been a successful stage we need to make the point, but I appreciate them showing up. I appreciate them having fun with it, and the thing I want all to take away, Cruelty were smiling on their faces throughout this entire game, and I appreciate them showing up, and ultimately that's the important thing of sport. We're all having a good time. We're all having fun over Rainbow Six, and that's the end of it. Shopify still in playoffs, 7-3 victory, remain in their spot. And if what we got from today was 10 rounds of Rainbow Six in which everyone had a good time and nobody was hurt, I call that a victory.
Yeah, I mean, if this is the worst part of your day, you're having a pretty good day, all things considered. And, well, Shopify will have an opportunity to play on. They will make the playoffs as they had locked it in earlier today from results that didn't involve them, but 3 points will push them up to 3rd place overall. An opportunity still for them to slide back down, but that's Cruelty and Shopify Rebellion in the books. 2 more matches remain and playoff implications still on the line for one of them. We'll be back after this break.
Off you, daddy.
We can call your
Close on my door.
okay?
Close on my door.
Off you, daddy.
Together.
Nice. Hey, you just. Hey.
Yes! Yes!
Are we the GOAT?
Clearly, this was a game that Shopify took very, very seriously because, you know, if they lost this, maybe there was a world where they wouldn't go playoffs. No. Either way, Shopify beat Cruelty 7-3. Cruelty does manage to get 3 rounds. I think that's more than we expected, but either way, let's bring in Canadian to have a bit of a conversation. Congratulations are due because you guys did manage to get a couple of points this week, but what's been going on since that matchup against M80, Playday 5? It's just been like, you guys are crawling towards playoffs, not really like walking.
I'd say we've been off and on. I think obviously our OXG match wasn't the best, and neither was our SSG one. But I think some of the other ones were all right. I guess there were some hiccups, but I think it's just been like translating some of our play into matches, I'd say. But even the M80 game, for the most part, we played good. It was the last like 10 seconds we were stumbling, which, I mean, that's part of it sometimes. It was actually I'd say the inverse of what happened we played M80 previously in playoffs. They, I think, had a 5-1 lead or something crazy like that, and we came back and like they choked all the late rounds and we won them all. So yeah, just the way it goes.
Well, Troy, I want to say congratulations on clenching playoffs and then putting yourself in a good spot. I have 2 questions, actually. Who is Daddy that Spoit was referring to in that last little battle round? Was it you? I mean, I'm curious who Daddy was. And then
I was dead.
Who was? Okay. So
I was dead. It was Dame.
Okay.
It was Surf.
Okay. And then to follow up with that, obviously now being in playoffs, that's where you want to find yourself, as you know, being able to play best of 3s, being able to come back off of, a loss, recoup, whatever you need to do. How do you fix what happened last stage, specifically now finding yourself again in best of 3s and us knowing the attacks certainly haven't been as pretty as they were in the previous stage?
Yeah, I mean, I think the attack thing, it's been mostly us like translating into matches. Obviously, scrims aren't everything, but we've felt very confident in what we have and like what we're doing. Still do, just like kind of stumbling over ourselves in the early. It's been the early parts of our attacks, like it's
opening
not
kills and everything.
Yeah, it's not a matter of we don't know what we're doing at all on attack. It's like we spawn in and we're 3v5.
Right.
And it's like how many attacks are you going to win when you're playing like that, right?
For sure.
Half the plan is already missing. So, yeah, I think we're obviously trying to figure that out. I think today was actually a nice, I don't know, like confidence booster, but also just like have a little fun and not feel so much pressure, like so tense. And I think that was kind of something that bit us in playoffs last stage. We didn't really feel it during the last stage because, I don't know, we were just beating everyone. We were playing good. So, it didn't really cross our minds. And then in playoffs, playing closer games. And I think it started to happen, whatever pressure, whatever it may have been. Playoffs didn't go so well for us. Yeah.
It's time to rectify it.
Yeah, we're gaining experience as a team. I mean, at the end of the day, like Ambi's a super young player. I mean, even Will's like relative. Like we're pretty young team. Like 3 of the guys at least. Richie's been around for a long time, I suppose. But yeah, that we recently picked up Spoit. So like, yeah, we're good. We know we're a good team. We believe in it. We're confident.
Hey, all that matters is you guys made playoffs, and now it's a matter of what you do with that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a clean slate. It doesn't matter how you get the playoffs. I think it's like the same path either way. Like every team's allowed to lose once. We learned that last playoffs. It's like there is an advantage to getting 2 seed, but like it ain't much. So
yeah, we've been highlighting all stage how great Surf has been playing, and obviously in yesterday's matchup, you were top fragging. Does that raise any red flags if the supportive staff are top fragging and the entries aren't?
Yeah, me top fragging is definitely that's never a good sign.
When are we seeing you on Ash?
I've been trying to get on Ash. Ambi was calling actually the whole stage. I started trying today. I was calling.
Right.
But he wouldn't let me play Ash. He made me still just run around on shields and die. So.
I'm surprised Ambi has so much authority over you.
That's the big dog, big bees, grown ass man.
All Well, thank you so much for your time and for the interview. And once again, congratulations on making playoffs. We'll see you around in like a week's time.
Thank you.
Bye.
Have a good one, guys.
See ya.
Bye.
I love Troy.
Yeah.
It's always a pleasure talking to Troy. But as I said, I think this was definitely just more of a confidence builder for them going into this matchup, knowing that they could beat Cruelty for one. But even in their playstyle, what you were seeing, everyone was having a good time. It just gives them that reassurance. We're in our own head. Let's just have fun with this. Let's play off of each other. Let's do what we do best. And clearly was being displayed through and through. And even in that last little bit, cover me, daddy, or on you, daddy. I think that speaks into existence.
I mean, they were still playing good fundamentals. Yes, they were having fun in the comms, but at the end of the day, the basic fundamentals, even on their auto ban of a map, you know, we don't expect to see constantly coming out in playoffs from them. So just getting the good momentum going. And, you know, at the end of the day, Cruelty getting 3 rounds, you know, good for them. Good for them. You know, all for
Pyrox got
nothing.
15 kills.
Yeah, Pyrox, you know, hopefully we'll see him on some type of team next year. Maybe not. But, you know, at the end of the day, all for nothing Cruelty, I guess. Shopify Rebellion, great win. You know, we were stressing a little bit. We weren't. Anyway.
No, we were not. But it's great. You know, they get the win. They get the confidence boost right ahead of playoffs. They get the extra 3 points to move up into the standings, because that's also something that we've been keeping our eyes out for the entirety of today. We're going to be doing a check-in most likely after every single game to show you guys exactly how things are going. 17 are the total accumulated points that Shopify currently has. And SSG has the opportunity to surpass them if they do beat M80 by going up to 18, but that remains to be seen. As for now, DZ is still holding on for dear life. But you know what? Anything can change today, because Envy still hasn't played their game, so they still could get 3 points.
Yeah.
If, big if, they beat OXG.
Yeah, they have to beat OXG. And for the 3rd seed, the games with SSG still matters if SSG gets top 3. Because 3rd seed will play 6th seed. So whoever is in that 3rd seed spot gets the easier matchup, either Envy or Dark Zero. So at the end of the day, every point still matters.
It does, of course. Nothing to snuff your nose up at, even if it's only 1 point. But the schedule for today remains as follow. Envy against OXG and SSG M80. With the Envy OXG game most likely, definitely being the most important one here in regards to whether or not Envy is going to go into those playoff spots or DZ.
Yeah, it's a big question.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's definitely the big question here. I mean, all of the pressure, everything is in Envy's hand here. And then for the side of Oxygen, they control that. Given how well that they've been playing, Envy's really going to have to climb that ladder to get above Oxygen.
Yes, probably what will be the most important match of today coming up next after the break with Envy against OXG. So you don't want to miss it. Stick around.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gimbo. They're back. There's only 4 seconds left.
There's whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They give him a 1v1. And they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom from Blacktown.
Who is Canadian?
Canadian pulls off successful plant.
Eliminated early on from Canadian. And another double kill there from Canadian.
Canadian aggressively all over the place. Taking out K9 in the back has been taken out by Canadian.
And it's going to be a 3rd kill for Canadian.
On the other side here, he's going to have Canadian meet him, and Canadian will win. To go, it's Avian alone, and he drops down. Continue are your world champions.
The most accomplished and longest tenured NA player. And this is Fractures.
Available now.
Fourth game of today is already here as we're closing out the final day of regular season at the NAL. Welcome back, everybody, to Envy against OXG. Most important game that we have left here today, because this means whether or not DZ or Envy is going to remain in playoffs. And for OXG, they are sitting pretty at that second slot, so no real worries for them.
Yeah, no risk for OXG. We can see them do the same thing that Shopify Rebellion did, which is test stuff out, go to maybe an auto ban, see how the waters feel. For Envy, everything is on the line. Them making playoffs is dictated by this game, and it would be such a shame if everything throughout this stage, all their improvement, would just end here after a loss. It would be a real shame.
Yeah, because this roster has done so much work this stage specifically, and we keep talking about it, and we're so proud of the improvement that we've seen them do. But unfortunately, it does hinge on this one final game.
It's do or die for Envy, and the fact of the matter is, have they improved this stage? They absolutely have. You can't count them out. They've definitely made the strides to make success, to make things happen, to put them even in this situation to be able to make playoffs. But that begs to question, why have they improved so much, and where has their improve actually been? Where has that growth actually developed? Because there's multiple areas where, yes, they have grown, and then in others, there's a lot of question marks still.
Yeah, and picking up Aiden has made them so much better. It was a great situation for them. Obviously, dodging the hat pickup, hat going to Cloud9, them ended up with Aiden has added so much firepower, and obviously just the raw passion that Aiden brings has revolutionized the team, the energy that they needed.
And also when we're looking at them specifically, like the improvement has been there, but really when it comes to teams that are below them in the standings, every single time that we've matched them up against a team that's a little bit higher in the standings, a little bit more experienced, they do fall short.
And that's something that we have to focus on. I mean, you look at the first 3 play days against the lower tier teams, and we were getting behind them. And not to discredit them, there was growth there, but then you immediately, once they meet Space Station, one of the upper echelon teams, they get dominated. Sure, the wildcard game was close, but then you have to look at the last 3 play days. Dark Zero, Shopify, M80, absolutely demolished and tanking their stats. Where in the beginning of the stats, they were the #1 rated attacking team. Coming into today, they are the 8th or I believe 9th lowest rated attacking team. So it goes to show, yes, there was growth, but the growth is not coming in a form of being able to be one of the best in the leagues. It's being just in the middle, which can be good enough in this situation if they win today, but it still needs a lot of improvement if you do end up in playoffs.
And we could argue a lot of those games against the top tier teams, if they played a little bit more consistently, especially Shopify on Lair, if we're not overextending, losing rounds that should be easy round wins for Envy, we could easily be sitting here talking about how Envy's already made playoffs.
Yeah, but not yet. This is the final hurdle that they have to go up against, and it is OXG. And OXG has been on a hot streak, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, since the start of the stage, they had that one hiccup loss, and since then, they've bounced back. I mean, the entry has been so good from Oxygen, especially since Adam and Gomez have been able to just be the focus, have all the utility put on them, changing Forrest from that shield. I know we talk about how good of a shield player he is, but him just primarily focusing on the IGLing, getting off the shield, bringing more utility, is able to impact those 2 entries from the back end. And every single time that we see, obviously the preparation from OXG is very visible because they are isolating individual picks before every single site take. They get that opening kill, it puts them in a great position to execute onto the site. You can see the step-by-step process that has got them there. And thankfully, it's about time because we've all been wishing for OXG, this roster, to finally find success.
Yeah, we can also see the step-by-step road that took them to the 2nd place, because besides losing that first game in Stage 2 of NAL, when we started things, that was against M80, they have won everything since.
Even in that loss, it looked tangible that they were going to be able to get the win, but they fell short. And it didn't look like the same OXG that we've been seeing. They still needed to work out some growing pains, find the exact maps that they want to go to, and now they're in a position where their comfortability has only amplified the way that they need to play it. In their game in Nighthaven Labs yesterday, we saw them going for who knows what, site rushes, not even using the shields, just hitting the site altogether from different angles, but they're doing it all together, and that's what's amplified their plays. Now, not only do they have the entry, they have the utility, but they can call strats on the fly and be able to execute on it because they now understand why I'm in a certain position, who's going to be in what position next to me, how can we connect the dots, and everything's been looking peak. It's been peak, it's been very effortless for them.
Yeah, which is kind of not necessarily the case always for Envy, because one thing that you have to really put the effort in, Lax, is going to be your map picks. And that's something that from Envy every now and then has been a little bit of a miss, because we left wondering why they feel comfortable taking certain teams to certain maps.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, prime example is they beat Standby on Bank. We go to Bank, then they immediately then re-challenge Space Station on Bank. Then they get dismantled. Yeah. Then we even look further into it. Then we see them go to Skyscraper versus M80, which makes no sense because if you're looking at your history on Skyscraper, again, the majority of your wins came off of defense and 2 successful attacking rounds. Other than that, there's not much to hold on to. And then you get 7-0'd, clearly speaks into it. And then now even looking at this map, ending in Lair, I don't agree with this, just for the simple fact you played it 2 times this stage. You won it first in the beginning, very close game. Then the second time, you lose it to Shopify Rebellion, where sure, you could argue they did little mistakes. But then you look at Oxygen, they've been extremely well on it, beating Wildcard, beating Dark Zero. So you're talking about those stylistic matchups. It's really going to be on JJ here to be able to replicate what they were doing against Shopify Rebellion. But like I said, being able to fix those small mistakes, because the small mistakes are really bleeding a lot of these rounds and a lot of these games for them. And they need to be perfect here. There is no room for error. The map ban doesn't favor them, in my opinion. I think this goes in Oxygen's favor. So we have to look at the bans, we have to look at the plays, we have to look at the adaptations, and if they can't do that, sorry, Envy, your shots at playoffs are going to be out the window.
When it comes to the stylistic matchup, going to a map like Lair against OXG, we know it's a great map for OXG. They played the vertical game on that map exceptionally well, and I don't believe it's the right call to go to this map. That being said, we did see Envy look really strong against Shopify Rebellion. They lost it in the end when they would have the man advantage. Everyone would overpeak. So hopefully that was a wake-up call on how not to lose those rounds, to play fundamental, use the man advantage. And if Envy can fix those mistakes against Shopify, maybe we'll see them upset OXG.
Maybe, but maybe not, because predictions, I'm assuming, are once again going to be going in favor of OXG, because you're both, you know, not biased, but also it's OXG. Like, this team has been unstoppable. Nothing else to say.
I want Envy to win.
I would like them to win too, believe it or not. Fact of the matter is,
haters?
like I said, we rode this wave of Envy looking really good because of the matchups that they had. Last time they played this, they only won off 1 attack, and they were one of the best attacking teams, so it doesn't leave me confidence here when they start on their attacking side. Caveat of being on defense, I think they need to end this half with at least 4 wins on defense to just muster out something on their attacking half, because it hasn't looked pretty.
Let's shake it up. I believe in Envy. I think they can win. They looked really good against Shopify Rebellion. They looked really good against Shopify Rebellion. They were constantly getting that first pick. It was very good at the way they did it. They just need to be able to figure out that execute. And sometimes, like we said, a team like that has to lose to be able to bounce back and understand what they need to do right.
Well, this is their final test here in the NAL second stage for them to be able to qualify for playoffs. Everything's on the line for Envy. All the improvement throughout the entirety of the stage has led them to this exact same point. But can they close it out against OXG? I guess we're going to have to find out with their casters.
Well, a very big match with 2 teams with different expectations here, right? OXG is guaranteed a top 2 spot. They're not going anywhere, and they've been on the ascendancy as this roster settled in. Adam, in particular, having an extraordinarily good stage. Envy is now starting to buckle under the weight of expectations. They were able to shoot up the standings because of playing against weaker opposition earlier in the stage. They've come back down to earth, having to fight the best of the best. Now they go to Lair with Envy's playoff spot on the line. DZ will be sitting on the sidelines, Lynx, watching intently for the scoreline. All Envy needs to do is make it to OT. At 1 point, Envy is guaranteed that 6th and final playoff spot. Do you like Envy's odds against OXG, or do you think it's curtains for Envy's Cinderella run?
Well, it depends on what your definition is for completing the Cinderella run. Is it winning the game? I don't think that's going to happen. I think OXG, especially in the form they're in right now, are just a step ahead of Envy, which is not all that crazy to say. OXG have really, I think, surprised everyone, and with how good they've been this stage. They really started to lock in playoffs of stage 1, but I think even reaching the heights that they have when many people felt that this was a ragtag roster in stage 1 that didn't quite fit together perfectly has really turned into something special. But Envy don't need to win the game to make playoffs. They don't need 3 points. They don't even need 2 points. They just need 1. They just need an overtime loss, and they will be at 13 points compared to Dark Zero's 12. And do I think that JJ can motivate his team just to get a close loss? I'm not saying it will happen, but I am saying that it could. And so when you're looking at this game and you're thinking about what needs to happen, keep in mind, they don't need to win. They just need to lose good.
Aiden has brought a new name to the table, the Oratax.
You know what? Aiden. If that's what he needs to get the OT loss, I support it.
Why are you already predicting a loss? That's very hurtful.
But an OT loss is a win.
But why can't they just win in regulation?
Because I don't think that'll happen.
Well, Snake, the highest rated player on this NV roster, is the first casualty. That does not bode well for them. If that is a sign moving forward, then, oh boy. I don't love that. I don't love Snake finding himself in harm's way, but oh my, Aiden beheads Gomez on a nice play. And just like that, numbers are even.
The tax collectors here decided to bring up some bills against OXG. How about a second around the corner with a shotgun? That is an easy gunfight for Aiden to win. Now just drops down below to play his life and threaten to flank for the later point of the round. This is a very good start for Envy, making up for that early loss of Snake. Things we could talk about moving forward for ways Envy could improve, but for winning the round ahead of them at the moment, we still got a zombie with Kiba's Despair, a smoke with 3 toxic canisters, and Rival, and Aiden, both with C4s. Meanwhile, you've lost 2 of the most important execute ops for OXG. Deathmark trackers for the Vert, not gonna happen. Firebolts and smoke bolts, gone. You have the Roradors, and you do have this bandit isolated from the rest of the team, but with only a minute to go, and top rocket, New Bridge control still in the hands of Envy. This is looking very good for the defense.
And they'll use one of those aforementioned doors, smoke it off, and push up as a nitro cell from Aiden, collects yet another. All 3 kills listed as his. He's down for the count. So now it's all Rival, Emilio, and JJ Blast to square this one away. Emilio bites the dust. Forrest is last one standing on the side of OXG. Envy are playing for their lives. They finished in last place in stage 1. They enter this match having spent all of the stage in a playoff spot. They are not in a playoff spot as of this sentence. They are on 7th place, trailing DZ, tied with DZ, but still trailing them. Envy just needs a single point, and it looks like they'll get 1 round closer to their goal. With the 10 seconds that are left on the clock, Forrest limited HP with Diffuser in hand. He'll take the engagement, get shredded by JJ Blast, and Envy start off with a very big win.
Very important win as well, and every round from here on out will be get as many as you can, but 6 is the number. That is what you are aiming for. And started things off pretty well. Sure, you lose Snake early on. Is that ideal, losing to you're at the highest rated player in your team right out the gate? No. Nobody's going to tell you, well, it is good. But Aiden is feeling confident. If the name change is going to do it, then I'm perfectly fine with it. Envy just showing that they've got the confidence to take these fights, and that is an important step to establish. Now from here on out, want to make sure we're not losing players like Snake early. Not because it's Snake, but if you're going to position somebody on the roam, I want to see crossfires. Against OXG, I don't want to see a player playing off by themselves, trying to get aggressive when they don't need to. Even if you're going to roam, just play your trades. Make sure that if a player goes down, there's somebody right behind to get the next kill. That is what I want to see from Envy's defenses. We didn't really see that in round 1. It was very individual losses by Snake, individual gains by Aiden. I want to see a team game, and that's the recipe for Envy to make this as close as possible.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I think one thing to dive into here that is a bit distressing for Envy is the individual player performance. Most of these OXG players are at or near the top. Adam is the king right now, the highest rated player, a plus 37 KD. The stats for Adam, by the way, are sensational. Gomez is not that far behind, and a little bit further down are both Grixer and Yaga. All 4 of these players are in the top 20 rated players in the league. You have to scroll a little bit farther just to see Forrest, but again, Forrest is only a -6 on his roll, which is really quite impressive. As for Envy, the only player that is competitive with them is Snake. The other 4 players of Envy are all below Forrest, with Aiden, JJ Blast, and Emilio being in, all 3 of them being in the bottom 10 rated players. That speaks to the fact that you were performing well above your potential, and it means that there is a correction coming at some point. Now, Forrest gets the leadoff pick, and Envy will suffer through losing Rival early, but that correction, Lynx, is coming. It's happened. Envy was able to run up the score earlier because of the matches that they had to play, but they finished off their regular stage against the other top 3 teams, or well, top 4 teams, because they were in 3rd place. And they've not really been able to find success. Taking round number 1 against OXG is a huge boon, but they've got to do a lot more, and this round is not looking particularly good.
It's not looking great with yet another loss of the opening pick and not trading it out. But OXG have taken a bit of time to establish this vertical control, and while they have used or opened some of the floors and gotten some vertical angles, Envy still have plenty of cams to go for a retake later on if they want to, and Aiden is still threatening the shotgun angle on yellow stairs. If OXG actually want to move down to the bottom floor, there are still obstacles in their way. We don't know exactly how many of the Vulcan packs have been destroyed. We don't know if those F-Knots are still in a factor either. This pipe being blown up will block off Yaga's entry for the time being, and the more time Envy can stall, the more this 4v5 can feel like a 5v5.
There goes the gas now. Zayden's trying to buy as much time as possible, but he gets slaughtered by Yaga. Good aggression by the Yog Dog. Envy taking some serious lumps, but OXG has as well. Forrest and Yaga both very hurt in their interactions earlier in the round. 20 seconds left, and Envy holding on for dear life. OXG still have every single player up, and they are getting closer and closer to pulling off a successful plant. JJ Blast will watch the vault on in, but he's punished for his position. There were 2 of them on the side of OXG. Snake, the only one drawing blood. He'll find 2, a 3rd as well, and they're running out of time. Can he stop the defuse plants? Yes! Yaga bails off, and Snake is the hero of the round. Snake might have even gotten the down. It was hard to tell. But Envy wins 2 in a row off of Snake's heroics.
It's a best of 1. Heroics can get you a lot farther than it would in a longer series. But if that's the kind of game we're going to have, as long as they can keep making magic happen, maybe it'll be enough to get 6. Because OXG took a long time to move down to that bottom floor. And you can see that low time bite them with Snake in that moment. He's unread inside of the site, and when you're that low on time, you're always going to have imperfect information. It's just the nature of that position. And while it's not guaranteed, it enables the possibility that that player, gone unread, will be able to catch you when you're sprinting through doors, checking right instead of left, taking 50-50s, and just getting unlucky, which is part of the reason Snake was in that position. Luck is always a factor. He had to win the fights, but he also had to be in a position where they didn't clear him whatsoever. But the broader point I want us to take away is OXG taking a long time to get set up, Envy giving them ways in, and just barely getting over the line. Because OXG are not playing perfect right now, and yet Envy are still giving them moments in the opening round, and with Aiden, for example, making that play beneath the window, which he just did not need to hold, Envy are still giving them openings and needing to bail themselves out anyway.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
Six is the magic number for Envy. They are a third of the way there, Lynx. All they need to do is get 6 rounds. Win or lose, they make it to the playoffs. Now, granted, they don't want to just skate in. If Envy are capable of winning big in regulation and Space Station in their matchup against M80 later today lose, there is a possibility that Envy could take possession of 4th place, which would put them up against, right now, Wildcard, but it would likely face them off against Space Station. Seeding is something that I'm sure these teams are concerned with, but right now the main goal for Envy is just make it into the playoffs to begin with. I don't think their adversary is of the utmost concern. They can worry about that once they actually get in there. JJ Blast was crouch walking his way up those green stairs, and he takes quite a bit of damage. He takes more damage as well. Gomez almost getting an early pick. Now it's the first floor control on the side of OXG as they've pushed those Envy defenders up top, over top of this bomb site, as we tend to see with this room here, a bomb site. You usually want to defend from above. Very quickly, Yaga's going to isolate himself, block off a line of sight, spot a Valkyrie camera that can't see through those SEMS walls. What's the next step?
Projector system out! Gonna say, try to give him another option to creep in behind the ROU. The confidence on Yaga right now just to attempt this plant. But there's still plenty of vertical angles and plenty of information gathering that the defense has that can deny this plant entirely. JJ takes down that player with the diffuser. OXG will force the rotation of 2 down to the site. Snake in front of one of the breaches. Might be a bit of an overcommit from Envy. 3 players down below. If OXG win these fights, these vertical angles will have their work cut out for them.
Not being able to get JJ Blast is going to come back to haunt them now. That's 2 kills for the team captain on the side of Envy. Gomez missing his shots, maybe being a bit too patient, and JJ will find a 3rd. Down goes Adam. Emilio now on it. Rival 2. 3 kills for JJ. We'll get the celebration. He's wearing pants today. He has leveled up his attire, and Envy are at a 3-0 start.
At a 3-0 start, indeed. Now, asterisk. We got to look at those first 2 rounds as we're going to start repeating sites, because I think we can agree that 3rd one is the one time we've truly seen the setup be better for Envy overall. To be fair to OXG, I think a lot of teams inside of the world right now are really struggling with how to attack that site. It's something Ali and I have talked about quite a bit. That vertical setup of denying it from the top. Teams really seem to not know if they can ignore it, if they can't ignore it. Teams even running Solus now alongside things like Warden to really throw attacking teams off guard. A lot of teams are struggling to break through and actually try to get a plant down. But the other two could very well have been OXG wins. You need a Snake 1v4 in round 2 to get a win on basement. In the first one, you need a huge roam from Aiden where OXG give him 2 to 3 1v1s for them to get that first round, or at least for them to get as far in that first round as they did. Aside from round 3, everything has been individual play and heroics from Envy. We need to see more team play, but if we do, the back half of this game will be a lot better, and they're still up 3-0.
A lot of long faces on the side of OXGs. They've now called a timeout to figure out what the next steps are. Lair is a very popular map and has made quite an impact on all different leagues and all different regions. The most played map in SA League, if memory serves me correctly.
That is correct.
It trails both Bank and Nighthaven Labs here in Stage 2 of NA, but not by much, just ahead of Cafe Dostoevsky. Lair is decidedly defender favored, so Envy is doing what they need to do. Almost 60% of the rounds played won by Lair, which typically means a 4-2 scoreline in favor of the defenders. I know that if you watch Rainbow Six, you'll note that about 8 of the 9 maps are defender favored, and most of them are 55 to 60%. I know that might not seem like much, but if a map is closing in on 60%, a 4-2 scoreline is pretty much mandatory for the defenders to keep up with what is going to happen on that second side when you swap and you go on to attack. You start to get to the 50-55%, 3-3 halves become far more common, and frankly, if it's a 50-50 map, a 4-2 scoreline for the other side is also not outside of the norm. But here on Lair, the defenders should be winning. Envy are doing just that. Oxygen have been a formidable team on entry with great players who can take up space and entry without much assistance. They've been struggling to do that. Is it because Lair's a big map? Is it because Envy is playing an unorthodox style? I think it's too early to tell, but clearly OXG is not happy with this. They are not going to wait for things to improve naturally. They're going to try to force it with a timeout. I think that's the right call.
The primary adjustment that OXG will make in this round, at least just on the operator lineup, is only in one area. 4 of the operators are consistent, except they drop the Aurora for Ascends, which I think by and large is the standard, one of the standard ops for attacking this site, and honestly for attacking Lair generally. No numbers to back this up, just to be clear, but this feels like one of the maps where I see Sends most often, and especially on this top floor. It usually indicates if you see the ROU projectors, they're going for a take from ops. They're going to try to throw ROU projectors through the single door, move in and get a plant on this breach that you see Rival, well, electrifying and also the two-brow freezing at the moment. I think it's a good call by Envy to run the Cade two-brow as a result, really stalling things out on this upside. Adam will cross behind that ROU projector, but by holding this line, it's going to trap the Cade in front of this breach, and somebody's going to have to take a fight, and only one will come out alive.
Rivals got this position locked down. Does Adam dare challenge it? Adam simply needs to be better than a 1-3 scoreline, and he'll immediately change that. A second pick to his name, looking to head into Mask. OXG playing this painfully slow here. And I like that Envy's not giving them anything. Just be patient yourself. Oh, Hayden really should have got that kill. Oh, I'd be miffed. Adam continues his reign of terror from this position. Envy gets on the board with a lucky kill from Snake. Not lucky as in unearned, but lucky timed. Oh no! 2 ships in the night as JJ Blast wanders through the gas. They've managed to get out of the way. JJ with 1 pick. Adam still upright. Yaga and Gomez there as well. Blast finished off as Adam guns him down. A 4th kill could be had here, and Emilio is in a bad spot. Yaga credit with the final kill. OXG gets on the board. It's a bit of a head scratcher. I agree with your reaction, Forrest. That could have been a 4-0 for Envy if JJ did not choose to run at the time he did. A close call, but OXG does grab the round all the same.
I think that's just uncertainty from JJ. You walk and maybe you play an ops a bit more passively instead. I really think that might be 4-0 right there. Rival also getting stuck in that spot. We always see players, whether it's a Bandit or a Cade, playing aggressively in that position, and you really got to be careful because the attack can get control of Ops door very quickly, and that means obviously your rotation to the right side is shut off. And if you're a Bandit, that's kind of the deal you make, right? Like if you got a Bandit trick in that spot, but what else are you going to do? But you're a Cade. You might be able to find, I'm not saying you can, but maybe there's some lineup you can do, you know, all the way across the room, throw it, land it on the right panel, and then electrify it. Maybe not. Maybe it's wrong, but that's just a difficult position to play. And part of me does feel just really bad for the Cade there. There's not many options you have playing hard breach denial in that spot. But a lot of that still hinges on JJ not backing up in that moment. And if he had, I think things might be very different. It was a crazy play and almost saw basically JJ run back the Bino clutch from last night. And boy, what a moment that would have been if it happened. We'll have a rehost, unfortunately, which kind of funny because Envy wallbangs somebody right off the gate. That would have only been the 2nd time they've got an opening pick so far. But you can't win them all.
Teams are not supposed to be able to talk to each other during these moments, so they should sit there in relative quiet, as you can see. It's been a great run from Envy, though. I didn't mean to take anything away from them, and I hope that's not how it came across when I talked about the strength of schedule, but we'll get into it more in a couple minutes because we got a break ready for you while we get the teams back in the lobby. All right, thank you so much for your patience. We're back with an incredibly important match for both of these teams, let's be frank, but much more so for Envy, who went out to a nice 3-0 lead, defending on layer as we expect teams to do, but Lynx, Oxygen had just clawed it back before the break. What do you think? You think the timeout worked? Did you see more promise in that round? Do you think OXG can continue to close the gap?
I would definitely say that, at least when it came to what we saw in that round. I don't know if it was necessarily part of the timeout, but I did just see a lot better handling of some of those upstairs positions from OXG than I think we did last time. We see them just kind of waiting for the Cade to expose himself on the breach, able to find it and get that kill. At that point, ROU projector in. The only problem was letting JJ get active and hop through that ROU projector, which is a problem we've seen some teams make. But honestly, yeah, I think we saw a lot. I think we saw an improved attack. Again, I don't know. We didn't really see enough for me to say that it was because of the timeout or not. But I'll attribute it to it. Why not? It's also fair to acknowledge that aside from the Bunks briefing round, 2 of Envy's round wins have been a Snake 1v4 and then also an 8 and 3K of getting multiple 1v1s from OXG. So it's been a very individual game from Envy so far. At the moment, it's 2 kills to start, though neither team grasping a lead. JJ trying his best to find an engagement. He'll be forced off in the process and losing a fair bit of his HP. But Fenrir, for a Deimos, pretty good trade for Envy.
I take that trade. You take that trade?
I would take that trade. I will say, slight caveat, depends on what F-Nauts are activated, but still probably, even if they're in bad position, still probably favors Envy.
Still in the discovery phase now, as actually gone very quickly through this round. 90 seconds off of the clock. The magic number, for those that have not heard us say it yet, is 6. Envy needs 6 rounds to guarantee themselves a single point, which would knock DZ out of the last playoff spot. And it would be the first time since their entrance to Rainbow Six Siege that DZ would miss a regional playoff in NA. Honestly, Envy have an opportunity to do something that no team has been able to do up to this point, which is be the gatekeepers of the playoffs for DZ. It's Envy on the outside looking in, though.
Oh.
Narrow opportunity for Adam to kill JJ Blast. JJ Blast had a terrific round previously, but so did Adam, both of them. Colliding, cracking skulls. They'll walk away after a quick handshake. Neither dead.
I think Envy are starting to overcook a little bit, going for these retakes. I don't know if we need to just yet, especially with OXG aware. Snake commits to the fight and the plant goes down. This seems like OXG will get their second.
Down goes JJ Blast, and yeah, I think this might be it in the round. If the timer wasn't running against them, I think there'd be an opportunity here for Envy, but Emilio and Aiden are just boxed right in. They'd given up that top floor control earlier on. They were not able to recover, and then when they gave up the other side of the bomb site, it was too tough. That is that's gotta be like a humidifier. That's crazy. Just sitting right next to it.
That's a really aggressive humidifier.
It's an incredible thing. I'm feeling dry. What's the solution? Why don't I put it right next to me so I can breathe it in? I mean, we had what? We had a shirtless hat today. Hat was shirtless. Grixer's been wearing the sombrero a lot, so I mean that's not a surprise. We had the chewing tobacco tower next to Newer's. We have seen some absurd things on the player cam. And not just was Hat shirtless, but he also had that mystery outlet that was halfway up the wall that's almost certainly for a TV, but like, I don't know.
Then Sorp had a tarp covering up like Nosferatu's coffin in the back of his background.
Yeah, I love it. I enjoy seeing it. And then you see like Canadian and Spoit playing in like a professional office. It's like, okay. I'm just happy when the players make their beds. Looking at you, JJ Blast.
Hey, I make my bed. Not a player, but you know. I want credit.
You're on the team.
I want credit for it.
You're on the team.
It's the not the only site Envy have won, but like I've said before, in the aggregate, the only one that they really won without relying on one particular individual. And to be fair, this is a very difficult site to attack, I think we found in the world so far. And it seems that I think that OXG are trying to basically do the other option, which is if you can't just brute force it and stick a plant on the bottom, try and full commit, not to a complete clear of this top floor, but try to hop in, get a few defenders, and then reassess whether or not you can go for the plant. That's at least what I thought they were doing. Getting the breach, at least early on, doesn't necessarily commit them to a direct take. But I'm curious if that's what we're going to see, since just throwing some smokes or in that round some ROU projectors and trying to get a diffuse plant off the back of it did not really work out. I mean, actually, Parker, I might be wrong. I think they might just be trying to do it again, except from a completely different angle.
Let's see if the coast is clear. There's one Banshee that stands between them and that B-bomb doorway, but they've got a couple hurdles. Forest on Fuse Shield just gives me so much anxiety. I'm a certified hater.
You know what? I wonder if this is what they're going to do. Is Gomez going to throw the Candelas up top, try to blind them, and then they go in from below? And the glass covers from below, too.
Forrest is off to the races. He takes no time to wade into the smoke, get diffused to the halfway point. JJ Blast picked apart as that smoke will continue to linger. Yaga can see right through that, but everybody is blind, courtesy of Gomez. He's decided that nobody gets to see. Amelia will have information as to where some of these defender gadgets are and where the case is laid. 15 seconds have gone off the clock since being planted. Envy's first kill will come from Snake. That's been a common theme tonight. Aiden also on the board as Grixer traded one out before dying. A 3v3, but again, the timer, the major adversary for Envy. They struggled to battle it last time. The botch a Nitro cell. As Aiden was hoping for an arc, can't get it. Gomez shuts him down. Plugging the hole next to the diffuser, but Rival's running out of time, and oh, he hopped on, but he gets picked apart. Irrespective of what Emilio does, the round is over. A 3-3 first half. Forrest pulling out the pistol and pulling out all the stops. Smoking, opening things up, getting the diffuser down, and getting exit frags. What can't the man do? Terrific play by him and his team, and they have completely erased the lead that Envy had.
Completely erased the lead, and honestly, I think now that's the second time I've seen that attack. And I'm not saying the team I'm about to say were the progenitors of it, but the only other time I've seen it was Shopify run it. And they did exactly that. They threw all the Candelas on the top floor, but committed to a plant on the bottom, because the idea is basically, okay, well, assuming they don't have a Warden, which Envy did not, if they don't have a Warden, doesn't matter if they got vertical angles or a Specchio scanner, none of that matters. They don't have an operator that can not be blinded if they get hit by a Candela. So you throw all the Candelas up top, all the players in the vertical angles are blind, then not only do you go down below and get the plant, you also throw down smokes so the glass can cover it with a DMR in case either A, anybody on the vert isn't blind, or B, anybody on the site isn't blind and tries to challenge the planter. I saw Shopify run it. They won flawlessly in that round I saw. I don't remember what game it was, but I remember it was a flawless round, basically. That round, it worked perfectly for OXG. It's obviously very important that there's not a Warden on the board for the defense. But that still is so far one of the only viable attacks I've seen of that site. And overall, even though it's 3-3, I think that's a stronger half for OXG overall.
I agree with you. It took them some time to find their footing, but they are very firmly here. The timeout paying dividends.
10 seconds left before insertion.
I mean, it is obviously a cause for concern when you have to call it, but at the same time, they were attacking on layer. It'd be more concerning if you had to call a timeout while defending. Envy still has theirs in back pocket. Forrest loving these Russian operators, going from the Fuse to the Tachanka. Tachanka is incredibly viable on this bomb site. That little corner of the A site is where most of the diffuse plants will go, and if you're a good Tachanka, you know the lineup for it. Oh my. Snake has been, bar none, the best player on Envy. He's been involved in the first bit of action through most rounds, as you would suggest, or as you would assume from his role. He just gets fed to the wood chipper, courtesy of Yaga. OXG with a big advantage. 30 seconds into the round, but hold on a second here. Envy's been able to open up that wall. They could apply pressure, but no, they think otherwise of it.
Yeah, it's different methodologies, right? If with the Cade down, if you want to bring Harvard now, it's got to be a bandit, which means you're committing yourself to play in that position. And we saw Rival have a lot of difficulty navigating earlier when he was stuck on the double wall close to Ops, and OXG was just able to wait, pick him off. So with the Cade down, you decide not to bring Hard Breach Denial and instead stock all your Denial in the Goyo, in the smoke canisters, and as you can see right in front of you, with the Shumikas from the Tachanka. Forrest using the pocket reinforcement to lock off the new bridge rotation. So sure, Envy have got that breach initially, but everything behind that breach, including the one on Ops, by the way, is still very much intact. Envy have a lot of work to do with half the round gone, and this is where OXG's strategy really starts to come into play.
That first bit of action with Snake has put Envy in a rough spot. Their ability to figure out the location of these defenders, tough. No death marks, no Dokkaebi for backup, no Lion being brought. You have a very execute-heavy set of utility on board. Gridlocks with grenade to flush them out, track stingers to ensure there's no flank because it's a big map. If you were going to use that Deimos to roam clear, well, good luck. Now you just have to be even more insistent that somebody holds flank watch, which when you're down in numbers is particularly distressing. You can hear that Shumika launcher firing away at the Molotovs. Rival's gone. Aiden is on the board. That's Yaga's second kill. There's now the artwork done on the wall by JJ Blast, being watched by Aiden as he hopes for one of the defenders to be unlucky enough to reposition themselves. Yaga almost dies to Emilio, and now the cavalry will be called. Adam marching up to this position, but Emilio has not wandered off. Into the bomb site he goes with diffuser in hand. He's taken out by the fire. No, that's Yaga dusted off. Adam as well will take down Emilio. These teams coming to blows, neither ahead at this particular moment. Down goes JJ Blast, and Adam will get the final 2 kills. OXG take the lead for the first time all match with their 4th round in a row.
Now, that was shaky. Let's just address that right out of the gate. But OXG had built up enough both strategic momentum and physical momentum in the round to win. First off, their setup was always going to be really difficult to deal with in the late round. Because like I said, even if you open that breach, you still have 3 different sets of denial. Things get complicated, of course, when Grixer dies through that nav hole that we saw, and also more complicated when you have Forrest accidentally team killing Yaga with his Shumika grenade, Yaga also pushing up quite aggressively as the Azami behind that desk. There were some moments where Envy had ways into that round. But the strategy overall was very sound from OXG, and Envy were going to have a problem dealing with it if they let it get to the sub 45 around the 30-second mark. However, because of that strategic momentum that I just mentioned, and OXG also getting that early advantage onto Snake, who, by the way, has been dying untraded in quite a lot of these rounds, they get a reliable advantage, they start off strong, and then the strategy sets them up for success. That's exactly how a round of Rainbow Six should go, even if some mistakes happen along the way.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Snake's going to play another highly valuable information operator. Those ops are usually the main point of the spear. Your Deimos, your Lion, your Dokkaebi. Not uncommon when you look at the highest rated players and the most kills that are happening for them to have one of those operators amidst their pool. Dokkaebi, the most picked operator for a number of high-ranking players. Just a good overall kit, whether it's the EMPs, whether it's the logic bomb, whether it's the fact that you've got effectively 3 primary weapons. Yeah, Dokkaebi can bring the boss G. It's a fine gun. It's mostly just for fun. Then the DMR and that SMG-12. Incredible stuff. The SMG-12 becomes a pseudo-primary in a lot of instances. There's a nitro cell that was tossed out, by the way, at these Envy players. That could have been a scary sight. They would have lost yet again that first blood, but they still persist. A minute off of the clock now as Envy gets ever closer to the bomb site.
They're progressing closer, but they are not there yet. There's still obstacles in their way. Yaga being one of them, but he's got to be careful here. 2-on-1, sure he's a warden, but this is not a blitz you're dealing with. AJ's not really going to Matt Carroll that much that your glasses can see through a flashbang. So Adam will back up deeper into the roam generally. Yaga joining Forest on the top of green stairs.
Position secured.
Adam right now just making a fortress, trying to play for his life. And with half the round gone, if he gets a kill here, he's worth his weight in gold and can pretty much sit out the rest of the round at that point. He's done his job. Him and Yaga both trying to set up a cross in this position, wasting so much time against Envy. They finally get the kill, but that was Adam's job. Waste about 1:45, as much time as you can. And even in the 4v5, I will say OXG do have tools, but they only have one C4 remaining. They only have those F-Nauts. They don't have a Smoke. They don't have a Tachanka. They don't have a Goyo. I would like to see a bit more plant denial here, because with the man advantage and 50 seconds remaining, I'm not going to say it's going to be easy. There's a good way Envy could win this even with the time wasted.
And Adam really could have gotten a pick there. I think there was just a bit of reluctance as to whether he wanted to keep wasting time or gamble on a pick. Unfortunately for him, it's the Blackbeard that he sees first. He could have made some serious noise, but that gives Envy a leg up, drawing ever closer to tying this match. And remember, Envy just needs 3 more rounds to secure themselves a single point, and with it, get the final playoff spot. Gomez shreds through JJ Blast, though, and the advantage that Envy had was gone. It's earned back by Rival. OXG holding on now. There goes the logic bomb. Gomez finished off. 2 remain on both sides of the coin, but the diffuser not in hand. OXG tearing strips through them. Rival no opportunity to do it, and Grixer and Yaga seal the deal on the round, giving OXG round number 5. 5 in a row for Oxygen. What do you do to stop the bleeding if you're Envy?
It's a difficult question because it's not like OXG are playing perfect or there aren't ways for Envy in there. And if you look at what I said, that the lack of plant denial could really be a problem, is still true. The time gets low, Envy are able to start getting a plant. And with that advantage, by winning those fights, Envy have made up a lot of ground, despite spending so much time trying to acquire the vertical. But the 1 C4 that OXG had lands perfectly. And ultimately, even if you have 1 piece of plant denial, even if you don't have a lot of redundancy to make up for a mistake, if you don't make a mistake, then that might just be enough for a round victory in the end. In this case, it was. They have the 1 C4, it lands at the right spot. Because of the time spent, Envy only have 7 seconds left to rotate over to the diffuser. And at that point, if both of you are rushing back, there's ample opportunity for OXG to go on red in a position and catch you off guard. So it was a case of likelihood, to go back to our topic, to our conversation in the first game. Because even if there aren't a lot of options, if you just have that 1 C4 and it lands at the right time, that's good enough.
Bombs.
Oh, this is just about as the last chance that Envy's going to get to close this gap. Again, if OXG reaches 6 points, that's not the end of the road. It's a loss in regulation for Envy that becomes a problem. DZ started today off in match 1 against Standby LFO, who up until about 24 hours ago, frankly, were tied in last place with 0 points. I think there was a lot of confidence on the side of DZ that they would be able to handle a team that was seemingly far below their abilities. Well, Standby thought otherwise, and DZ did not even get a single point, weren't even able to muster overtime, Lynx. And because that Standby took all 3 points, which for Standby doesn't mean anything. They're still in 9th place. There was no movement out of that position. I suppose they could have tied Cruelty if they hadn't won and Cruelty had beaten Shopify Rebellion, but that's not what happened. For DZ, though, they have a multi-year-long streak of making the playoffs that is now in jeopardy. DZ does, at this very moment, hold the spot. Envy, because of round differential, trail Dark Zero. So a single point is all Envy needs to grab the final playoff spot. OXG are just fighting for bragging rights at this point. They want first place overall. It also has impact on the regional finals as to whether they finish in the top 4 or not. The other team that they're competing for a top 2 spot against is M80. That'll be in our final match in just a couple minutes. Once this one finishes, where SSG and M80 will do battle. JJ Blast starting off this round by taking a Nitro Cell to the face, but because of the shield of Blackbeard survives, he's kind of all alone right now, Lynx.
He's got 1 player to support, but there's plenty of resources in front of him that he's got to worry about. Envy trying to do what I would say is what used to be one of the standard, and still is kind of one of the standard things we see attackers do when they try to full clear this site. Walk up New Bridge with a shield, try to create that pressure, usually with some kind of execute utility, and sometimes the Grim, in this case the Candelas on the opposite side. And it is a perfectly sound attacking strategy in theory, and yet it always seems a lot more difficult to make happen in practice. And I think case in point here, a minute 40 seconds in, we've not seen a single player drop on the side of OXG. We've seen players rotate back into R6 room and office with impunity, nobody able to cut them off. So as Emilio begins pushing in, he's denying these vertical angles, and that itself is good, but the defense can still threaten a retake. The attack is using a lot of utility, and unfortunately not getting much for it.
Oh my goodness. OXG just blowing them up. Grixer with a Nitro Cell to take out 2 members of Envy. Emilio and Aiden. Aiden, a rookie, making his debut at the start of stage 2. It all rests on him this round. The hopes for Envy fading second by second, and it's a flawless win by OXG to move to match point. A strong start in both the stage and in this match. How poetic for Envy, and now both are in jeopardy. Not just your ability to make the playoffs, but your ability to get a single point here. Much was said about Envy and whether they had made serious strides and improvements in the offseason. I think there's no denying that they are a better team than they were. But Envy with 4 wins and 4 losses, all 4 of their wins coming within the first 5 games. All to teams that are either out of the playoffs or just barely made it in. The great Nitro Cell by Grixer. OXG. Oh, let's talk a little bit about them. The growth from this team, Lynx, has been incredible over the last couple months.
It's been really, really good in the past couple of months. Also, Forrest breaking away from those shields is, one, not only just a cool thing for him. I mean, he was a great shield player, don't get me wrong, and he still likes to bring it out every now and then. But him breaking away from that has been so good for him as a player, so good for OXG as a team. But also something I don't think gets talked about enough is what this means for OXG for the org. Even if they don't get first in the group stage, they will finish top 2. And since I have been casting the NAL, OXG has been in the dumps. They have barely been at any international events. They've barely even been a team that's really in the conversation for playoff contention whatsoever. I mean, they've made it, but really we've not been paying attention to them as a serious topic. So for them to not only be genuinely back in the conversation, which they weren't even really in the conversation for the bulk of stage 1 until they started that playoffs run, but for them to be in the top 2, potentially the best and highest rated team going into the playoffs, insane for the org that has been inside of the NA League for a long time now, and for the past couple of years has really, really been at a low point. Really, really good to see.
We've yet to have a team here in this stage go perfect. Shopify Rebellion were as close as I think we may get. 26 points. Why? Because they won in overtime against the team on the left side of your screen, Envy, back in stage 1. But 27 points is the ceiling. That's if you win every single game in regulation. If OXG prevails here, they'll finish with 24, which is fantastic. M80 have an opportunity to finish with 25 as well, depending on what happens with their game against SSG. So if you look at the pedigree of a team like Shopify Rebellion and then you turn your sights to this OXG roster, I think most people would say, well, these are not even close to the same teams. And yet it's actually OXG right now on top of Shopify Rebellion this stage. And OXG have continued to make improvements. Adam has been a standout. It might have taken him a little bit of time to find his footing in this particular match, but he's been dominating. He's had some incredibly impactful rounds. And the more he seems to settle in with this team, and the team gels as a whole, the better they get. It'll be fascinating to see how they do in a best-of-3 system in the playoffs in a couple weeks.
I'll certainly be very excited to do so. As again, it's guaranteed that OXG will be there. Guaranteed they'll be in the top 2 as well. The question is whether Envy can win these next 3 rounds and get 1 point to knock Easy out. It'd be crazy, it'd be good, but right now at a 5v5, let's just do a quick triage, Parker. 3 toxic canisters, 12 Shimikas, some Vulcan pack. 1 Vulcan pack hasn't even been placed, by the way. That's crazy.
Okay.
OXG have the tools for plant denial at the moment. While Snake has control of top rocket, Envy have to cut through this really brutal plant denial setup. A lot of the Shmikas have been spent. There's still plenty of in pocket if you added toxic canisters, though. We're going to need to see Envy win some fights if they want a chance at overtime.
And as is tradition, the closer we get to a finish, the slower things go. Envy need to dot their I's, cross their T's. Oh my goodness, Aiden fighting out of that spot, and he's brought the fire that was in him towards his opponents, but Adam is on the board with 2. Grixer as well gets 1. Down goes Aiden, and everything's fallen by the wayside. No! It all collapses for Envy in the blink of an eye. They lose the match, and they lose out on the playoffs. DZ and their fans must be overjoyed at this result. OXG vaults into first in the NA League. Our top 6 is locked in. Envy spent most of this stage in the top 3. And now they will finish in 7th. Easy, Wildcard, Space Station, Shopify Rebellion, Oxygen, and M80. Your top 8. They will do battle in the playoffs. My, I am thrilled at such a good game, and I'm excited to hear what the desk has to say about this after the break.
Flooding master. Gonna play default probably.
We deny.
Guys. Wait, breach that. Let's do a master. Let's do
Push it through.
One down, one dead.
Nice. Nice, only one up.
Nice.
Good job. Let's go, guys.
Nice.
Absolute heartbreak for Envy after a pretty great stage when it comes to their improvement, but OXG managed to finish things out with another win, meaning that besides the loss against M80, they have won every single best of one this stage. Forest, congratulations on yet another win. You guys have been the gatekeepers here for Envy. But before we start off this interview, there was this tweet that you put out yesterday where you're like, oh, you know, if LFO win against DZ, I'm buying everyone Chipotle. Does an offer still stand?
It's already been done. I mean, the deal's sealed.
No way.
Yeah, deal's sealed. We got it through.
You know what? Respect, man of your words. Either way, let's bring it back to the game then. In that case, were you expecting this to be maybe a bit more of a difficult matchup, considering it is Envy and there was so much on the line for it? Or did you think, you know, we're just going to come into this one a little bit more cruising because, you know, you guys are undefeated?
I mean, we kind of expected to win, but we knew that, like, Envy just played freaks, so, like, we knew it wasn't going to be easy, so, like, really showed. We went down to, like, the first 3 rounds in a row, so we kind of, like, locked in and, like, just closed it out.
Wait, so why did you want to give the LFO guys Chipotle if they beat DZ?
We want them to give them the Chipotle because, like, yeah, we need them to win the regional final. We want 4th place for regional finals, so, yeah, we have to overtake DZ and... Yeah, you know, the dude's powered up for us. Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah, I thought you wanted to gatekeep DZ from making playoffs, but then you went ahead and beat Envy. What was going on? Why did we have to beat Envy?
I mean, we got to play for ourselves, I guess. You know, we had some ideas, but you know what? We just got to play to win. Simple as that.
Yeah. I was going to say, DZ owes, I mean, DZ has definitely got a lot of...
DZ owes you Chipotle.
They owe you guys a lot.
They owe us like 10 grand or something now at this point, bro. Like, this is about to pay up.
They owe you guys. Well, fact of the matter is, Forrest, I am super happy with Oxygen's success. Obviously, a lot coming from you, changing the dynamic of everything that you've done. I said this on the desk just recently. Your playstyle now reminds me back when you were on Astralis and even in the early stage of SSG, just kind of having that unorthodox support playstyle where you'll get aggressive. You don't care if you even have the diffuser. You will get into the building. You'll make a play happen. I just kind of want to, pick your brain, how you feel from the beginning of stage 1, everything, all the trials you guys went through, and then coming into this stage, only 1 loss and dominant performances, the dominant stage, dominant results. Just kind of want to pick your brain how you've been feeling about everything as a whole.
We should have credit to like a lot of the staff and the players because I think everyone individually has stepped up, and we kind of realized through stage 1 to now, like, we just needed like a stronger backbone on the team. So having Kizzy transition to the head coach really, like, I think enabled that. So honestly, without Kizzy and some other players in the background, like, we wouldn't be where we're at right now.
I think you should give yourself some credit though, as well.
For sure.
Sure, I guess, but I mean, I think the credit goes to the guys. I trust them a lot.
Dude, I still got nightmares of Forrest on Oregon just being the ace to go through Master. He throws the ace on the wall and he's inside, trophy already running into sight before the ace even goes off.
Theme park, he would drop the hatch inside server and just immediately run into statue and just take that gunfight and smoke me off of it one time that I remember pretty it's stuck there. It's stuck there.
It's giving back in my day.
I mean, Forrest was back in our day. He's just
a cheese master.
Keeping it going.
That's it. I'm a cheese master. That's it. That's all I am.
You get it done. That's the important thing.
Well, thank you, Forrest. And again, congratulations on securing playoffs. Number 2 slot so far. Who knows how the game's going to go later today for M80, but we'll stick around and find out about that one. Take care of yourselves. Bye.
Yep. Take care, Morgan. Take care, guys.
Morgan?
Morgan?
Who's Morgan?
Who's Morgan?
Oh, he's making the reference to, what's that one series?
I don't know.
The song that I listened that you instantly knew. I don't watch that stuff.
But
the Bay Harbor Butcher, whatever it is.
The Bay Harbor Butcher?
Whatever it is. Dexter.
I know Dexter,
thank you,
but
production. That's what he's referencing.
How is that a reference?
Isn't the dude's name Morgan in that?
Morgan? I think Morgan
guys,
is
let's
Dexter's
talk about the highlights instead,
wow.
because you guys are literally losing your train of thought here. At least you guys know Siege.
Yeah, you know who was the Bay Harbor Butcher? It definitely was OXG in this matchup, and I was hoping for Envy to win. They were up 3-0. It was looking so good. And then the same simple mistakes against the better teams where they would get an opening pick or they would have the advantage, they have positions, and then they just overswing. They would give away freebies. It was really a nail biter to watch because Envy got so close in so many of those rounds. Their defenses looked locked down, and they could have easily had a 5-1 half.
I mean, that's what I said. They needed at least a 4 round to just feel comfortable going on their attacks, because the most previous time they played it against Shopify Rebellion, they only got 1 successful attack, and it just goes to show, even with how this ended up, once they switched halves, they couldn't get anything done on their attacking half. And it really is unfortunate because I did have high hopes for them. They did have growth. This was their last hurdle of just making playoffs to show that improvement, and just to fall short.
It hurts, man. I believed.
Let's rub a little bit of salt in the wound then and have a look at the standings, because I feel like that only is further going to highlight the very unfortunate position that Envy is in. It is literally the round difference. Like, oh my God, that is heartbreaking.
It goes to show that if Envy was able to maybe get a couple more rounds in some of their early matchups, you know, if they didn't get 7-0'd, there would be a situation where maybe with round count they would have been able to surpass Dark Zero. But that's just so unfortunate. For all the hard work that they did, it comes to a bittersweet end.
Dark Zero better make the most of this, because if it wasn't for Oxygen, they would not be in a position of even being in playoffs, being able to work on their problems going into best of 3s. So Dark Zero, you owe Oxygen a lot of favors for this one.
Bring in DZ for an interview.
Just call them in for an interview.
Like, hi, guys.
Just hop back on a call real quick.
Yeah.
I
want to know.
Honestly, this end to a stage, essentially, because this next game doesn't really change much in terms of who's playing where or where they're going, but how the last stage ended versus this one, I mean, this one got really chaotic at the end.
That's great, because to an extent that just shows how competitive it's gotten, whether that's because everybody gotten better or some teams just like slacked. It doesn't really matter. It has been more competitive, which is really a treat for us viewers to watch. We're the winners at the end of the day. Either way, we have one more game left, and that is SSG going up against M80, the team that has been yet to lose a game against SSG, who's ramping up. Maybe this is the first loss that M80 is going to suffer, maybe not. We'll find out after the break.
Dodas and Dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and gift throw. Their first round. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They've given him a 1v1 and they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom of Blacktown.
It's game time, yeah, we on the way. We back in your city, we back. I gotta get to it, in fact. No time to relax. I'm packing the stacks, I'm firming the stacks. Game time. They got to step on a landmine. Like a landmine. It's game time, yeah, we on the way.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Our last game of our last day of a regular season here at the NAL. Welcome back, everyone, with M80 against SSG, the undefeated team of the current second stage of the NAL versus the #1 from stage 1. This is going to be quite the interesting game because SSG here has a chance to knock down M80 a peg.
They do, but as for M80, the biggest thing here is to just solidify their dominance throughout the stage, get the win here, and then on the sides of SSG to just dethrone that win streak, to say the least, and then also for them to climb up in the ladder to be sitting in third to look at their opponent of DZ.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a rough one for SSG, but M80, on the other hand, this roster has been phenomenal. They haven't dropped a single map throughout these best of ones, and they are just so locked in.
Yeah, I mean, we heard him in the interview yesterday where everything seems to be working for them. Even when rounds feel like they're man down, they're still able to pull rounds out of thin air. Their confidence and their momentum up in this point has really been amazing, and every single player on the team has been performing exceptionally well. They have about 4 players within the top 10 of the league, and Gavin is in 11. So that's all 5 players within the top 11. You could just see by the stats. Everyone is firing on all cylinders. But what I love is the utility of their operators. Look at that. Not a single operator that doesn't bring utility. And that's all the name of the game when it comes to M80 is utility, utility, utility. Just using it as much as possible. They've been able to make it work. It took a little bit of time throughout stage 1 to now. They didn't go to EWC, but now finally it's all clicking. They have everything set up that they need, and they're able to entry with these operators as well. And then when they get in the position, they have all the utility they could possibly need.
I mean, the real test is like approaching here for the side of M80, because now that you're done with these best of ones, we're heading into playoffs. That's when the pressure really is on. And M80 is not necessarily known historically as a team that is comfortable dealing with that kind of pressure.
Nah, the pressure on their shoulders never really works out. I mean, even when we were on the team with Kino is a player that always has a little bit of a tough time when it comes to pressure. This was their stage 1 in obviously their stage 1 playoffs. They ended up beating OXG to go one step closer, lose to Shopify, lose to SSG. So obviously it's very unfortunate for them that time to get knocked out when they were so close, 1 game away. Every game went the distance, but unfortunately the pressure got to them. They crumbled, and it didn't look like the same M80, but also it's not the same M80 here because they're way more comfortable. Players like Gunnar and Gavin have seen so much success on this new role. They're feeling a lot more comfortable, and the whole team is really playing all together.
Which is like the complete opposite side of the story for SSG Lax, because if there is one roster that is gonna do great under pressure, that has that mentality, that has that fortitude, it is SSG.
Oh, it's definitely Crank Station, to say the least. And, you know, the big thing for me when I'm looking at this roster throughout this stage, there were a lot of hiccups in the beginning. We were giving them praise in the beginning. They were the best in the league. They ran the league towards the very end. They made that playoff run. Fact of the matter is they did fall off. But the key thing, especially from being a former player, is once you start hitting these hurdles, you start running into these walls, the important thing is you are fixing it before playoffs, and that's exactly what we're seeing from game after game. We said this was going to be hell week for them, given their opponents, given it was Dark Zero, given though it was going to be Shopify Rebellion, and now M80. Fact of the matter is they are winning every single game, and it's based off their aggression. They said they're going back to what was comfortable for them, and that's where their aggression is shining and why we're even seeing them in the position that they currently are.
And everything still matters, obviously. Both these teams still make it into top 6, but that being said, M80's playing for first place. SSG is playing for third place. Whoever's in third place at the end of the day will be going up against Dark Zero first round in the playoffs, and the one that's in 4th place will be playing Wildcard. So again, you have to beat everybody once you get to the playoffs, but at the end of the day, the easier road towards that finish line is always going to be the one that you want to take. So that being said, there's a lot to play for SSG because you want to be able to play against a weakened Dark Zero.
Yeah, but all roads do lead to Rome. Hopefully that is the finals, and Munich specifically this time around, because that's where every single one of these teams wants to head forward to. But for SSG's side of things, I'm quite impressed with the fact that they were able to really crank it up this week, because as you already touched upon, Lax, this was their most difficult week yet, and throughout the regular stage, they didn't look that strong.
Yeah, of course. And I think, you know, again, the biggest thing is they want to go back to where they thrived as we've known SSG for the longest, and that's their aggression. And it's one of two things, you know, when you're looking at this matchup is, yes, it doesn't change too much in terms of them them getting into first and second. They're already locked in, but it's an opportunity here, like I said, to treat this game as a game day scrim. Whether you're bringing out a new map here to just test the waters, maybe show something before going into playoffs, maybe just not want to go into playoffs with a certain play in mind so you can get everything tested here, because as we know, game day reps are far more important than scrim day reps. So there's many areas where we can just see SSG really use this as another stepping stone to just enhance and elevate their play, even for players like Benja, even for players like NJR, just to try something different before heading into playoffs where they really have to dial in and there really can be no excuses made going into those.
And it's refreshing to see them have so much success in the hardest week of the regular stage, because there was a ton of little mistakes that they were making versus the easier teams. The thin line of aggression can go from over-aggression individually to over-aggression altogether. And it's a very thin line that SSG teeters on, but when they play against the better teams, we can see how they lock in and they try to minimize the amount of mistakes.
And if you remember, when they did play against M80 last stage, that was back and forth. That was constant aggression, just feeding one right after the other. And where M80 got the upper hand is when they slowed down, and that's when SSG then over-aggressed. They couldn't find their footing anymore. They were getting discombobulated in some of those rounds. So it's good to say, whatever map we land on here, I'm sure it's going to be a slugfest.
Yes, and that's exactly what I want to head into next, the map veto, because this is probably going to be the most exciting game of today, or maybe the most exciting game of all of Super Week. Not necessarily because of the fact that the standings are so important, but these both teams are just going to go just headbutting against each other on Skyscraper.
You want to take it or you want me to take it?
You could do it first.
I mean, I think this is going to play similar exactly where we saw that conflict, where we saw that bloodbath happen, where that aggression was constantly being met from the second you enter that building to just even try to take the site. It's going to be the same thing here with Skyscraper. I mean, we saw one side of M80s, they absolutely dominated their opponent, which was Envy. And then on the other side, it didn't really look too great. Their attacks weren't great for SSG. Their defenses weren't great. They only won one round on defense, one round on attack versus Cloud9. But again, two different opponents, two different ideologies on how they approach it. Similar in terms of aggression, but the important key factor is who's going to be able to reel that back in
100%.
and slow it down when the other's over-aggressing and being able to capitalize and pounce on top of that.
I mean, that's one thing for M80 is they can reel it back in. They can play defensively. They can play behind that utility that they've been perfecting all throughout the stage. And we know SSG, when it comes to playing slow, they've even said in interviews that it's not necessarily their strong suit, it's one of their weaker areas. So when they're starting on defense for Skyscraper, you have to hope that, yes, you can play a little aggressive, but you need to know that if it's not working in the gunfights, if you're losing that initial opening pick, you got to be able to fall back. And SSG's not known for playing utility operators when it comes to defense.
And that's what I'm worried about, is because they're fixing it and going into their old aggressive state. So then it's a mental hurdle of like, okay, now how do we shut that off to then fall back to our old ways of being a little more passive? It's going to be a tough mental game, I think, for SSG.
Does the map pick, however, by any way, shape, or form, influence your predictions when it comes to who we think is going to be winning this?
I was feeling M80 was going to win, but honestly, with SSG starting defense, with how they are, if M80 cannot fight them head-on when it comes to those entries and they don't get those opening picks, I could see SSG getting a 5-1.5 on defense, so I'm going to stick with SSG.
I think that's the biggest thing for me here, is where we saw them fail against Cloud9 for SSG, is they weren't playing that trade game, and they're absolutely going to need to be playing a trade game for M80. So I'm sticking with M80, but if the trade game is there, I'm not surprised if SSG takes the win here.
All right, I guess we'll see how this one's going to play out. Our final game of Super Week, final game of the regular stage, and it's a banger because it's SSG against M80, and we're ready to head over to our casters in Taro and Lynx.
Well, Lynx, it appears that we have a house divided, as we've got one M80 enjoyer and one SSG fan colliding. I think we're going to have what is scheduled to be our best match of the day, and it's kind of funny to say that because there's really not an awful lot on the line here. M80 would love to take back first overall in the standings. Space Station have an opportunity to climb a little bit upwards, but that is really it, which for these teams and these players, I suppose, can mean an awful lot. But in the grand scheme of things, and in comparison to all of our other matches today, this one really doesn't mean as much.
No, but I think we can all appreciate and just get behind some good Siege. Though, I say that we're also on Skyscraper.
No, sorry, I only like bad Siege.
Oh, well, hey, that's good, because we're on Skyscraper.
Wow, great joke.
All right, that made me feel bad.
Well, I don't want to make you feel bad. And I was going to actually be a little bit self-deprecating and say, I love Bad Siege. Have you ever watched my streams? And then you could say, No, and then I would feel bad.
I have watched your streams.
I'm aware.
But
it,
to the point.
It erodes my argument and the joke.
To the greater point of what we're talking about, no, these are two very good teams, and you talk about a house divided. I'm honestly a person divided right now, because like this is very much a brain versus heart kind of thing. Because brain, like, says M80, SSG are still a very inconsistent team, not only just generally in terms of their vibe for the past 2 to 2.5 years, but also just in terms of their playstyle, as the desk mentioned. They started bringing in that aggression again, then they kind of have, SSG have always had an issue reeling that in. So brain says M80.
Attackers have located
At the same time, the heart always says SSG, because every time I start to count them out, they start doing the craziest things ever and winning matches that I didn't think they'd win and making runs I didn't think they could make. Then when I finally start believing, they cease doing all of that. So I guess where I am right now is I'm just going to give myself over to the experience. We have M80, we have SSG, two very good teams. M80 in this case, one of the top 2 teams going into the playoffs. And I'm just going to sit back, give myself over to the experience, try to have a good time.
M80 is the last remaining undefeated team. They have 2 wins in overtime, but they have yet to lose a match. Now, when we go to best of 3, there will be 2 things on the line. Number 1, do you lose a match? And number 2, do you lose a map? Because for best of 1s, those are the same thing. For best of 3s, those are not. How impressive a feat it would be for M80 to go without losing a map in that playoff position. SSG's been on a bit of a tear. They were on the outside looking in just a couple weeks ago, a couple play days ago, and they have leveled up. I think people were sleeping on them a little bit. This is, after all, the Stage 1 championship roster.
Oh.
And M80 is just going to decide to take no prisoners. Into the bomb site they go, hot and cold at the halfway point of the diffuser. Down goes Newers. SSG might be scrambling to deal with this. Gunner the first kill on the side of M80. Hot and cold is in, hot and cold is out. Excellently played. And now 9 players still alive. The round shortened from 2 minutes and 10 seconds left down to 30 seconds. Gunner's just waiting for those fire arrows to go down. What do you even do if you're space station at this point?
I don't know.
Every single player of M80 is positioned there. They're just going to fire you out. They're going to shoot you out. There you go. 14 seconds. You got to wait for that Capitao fire to go away. Foltz gets on the board with a pick on Nikino, but there are still 8 players alive. And the round is over. 8 players still alive. M80 wins. A stunning first round and something that we have never seen at this level in North America.
That's what I'm talking about with M80, though. Like, this is a team that is very well calculated and has a really, really good game plan. Every bit of utility, every position there was exactly where it needed to be. The Amaru goes in right off the back of the smoke. Not only do they catch SSG off guard, and I actually am curious where Janino threw that first toxic canister. Because I don't know if M80 faked a different position or if Janino was distracted. Either way, smoke doesn't land in front of Hot and Cold until he's already put the diffuser down. And then M80 have the best post-plant positions. We've got a guy watching the black window, or excuse me, the bottom black window. We have the Capitao firebolts on the window, but pulled just enough back where he's not actually exposed to anybody like taking a fight on the window, so there's nothing it can do. We've got a guy watching the Geisha run out as well to make sure that nobody gets peeked from that side. It was perfect play from M80 and a really, really good and exciting start on a map that honestly is 1, difficult to attack, and 2, usually very boring. I really appreciate that.
5 seconds remaining.
8 players still alive when the round ends.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
I mean, like, what are you gonna do if you're SSG at that point? Like, there's literally, it's not just there's nothing you can do. It's like M80 all weren't even giving them the opportunity to get a gunfight.
I am curious if there are any other rounds that have actually ended with 8 players still alive. It's stunning.
It actually, I'd have to go back and check, but I'm pretty sure we did have a round or 2 like that in SAL this past weekend, but it is extremely rare, just to be clear.
Wild stuff and a good read by M80. Fett has been singing the praises of his former team quite a lot, and I mean, I think a lot of it is the players themselves, but I do think coaching plays a big role as well. Fabian is settling in with this team. It's taken him and the supporting staff a little bit of time to figure out how you get the best out of these players. Hot and Cold, one of those players that has a long history at this level. He's gone through the wilderness a few times, but his resurgence, his renaissance has been fantastic to see. The Stevensance, as you can call it. Gets J90. Yeah, I know you're cringing at that one.
Not cringing. I thought it was funny.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. You seem lower energy than SSG in the previous round. Newers dies. Gunner kills him. A 5v3 for M80. They've taken no points of damage whatsoever. With the exception of Kino, I think it was, dying in that previous round. SSG's really not been able to find anything.
No, they haven't. Honestly, also just kind of strange that M80 have found everything by just taking a fight on the office wall. But hey, not going to complain about winning gunfights, especially when you've not really had to invest. I suppose they have invested quite a bit of utility. You've used all the Bs. But Kino wastes that C4. Excellent work from him. Rest of the Bs also spotting the players inside of swords. Aruni pushing in quite deep into A. This is going to be another not quick M80 attack in terms of how quickly into the round, but how quickly it begins and ends. The actual execute barely takes more than 10 or 15 seconds. You can again see how well thought out these attacks are from M80. Hot and Cold is only taking those engagements when he thinks he's got information on, well, when he thinks there's a gap, but also when he thinks and knows that there's information on that position. Gets Janino behind minibar. Already a very pivotal position taken down. You're likely going to attract one of the roamers back to the site because you can't let mini be like a position the attack can take for free. They can just walk in and fight anybody inside of the site. So now the roam isn't something you have to deal with. Now the defense has to fully focus on holding the site. And if everybody's on the site and you've already got one kill looking through the wall, you gotta, of course, be a little careful. But if you're able to throw some nades in, throw some Bs in, you can disrupt more of the defenders and push them in front of the hole in house wall, in front of the swords window, or in front of the minibar angle. M80 were basically stationary that whole round, but we're very good at making the SSG players uncomfortable, forcing them to rotate in front of their angles, getting those kills, and then converting around off the top of it. 2 attacks in a row on Sky. They've already got the bare minimum. You could not wish genuinely for a better start.
Brutal time for a timeout now on the side of SSG, and it would be a bit of a frustrating end to a triumphant stage for the astronauts. The fact that they were able to make the comeback happen alone to get into the playoffs is not unheard of. But I mean, we were asking the question through the first couple play days, what the heck is going on with this roster? Wouldn't be the first time that a team has won a championship or won a stage or something along those lines and then had a massive regression. But SSG has been such an experienced team for so long. The core of this squad has been together for ages. And their system that they buy into and play around is, it's like it's been made worse between the finish of stage 1, which happened in July, if memory serves correctly, and then the beginning of this one, which started in September. I mean, there's...
About that, yeah.
Yeah, there's not enough that would lead me to think that, especially when you look at certain teams that had made minor improvements in their rosters, but really shouldn't be that much better. A team like Envy, for example, a team like Wildcard, a team like Cloud9. Like, I feel like on paper, SSG has a more experienced squad that should be higher in the standings based on what we saw from stage 1. So to see how they performed early in stage 2 was a bit of a shock, but I guess it was just a slow start while they had to acclimate to Denari and a whole host of other changes, and now here we are.
It's also, again, a team whose play style, I mean, the crank meme is kind of, you don't want to belabor the point, but it's also still very consistently an element of their play, and it's inherently inconsistent, and it's been a factor in the team's play style for years, and so they're always the kind of team that can win the league and then suddenly have a really slow start despite a very, very limited gap between the last match they played and the beginning of stage 2. The attacks from M80, though, have been really good so far. Talk about a team that is bouncing back from an extremely disappointing stage 1 and a very disappointing playoffs. Now, obviously, flawless in the group stage, could continue to be so if they beat SSG today. SSG are not letting M80 get a rush this time around. Newers is sitting directly on the karaoke window, just making sure that nobody can play there. But again, M80's utility usage has been so good. That play right there, that is exactly how they won round 2. Spot a defender playing in an isolated position, dump utility on him, force him to rotate, get the kill once he does. That is what M80 have been doing every single one of these attacks and are continuing to do.
Now it's Ashen to go down at the hands of Gavin. SSG still struggling. That timeout not immediately paying off. M80 undefeated so far. They've gone to OT twice, but won both. A 3-0 start on Skyscraper would be a pretty nice feather in your cap for the remainder of this matchup. Skyscraper's only had a tiny play rate, and it has one of the most lopsided numbers that we've seen. 78% of the rounds won by the defenders.
Yeah, that sounds like Sky.
23 rounds have been played here in this stage. 18 of those 23 won by the defenders. That leaves a staggering 5 rounds won by the attackers. And my, oh my, M80 are changing that very quickly. Fultz and J90 now. They're the last two standing. J90's in the bomb site. Fultz is not. M80 still with 5 players alive as Kino's been picked back up. Resurrected from the dead. A nice crossfire. J90's gone. Fultz holding this long angle with the ACOG on the TCSG. He's over by Gold watching backstairs. It wasn't A that he had to worry about. It was that B bomb site. Karaoke being the Achilles heel for Space Station as now Fultz moves up. Diffuser in sight. And he dies to a track stinger to give a flawless round to M80. This is a very bizarre game so far. Today has been very bizarre across the board. And this match, which we hoped would be very competitive, has not quite lived up to that billing yet and has been pretty peculiar.
Well, I mean, it's been peculiar in that, like, it's crazy that we've had 3 rounds on Skyscraper attack and the attackers have only lost 2 players in 3 rounds. That just shouldn't really ever happen. But you also got to acknowledge that M80 are playing really well. Their positional analysis is excellent. The moment they have in the past 3 rounds have seen a defender that is trapped in a corner or in front of an angle they're watching, they make the call extremely quick. Everybody commits to it. They've got all the right utility timed perfectly. I mean, we have the nade go in, which usually most teams, by the way, most teams just throw a nade there, force the guy to move, then try to get the kill. And if somebody did that, I wouldn't complain. That'd be fine. But then they also commit the firebolt on top of it. So either that guy's dying to the utility, losing a lot of HP to the firebolt if he gets out alive, but you've also got a guy on the window to take him down if he doesn't. On top of that, M80 are also looking mechanically sharp. Ashen walks around the corner, whips out that shield, and just immediately gets domed. I don't know if Ashen exposed himself to an angle or M80 just hit a nice shot. Who knows? Either way, M80 are not only playing well as a team, all of the players are winning their fights. Diffuser has only seen 2 people in 3 rounds. That is just how good and efficient the M80 are so far on the attacks. So, is it a peculiar game? Yes, but I also want to acknowledge M80 are playing particularly well.
Almost perfect siege from what we've seen from these couple rounds.
Agreed.
Round number 1 didn't need to be flawless, but I mean, when you pull off a diffuse plant, when it's still all 5 and there's 9 people alive in the server, and then you just hold those angles and they just kill 1, which again was Kino. Don't really need to do too much. Round 2 obviously much closer, and then round 3 an absolute blowout. I'd be concerned if I was Space Station. Again, the stakes of this matchup are not as big as you would think. M80 just looking to regain first overall. Both of the top 2 teams get a bye, so OXG and M80 will not be playing in the upper bracket quarterfinals. They'll be in action in the upper bracket semis. We're starting to see the playoff picture unfold. I'm very eager to get those underway, and they will happen in October. So there's quite a break. long time until we see that. Oh my goodness. Benjamaster spent an awful lot of time on a Cav, sitting inside a bathroom, and immediately gets punished. Kino, the only one on the side of M80 taking some damage. Another great start from M80.
Setting up a sequential breach.
Yeah, and I get, like, on pure vibes why SG make a decision like that. But at the same time, M80 in the past 3 rounds have made work of defenders playing by themselves in harder positions. SSG were betting on M80 making a mistake that they have actively not made for 3 rounds. Like, you're basically betting they won't drone them when M80 have been droning everything, have been communicating perfectly and placing utility and holding crossfires perfectly. All 3 of those are the recipe for shutting down Benja in that position, and that's what they've done in round 1, round 2, and round 3. mainly rounds 2 and 3, but still. So I get the vibe, like I get the broader vision. I just don't know if in this particular matchup that was ever going to be something that would work, and frankly, if it did, I would have been shocked.
Only 1 kill between all the remaining players of SSG, and there are still 4 of them alive. After losing Benja early in the round, there has been very little action. Beyond M80 getting into position to tee up on an execute. I would have loved to have seen what the Caveira could do.
Oh.
It's a nice pick by Fultz, as Gunnar does not drone out that position over by Drum. Allows Fultz to also move over to cover Geisha, which has been opened up. And he should be able to get hot and cold. Yes, he does. He hits the drive-by immediately. He's gone. J9O's been dropped. Newers is dead. What remained of Jack is gone. Swept into the dustbin of history. Ashen and Fultz, the 2 hopes for SSG, make that just Fultz, who's got both kills up to this point.
Wow.
They just fall by the wayside, Lynx. Immediately, M80 eliminates 3 of the 4 SSG players. And Fultz, with no information, will just have to play off of instinct. Diffuser in the hands of Kino. Fultz could potentially save the round, but Gavin hits him as he turns his attention towards the bomb site. And M80 are making this look so easy. SSG has barely put up a fight.
I really want to highlight what happened at the end there, because I think that is honestly the best example of why M80 have been so good this series so far. Because let's be honest, obviously, one, that's the closest round SSG have had, just empirically that's true. But there's a few reasons for that. One, M80 were down to 0 drones by the end there. I mean, and that's why you see people just kind of walking into Fultz's crosshairs. M80 have dumped a lot of info, and then Gunnar doesn't know somebody's in drum. Hot and cold, lurking in front of Geisha, doesn't know anybody's holding that angle. But right at the end, what do we have again? A defender trapped in a corner, and M80 who need to figure out how to take him down. But this time, it's not like before. They don't have the full length of the round. They don't have full utility. All Gavin has is 2 flashbangs. And he doesn't really have enough time, if he's going to throw it through the door and through the rotate, which is the very smart play to do, to then walk in and take the fight without the defender probably having his vision again. So he Z-pings it, and Diffuser, from below, walks underneath the corner and with a pistol, kills the defender through the floor. Where M80 before have used nades, Capital utility, and a bunch of different operators' primary utility to solve that same problem, that time it's secondary utility, a Z-ping, and a pistol through the floor to accomplish the same result. And that was a very close round and a very pivotal engagement. Even when things are hectic and chaotic and the utility's low, M80 are still problem-solving correctly. Like, this has been a really impressive attacking half, and the exact kind of thing you want to see going into playoffs.
M80 are like a fine wine. They just keep getting better the longer that you allow them to do that. And not that I'd be scared of them if I was on any team, because I'm not a competitor, but this is a formidable squad that at the present moment does not seem to have any major deficiencies. One person that we always kind of pointed to was Kino, but that's largely because of his role. Gunnar also had some consistency issues, but it seems like they've shored up those weaknesses as of late. M80's now just waiting for the call as we hit the 1 minute mark. Newers is taking quite a lot of damage. Down goes Benjamaster, shotgun in hand. Now the smoke of J9O will fall. Fultz on the board. He's been the saving grace of this SSG team. He's got 4 of their 5 kills through 5 rounds. An absolutely absurd number as now he tries to play peekaboo. Kino shuts him down on Ashen's side of things. Newers and Fultz last 2 remaining. Wow. Newers still without a kill. You know, Lynx, I usually need to pay good money for this level of domination.
Well, thankfully M80 decided to give it to you for free today. And honestly, what a show they are putting on for us. I mean, even there, it's a very simple take. We've seen that plenty of times. You flashbang the guy on black stairs, you hold the top to make sure he can't run up from the doorway, and then you try to send somebody in below with the shotgun. Except there, I don't know it. Here, hold on. Let me watch in the replay. How does he go down? Okay, so he does go down to the shotgun. I wasn't sure because Diffuser was flashbanged a bit. I couldn't see if he hit him with the shotgun. That's a crazy shot, by the way, that he hit on the second last player. But again, it's just M80 not doing anything like super new. Now, I've seen that at Maru Strat plenty of times, but the flashbangs are timed perfectly. They're holding the top to make sure that he can't rotate off, and then Diffuser goes in at the right time. Now, to be fair, there's also still a bit of luck. You know, sometimes when you're blind like that, you whiff the shotgun shots, or Janano gets lucky. That quick peek he hit on top black, you're not going to hit that every day of the week, even as good as Diffuser is. But this is still M80 playing exceptionally well at the moment. And, I mean, you know, let's be honest. Are, like, SSG playing great? No. But maybe it's just because I've been so focused on the strengths of M80 that I haven't noticed the weaknesses of SSG. I can't really put, like, something that they're obviously doing wrong. They've been bringing a lot of the right tools. They haven't been overextending from anything I've seen. There's nothing obvious to me that SSG are fumbling on. Like, M80 really are just playing that good.
By the way, I'm nowhere near clever enough to come up with that kind of line on my own. That was lifted, I think I paraphrased it. I don't think it was a direct quote from James Bardolph. He was casting a Counter-Strike game, and it was very lopsided, and he said that, and it was something that stuck in my mind. Truth be told, I don't even remember if I was a caster when I heard that line. That's how old that clip is.
I was going to say, back when Bardolph was casting CS consistently, like, that was...
Yeah. I don't even know if I was a caster at that point. Yeah. I'd have to go back, but...
Ooh.
One more round for SSG to try to get on the board. One thing I wanted to say is, we do joke every now and then about saving strats, but if Space Station feels like not showing anything and just accepting where they finish is the real play here, then there is something to be said that maybe they just don't care about the result. It's possible, right? Like, if Space Station don't want to reveal any strats and go to a map that they don't show all the time, and they're like, you know what, whatever, if we finish in the place we finish in, that's fine. Let's not bother giving anything up. Let's not give our opponents anything to VOD review, etc. Or inversely, they VOD review Skyscraper and go, wow, this is what they do. And then Skyscraper comes out again and Space Station actually plays it very differently. That could give you the leg up. Not that I want to don a tinfoil hat or anything along those lines. It's just something to consider. Because this game does obviously have consequences, but not as many as you'd think. Diffuser getting the first pick. SSG has been in a downward spin here and have been on the wrong side of first bloods far too frequently. Diffuser does get traded out by Newers, who breaks that goose egg, gets on the board. And now it's Gunnar to contend with Benja, who's tucked into the corner. A slow peek. Benja wins that duel. Gunnar was prepared for it, but a great swing by Benja, and SSG has something that they haven't had much all this game, and that's a numbers advantage.
Yeah, M80 have got the opening picks, 6 times in a row, and yet now it's the first time they really are, as you said, in that numbers advantage. Kino not going through the main wall, instead going through the mini bar. Taps J9O, down goes Newers 2. Do M80 still win this? Kino just backing off the angle. Fultz walks into the crosshairs. A 6-0 has suddenly entered M80's lap, hot and cold in the prime position to move us into the post, and Benjamaster on 1 HP. M80 guarantee themselves 23 points. And while they might not be first in the NAL for the moment, a 6-0 half on attack on Skyscraper. They're closing this one out in regulation, and I don't feel all that bold in making the call.
You think it's over? You think we even bother to play that round?
No, I think we just shut it off here.
It's
been a really good night, guys. Had a great time. Thank you for watching. See you later.
No.
That was a joke. That was a bit.
I mean, it really has been a terrific start by M80. Again, I will cite those numbers. Only 5 attacking round victories prior to this Skyscraper. M80 has done even better by themselves. They got 6 rounds on attack.
Also,
yes.
Guess how many M80 deaths have, well, I guess you're about to see the numbers, so you can just do the math, but I was about to ask you a question, but yeah, you could just see it in front of you.
So Fultz had 4 kills, and they had, so at the midway point of round 5, they had 5 kills. Fultz had 4 of them, and now they have 7. So not much better. I don't know if it's a masterclass by M80. I also do need to wonder if SSG is quite literally just realizing.
No, it's not that.
You don't think so?
No, it's not that. You don't get a 6-0 from a team just not trying. Like that's just not how the game works ultimately. Because like look at it this way, right? If a team's not trying, there's not trying strategically, right? Like not running strats. But ultimately, they still got to play the game, right? They still got to navigate the positions. They still have to communicate. And those are things that M80 aren't going, or teams aren't suddenly going to like get some groundbreaking information because SSG hold a crossfire properly, right? Or because Newers gets out of a position when he doesn't. The real thing that teams are looking for is, okay, how is this guy like, how are SSG like running these strats? How are they playing these positions? But the fundamentals, while definitely sometimes a bit, you know, like all right for SSG, those aren't things that they're not going to try because that's just playing the game. M80 ultimately are reading the game extremely well. And while SSG, don't get me wrong, to your point, SSG are just running very default skyscraper strats. Like this is just, if you put any team running their defenses, I wouldn't be able to tell you who it was. So I do think you have a point there, but you don't get a 6-0 from a team not trying.
I have a point. You know who doesn't? SSG right now. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. I do like both of these teams very much, and it'll be exciting to see how they do battle in the playoffs should they meet one another. We'll still wait for the seeding to know which teams end up coming to blows because Space Station, well, wasn't locked into their position prior to this match starting. But as you can see, I don't think there's much hope here for them to gain even a single point, let alone 3. We did see 7 consecutive rounds won today already. It is within the realm of possibility that SSG could do the same, but not with the way that they are playing. Benjamaster strikes first, but M80 then doubles up. The defenders hitting their strides. Fultz with 4 kills. He's joined by Ashen and J90. Both still lack a single frag. Fultz has been great, but again, a lot of these kills have been impactless. It's been him trying to save the day, but ultimately not succeeding. Just a little over a minute left. Might we see one of very few 7-0s at the top level? M80 could pull it off.
Could very well pull it off. Had a disproportionate amount inside of the stage so far, but it also will not be the first 7-0 they've had on Skyscraper this year so far. When they lost 7-3 to Cruelty the next day, they came out in 7-0, I believe, C9 on this exact map. So definitely a map that I imagine teams might start banning against M80 a little more consistently with the success that they've had. Ooh, hot and cold vaulting right in front of Fultz. Won't work out at all. Diffuser with a nice kill as well. And a 7-0 very much on the cards. J90 so good at these 1vx's. And if anybody were to stop the 7-0, it would be J90. But even now, M80 are letting the fundamentals come through, not over-peaking, just playing the crossfire, and that is something you don't have to hide. M80, in our last game of the group stage, proving they might be the most threatening team in the NAL.
We've actually had a lot of 7-0s. I believe this is our 6th 7-0 this stage. A lot of them coming against 1 or 2 teams, but still, what was very rare previously has come to pass many times and will come to pass one more time. And what a fitting way to end the group stages. M80 will reclaim their throne atop the NA League with a 7-0 victory, and that'll conclude the groups. Let's hear what the desk has to say about our final day of matches after this break.
kill.
Wait, last one VIP.
Nice play, just play for me. I have the off angle.
20
HP, 20. I have the off angle with Doom.
I'm off you.
Yeah, swing up, Leo.
You'll be in Sam, be on the bomb. Dude.
Yeah, this is my contact.
Oh!
Nice! Wow, good fucking shit, bro. Good job.
Like what?
Boom!
What a statement from M80 to end off the regular stage. Just, oh my god, I don't even know what else to say. This team has looked absolutely insane throughout the entirety of stage 2. I feel like the difference from stage 1 to stage 2, night and day. But we've spoken to every single one of the players. We haven't spoken to Fabian just yet, who I think this time around has agreed to do the interview. Put on some clothes. Thank you for that. Welcome, and of course also congratulations for this flawless regular stage that you guys have had. How has things been for you across the pond? You know, the jump from stage 1 to stage 2. What has been the biggest difference in terms of the prep and everything that's been going on behind the scenes to let the team be so successful?
I think there's quite a few of things, honestly, because this team, when I came into it, we all know the expectations that M80 has had on themselves as a team for, I mean, how many years. Everyone has always been saying, oh, M80 is going to win an event, M80 is going to win an event, and then we get this big change. We get in Matt and we get in, well, Gav, and it's going to be this amazing team straight away, right? But there's always going to be some growing pains. Some teams will have that honeymoon period where everything looks great. We had more growing pains. There's a lot of stress within the team, and I think that they put a lot of expectations on themselves, more so than what I would say that us in the staff or the organization would put on them. So they put so much expectations on themselves, and therefore we got stressed during matches, we fumbled during matches because the pressure got to them. Like, look at the SSG game last stage, we played the same map in playoffs, and we had 2 4 versus 2s and 1 5 versus 2, and we lost them all. How does that happen? Simply due to us stressing up the communication instead of showing the one thing we've been focusing on during this entire stage, which is composure.
Yeah, we touched on the pressure aspect for M80, and obviously thank you for bringing that up because that is a big factor that a lot of people at home don't really notice. That being said, you've coached EU, you've coached APAC, you're coaching M80. It's been a year so far. So what would you say is the best part about coaching this NA team, and how does it differ from the other regions?
Obviously, we can start with PSG because that was the most recent one. It's pretty big of a difference, obviously, because the players here are way more experienced. Even if we have young players like D that haven't played for that long, or even Gav hadn't been to play that for that long, they are more knowledgeable about the basics of the game and just how to play their own spots, which then leads into it being much easier to work with them and saying like, hey, this is your spot, master it, learn how to play with it. And then they will come with ideas and they will come with new ways of innovating the positions, whilst that would never happen in Korea. If I didn't tell them, you know, you're doing this, that's your job. And then I had to fix every single adaptation and then like kind of print it into their heads. That's how they would understand things. So it was more of top-down control, whereas here with M80, the guys are, first of all, they bought into the culture really well that I want to have in a team. I think that like success is something that you have over a long time. You breed success through your work ethic, you know, like being professional, showing up on time, putting your effort in every single round. If you win a map 11-0 in practice, then you rehost for the 12th round because you're supposed to practice 12 rounds. It's about putting in all these concepts of how to be professional and what expectations we have on ourselves. And if we raise our bar of what we expect every single day of ourselves in practice, then long term that will grow into success for the team on the server as well in officials.
That was quite the insight, Fabian. And obviously, brother, it's always a pleasure to see you. And obviously, I mean, a flawless stage, man. That obviously is a part of your doing as well as you're saying at the teams. I kind of just wanted your perspective, similar to what Fox was asking. You know, what have you learned now coming into NA, being in this area, being in this region versus, you know, like your dominance in EU, what that was like, you know, whether that was playing, coaching, whatever that is. I'm just curious now what you're taking away from being in the NAL and just having this experience as a coach.
I don't know if it's much different from any other region, you know. All regions will have different sort of play styles within themselves that they then kind of take over to the international events. I mean, all three of, well, Ginny, you haven't played that many events, but there are three of us here that aren't Ginny, we have. And you guys know just as much that I don't think you've been a Siege professional, have you?
Why am I catching strays? No,
No, exactly. So every single region, they will have their own playstyle.
Right.
And we know that because there's going to be aggression from Brazil, there's going to be more slow pace from NA. I don't know if that's so much truth to that anymore. I think that all regions have kind of sped up the gameplay and a lot more aggression and a lot more mechanical skills. I don't think that there's too much difference between the regions or even the people. In the end, it's all little shit kids playing a video game that haven't grown up because they've never had a real job. So it's about bashing in those professionalisms into them. Because I think that there's very few people that actually know what it takes to work a real job. I mean, some guys here, they will end up in a warehouse work or at Mackey's flipping burgers when they're done with their careers. And they are going to regret that they weren't professionals when they were playing. So in the end, it all comes down from those older guys, the experienced guys, to teach them, hey, work your ass off because you're going to regret it when you're done if you don't do it. And that doesn't change region to region.
I completely agree. I mean, we've been talking about all the things that you've brought to the team, the culture you've helped instill. But have any of the players' personalities rubbed off on you? Have you started acting
Oh, he's
a
definitely
little bit
far
like
more.
some
I
of
think the
them?
marriage also made him far more tame than what he used to be. Monica has you.
Yeah. I'm under wraps, you know. I'm not allowed to say certain words either, you know. Like getting married, it's just it keeps you on the wraps. You have to be controlled.
Well, at least someone can tame you.
If we look at it, yeah, someone can. But if we look at it realistically, the culture that I bring doesn't just come through me, right? It comes by the guys upholding it themselves every single day of work. Like I can't come here and tell you behave like this, and if they don't, it's not going to matter what I say because it's in the end, it's all in their own hands. So the big step up here isn't because of me. Sure, I can have brought it here and like introduced the idea to them, but in the end, it all comes back to them putting that effort in and them showing that they want to and that they believe in what I say.
As much as this has probably been one of the most interesting and insightful interviews that we had the entirety of the stage, we unfortunately do have to let you go. We still have a couple more questions, but you know, just win a couple more times in playoffs, agree to do an interview, then we'll have a further conversation.
This is the one you're getting.
Okay. In that case, we're sticking around for another 30 minutes. I'm joking. I'm gonna let you go. Enjoy your evening. I can see you're probably in EU. Have a good night.
It's 3 in the morning.
Yeah,
Thank
have
you
a
very
good
much.
night. Good luck with playoffs, and we'll see you around.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
See you later.
That was by far
That was the best
one of the best interviews. Yeah, easy.
for the
we've had
whole
in the
NAL, stage 1 and stage 2. You guys gotta bring in more Europeans.
I think it's the fact of his experience, obviously, but
I mean, I don't disagree with what you said. I mean, watching some of the EML interviews versus some of the NA interviews, NA, you got a lot of things to learn. You should watch a few EML interviews and come with that sort of passion that Fabian brought.
But it's nice to have his interview, especially after an undefeated season. I think that was a little treat for all of us at home, just because of, you know, an amazing stage so far. And I love that he said that. Some teams join up, they have a honeymoon phase, everything seems to work. Kind of like what we did after we dropped you. We had a really good run at SI with OXG once we picked up Sweater, but it didn't last. And that's what Fabian was looking for, is making it last.
Stage before that SI, that was horrible.
Right, and so did M80 in stage 1. They didn't even make EWC, and they're trying to make it last now. And obviously, when it comes down to an undefeated season, it only has, I guess, green flags going into playoffs, hoping that we get to see the same type of consistency that they have, especially with the momentum behind them. Getting first place, I mean, wow, what a stage from M80 so far. Every start of the stage, we doubted them almost, saying, oh, I don't know what we're going to see from M80.
Because that's the M80 Classic.
Yeah, and the pressure, I'm glad he brought that up, because the pressure, we always talk about it with M80. They always got that pressure. And the people that watching at home are probably like, what are these guys saying on the desk? What pressure? You're playing video games. But I'm glad he brought that up, because M80 has always had that immense pressure. A lot of the players have crumbled on it, but now finally they're able to surpass that.
Yeah, and they also get a 7-0 way to end the entire regular stage heading into playoffs. But the results that we've had today have been quite perplexing, and some of them with DZ particularly losing that matchup. I don't think anybody expected that, but somehow they still get the freebie.
I mean, Fox said it was going to be a standby game. I said I wouldn't be surprised if standby won, just given how DZ looked. And going back to a very default map of Clubhouse, I mean, I don't think that comes to a surprise. But I would say, honestly, the biggest letdown for me was that Cloud9 wildcard matchup. I thought for sure Cloud9 was going to put up a lot more of a fight, especially on their attacking half, where we gave them praise. They were the best in the league, and to not show anything from that was definitely a little heartfelt.
Yeah, and that's actually where we also get the Black Light detail from when it comes to that wildcard C9 matchup, because Dream is the one to give it to his name.
Yeah, bittersweet moment for him to have such an amazing round. I would say he had a really good map as well. but they ended up falling out in the end. I don't think the Chalet pick was a good one, but for Dream, comfortability-wise, oh, we're in the wall a little bit, but Dream, look at him moving through the map. He gets 2 first picks, players playing around the closet area. He hears the footsteps, turns around, amazing shot for him to get the 3rd one, and then nice little shots through the wall to clean up the 4th one. I mean, Dream's always one of those players in the clutch situations. If he's in a Hell in the Cell on the Maestro, I mean, obviously he was there on the Denari. He's one of those players that you can never count out, and he's so good, but he also takes so much responsibility on his shoulders of being that leader, always being the support. He never really has moments to shine, so it's nice to see a moment where he does shine. Fortunately, it's with them not making playoffs.
Yeah, a bit of a send-off for C9, but we're going to have a look at the standings as well to give you guys a little bit of a refresher in regards to the teams that are going to be moving forward to playoffs. It is going to be to top 6 teams, so that's M80, OXG, Shopify, SSG, Wildcard, and Dark Zero. Unfortunately for Envy, regardless of the fact that they have improved so much over this last stage, that round difference is really what did them in, and with that they place 7th, meaning they are out of playoffs contention. Standby LFO as well as Team Cruelty are going to be playing for relegation because they have not gathered enough points throughout the last 2 stages to be safe with that.
Yeah, I will say I am very happy with the 3, the 7th, 8th, and 9th place teams. Every team stepped up when they needed to. It's just unfortunate that they couldn't make it into playoffs. Even Standby into these last few play days definitely showed a lot, especially coming from Bino and then the rest of the team. And then Cloud9, again, on very unfortunate circumstances. I mean, we started the stage, didn't look too great, but then they started finding their stride. Then they were getting those wins, impressive wins to say the least. Just couldn't manage to get it done today. And then for Envy, another heartfelt loss. I mean, they were so close. 1 point is what separated them from being in the top 6. All their hard work to be make it into playoffs, just falling short to that OXG matchup. But I don't think we're done seeing them by any means.
Yeah, and we have the bracket ready as well for those of you at home who are wondering what that's going to be looking like. SSG against Wildcard, SRDZ. You have that lower bracket, so, there is a little bit of a safety net, but you want to get to that Munich major as quickly as possible.
Of course, there's room for error, but for OXG and M80, obviously they only have to play 1 game to be able to advance and make to the Munich major. All of these games will be good. I'm assuming everyone's going to have their favorites going into it. For me personally, I don't know if this is a hot take to say, I don't believe Dark Zero really deserves this spot in the playoffs, with how they've been playing. So I really hope they don't squander this opportunity, use this week of a break up until playoffs to really batten down the hatches and turn a new leaf and hopefully play a lot better and use the spot with grace, because I wish we would have seen Envy playing here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely the game I'm looking forward to, is that Shopify Rebellion versus Dark Zero, just for the simple fact both these teams are still struggling. Shopify Rebellion struggling on their attacks, where Dark Zero, similar area, but also on some players just not being able to find their stride. So it really is going to come down to, obviously, being in the best 3, being able to shake off whoever loses that first map and carry it and fix it into map 2, and then obviously going into then map 3. But again, that's where you want to find yourself. You want to be in these best of 3s, because as we know, best of 1s, they suck. You have to be perfect that day. Now every team has a lifeline and then can bring it into the very next match.
Should we do predictions on who you think's going to win?
No, we're going to keep that. We're going to keep that
Early
for next week,
predictions.
okay? We're not doing that today, because we are done here for the final day of regular stage. Super Week is done and dusted, and we're going to be back with the playoffs on the 8th of October. That is not next week. It's the week after that. So for those of you at home, make sure you mark that in your calendars, because we're going to be bringing a best of 3 siege your way. But until then, take care.